in Ellis as well, as Bryce into Ellis. That's swung through and is playing a miss for no run.
Appreciably swung that one, didn't it? Really cut back well, and it was all sort of in the air, but it was yeah, it was an excellent delivery there from Catherine Bryce. Good to have nearly 100 of you with us already. Do make sure you hit the thumbs up button on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, and help people find us.
Into Ellis. I think it's a slightly slower ball there, just tapped away for no run again. She's getting quite a lot of movement here, Bryce, with the ball early on.
She is indeed, and as we say, we've got the top two going at it today in terms of points. Central Sparks have 27, 34 for the Blaze, so there's a real opportunity to close that gap today.
Bryce to Ellis has gone backwards there, and no run again. Ellis taking a little while to settle at the crease at the moment, but she's an experienced player now, and I think she'll just be finding her feet. But so the ball swinging nicely from Catherine Bryce. These are former teammates, of course Ellis being with the Lightning as they were back then. Bryce to Ellis. Just get one run. Is it quickly going through here? Just about made it. It's a bit of a risky single there, we might say, but scampered through for a single to get some runs on the board from Ellis.
And it's a busy day of cricket today with the County Championship going on as well. Fixtures right across both divisions of that. There's cricket in the Asia Cup, Afghanistan versus Sri Lanka, and of course there are 4 fixtures in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 50 overs aside these ones. Northern Diamonds also playing Southern Vipers, who are batting in that one. South East Stars are batting against Thunder, and the Sunrisers are up against Western Storm, and all those innings in their early stages. And this game will take you just about through to the T20 match this evening between England and New Zealand. So a busy day of cricket to come.
Yeah, Bryce round the wicket to the left-handed Eve Jones. Again, that swung, but that's nicely played through the point and cover area, and it's racing away. This boundary's quite long on this side. I don't think it will quite make there. There's a chase there, and it's just made the 2 runs. It was a good chase. I think that was Josie Groves there chasing there.
Yes, yeah, I think it was Groves chasing it all the way back with the assistance of Lucy Hyam as well, the backward point fielder. It was a dual effort all the way out to, as you say, what is a very, very long boundary on the offside, and it was reeled in just short. But that was more sort of what I meant about. She does go quite square, quite early, does Jones.
Bryce to Jones. That's it's gone through the field, and they're making this quick single there. It's one of those coaching, do you run on a misfield, do you not run on a misfield, but they managed to scamper through for a single.
Well, they're so sharp between the wickets now, and it's one of the aspects of the game moving towards professionalism, is the fact that mistakes like that get punished straight away, because they've practiced those 22-yard sprints so often that they get through them very, very quickly indeed. So as I say, plenty of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket today, and I think it's really nicely set up actually, the way we've got these 2 teams at the top, and then you've kind of got the South East Stars in contention as well, along with the perennial contenders, the Vipers, will still be looking at this, and you've also got the defending champions, the Northern Diamonds, down in 4th, so it's really nicely set up.
As Ballinger to Jones, tucks her in a little bit there for no run. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting part of the competition now. I mean, a lot of the sides without their England internationals. However, we've seen that there's 2 on display here for the Blaze. Vipers particularly suffer when it comes to this sort of thing, because they have done so well and they've got a lot of players that are in the England ranks. But it'd be interesting to see who's playing for the other teams around the country today as well. It's Ballinger to Jones. A bit short, it's popped up a little bit, but it's just dropping short for no run. It's interesting, this field that they have for Jones on both ends. They've got a sort of a gully which they've got for that's where she's slightly earlier on. It might be a bit tentative and going through that area, but we can see her. I think as soon as she gets settled, Eve Jones plays beautifully straight down the ground, and let's hope to see some of that today.
Yeah, she's a very, very fine batter indeed, is Eve Jones.
It's Ballinger bounding in. So there's that straight drive. It's not quite gone through as Gordon gets down to the ball for no run.
It's always a fierce contest between these 2. They certainly consider each other rivals, don't they? They they're happy to build that up a little bit. I get the impression.
Yeah, I think it's that local rivalry, because a lot of them would have gone through the sort of Loughborough University, as it was the systems there previous to this competition, and I think they all know each other well. As Ballinger, nice full ball on the feet of Jones for no run there. This is another nice over from Ballinger. She was at part in the final actually. She bowled, and I think she got Mandana out early on in the 100 final at Lords. And I remember her dad saying to me, I'd never thought it that, from the 11-year-old at Warwickshire opening the bowling at Lords, it's how far the women's games come, and it's such a great thing. It's Ballinger again, familiar skip on the way in the run-up to Jones. That's gone through, and it's not got anything on it, so it's just another dot ball. That one's a little bit pacier through the wicket there, and it's nicely bowled by Ballinger.
Speaking of early wickets, Thunder have picked one up against the Stars. Stars 11 for 1 there in the 4th over of that match. Also in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Yeah, it's nice that these games go on at the same time, so you can sort of get a kind of look at everything else that's going on, and the placements of the league and everything, and everybody's in the same position as well. Ballinger to Jones again, who's just played that down for no run. You'd think it would be rather unfair that they play on such different days, that the England internationals will affect different teams in different ways, but actually I think playing them on the same date and the same time evens out the playing field a little bit.
And there is an unusual side as I flick onto the Sunrisers versus Western Storm feed. Sophie Luff's stump's been splattered 5 for 2 now, Western Storm in that one, so a great start from the Sunrisers, who are bottom of the table, but clearly with something to prove there, and they're doing their best to prove it. So we'll keep you updated on all the scores as well as what's going on at this one. 10 without loss then, the score for the Central Sparks. It's been a solid start, but one that won't overly concern the Blaze at this stage.
Yeah, in this slightly different field now to the right-handed Bethan Ellis. We've got kind of a backward point, but no gully, and we've got the third and Fine back on the boundary, which that boundary doesn't look quite as far as the ones to the side, as Bryce into Ellis, who's flicked that away. It's going to travel nicely down to third for just that 1 run.
Yeah, clipped away nicely there as we approach 11 o'clock on your Tuesday morning here in the city of Birmingham. It's looking excellent as always. As I say, it's a hazy blue sky today above the top of the green trees behind the city end of the ground.
We don't seem to win when we have these commentary positions. We sit outside at Worcester in the freezing cold, and then when it's a lovely hot day, we're inside here in the shade.
We've got. I think we're glad of the aircon today.
Yeah.
I have to say.
It's Bryce round the wicket to Eve Jones. He's played that backward. Oh, and that's gone. That is caught at that gully position, as we've talked about there. It was a great catch, and Eve Jones is sent walking. It's unfortunate they came up a little bit higher than she expected, and it's just that edge away, and as we talked about earlier, that's why that fielder was there, to take that ball that was coming from Bryce into that gully area.
Brilliant grab, low away to the right-hand side, the left-handed Eve Jones. We said she likes to go square of the wicket, both off the front and the back foot early on. Well, it's perhaps been her undoing that, the slightly open face offering the opportunity. I believe it was Tammy Beaumont, but we'll confirm that in just a moment. It was a very athletic effort though, and the catch was taken low down. 11 for 1.
Yeah, it's an excellent catch though, so I believe it was Tammy Beaumont there, because in addition to Lee and Bryce, has been a keeper in her time as well, so excellent reactions and a great catch, and it brings Abby Freeborn to the crease for the Central Sparks in at number 3. Both now the right-handed batters coming in.
My apologies. It was Nat Siver-Brunt,
Nat
in
Siver-Brunt
fact, who got there. It was wrong England international. Yeah, it was Siver-Brunt at gully, and that was a fantastic grab. And I think she used every inch of that frame to get to it in the end.
So you might be mistaken for us thinking we can't tell the difference between the two of them, but we'll say we are quite a distance away, and they are moving around in the field to different positions for the right-hand left-hand combination. But yeah, whoever it was a fantastic grab.
Yeah, it's definitely Siver-Brunt there, and she just stretched and grabbed it, and it was as I say, a fantastic effort for it may have been one of those where the batter, when it hit the edge of the bat, she's thinking, oh, actually, I might get 4 here.
Yeah.
But Siva Brunt was having none of it.
So Bryce over the wicket to Abby Freeborn. There's a lot of swing there. Freeborn just playing that away for no run. Again, a slight change in the field. We've just got a fine leg in the ring, I believe, unless there's anyone underneath us. I wouldn't think there'd be someone on the straight boundary this early on in a 50 over game, but yeah, it was a well bowled and an excellent take as Bryce to Freeborn. Again, she's just edging. We fancy that they're getting quite a lot of swing into the legs here, because there's a lot of playing just down, dapping that down into the leg side for no run. Bryce, not the quickest of bowlers on the scene, but very consistent in her length, and that's proving tricky for the Sparks to get away here, as Bryce pushes that up a little bit more for no run.
So both the perennial performers in this competition, Sophie Luff in the game against Sunrisers and Eve Jones in this game here at Edgbaston, out already. Jones the only wicket to fall for Sparks so far, though.
It's Bryce to Freeborn. It's nicely driven. Has it gone through? Or it's got a hand there. I think that's Sophie Munro. Is it getting a hand to the ball there just for a single to Freeborn to get her off the mark? And that takes the Sparks to 12 for 1 after the 4th over.
Yeah, so I felt Blaze getting the better of that over, but the Sparks the better of the first 3. So really nicely set up here. You can see the weather vane on top of the scorebox, glinting gold in the sunshine. And these two now will have to get themselves in and look to make some big scores, because it feels a day that requires a big score. But we have seen a little bit of life out the pitch early on.
Yeah, it has been doing a little bit. I think Ballinger's in particular has got some to bounce and some a little bit fuller that are staying slightly lower. But so it's great that we're at this venue today and playing at Edgbaston, and I think the pitches are very true, and I think Ballinger's a tall figure, perhaps just getting that bounce off a length there, as Freeborn takes her guard at the pavilion end. Just look at
something in it for everyone, which is nice to see.
Yeah. I mean, you think getting the value for money with their bowling and hopefully the quickness across the outfield as Ballinger into Freeborn, who's just played that down for no run. Yeah, I mean the women, I suppose as women's game grows, as more and more games played at these grounds, and the women and girls are getting very much used to having quicker outfields, having really true bouncing wickets, and it's great to see that they can take advantage of that, and he's kind of getting, say, value for your batting and your bowling.
Yeah, they look very much at home here now, the Sparks. This is very much becoming their venue.
Yeah, there's Ballinger, that little hop on the way in to Freeborn, again solid in her defence there for no run. You can hear a lot of noise from the Blaze up here at the moment. Don't know where our microphone is, but it's the kind of not many people in the crowd today, but you can really hear that enthusiasm from the players on the pitch.
Yeah, it's and as I say, it's nice to see. We've seen it in the 100, we've seen it in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and we're now seeing it in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, that these big venues are being used.
Ballinger to Freeborn, who's got rock back and just chopped that down for no run. Again, a little bit of bounce from Ballinger as she sort of struts, as is her way, back to her mark.
If she'd had her time again, though, there, it might have been a case of going offside with that one rather than leg side. It's difficult, though, with Ballinger, because she's always bringing it back into you, even if it's a short ball like that.
She's getting quite a movement out there today. She comes back in to Freeborn. A bit shorter, and that's pulled away, but there is a fielder deep out there for just a 1 run.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce doing the work there at backwards square leg. There's no one actually at fine at the moment. They do have a fielder at 3rd. Those are the 2 out the ring that they've decided to use here in these early stages.
So these boundaries are quite big on both sides, and Bryce kind of fielding on what you would essentially say the 3/4, not quite on that boundary, but just outside the ring, as is the fielder at 3rd, Sophie Munro.
And it's quite interesting that that Siverbrunt misfielded that one in the first over and swapped with Beaumont, and then obviously it's brought the reward of the catch at gully. Beaumont now in at the short extra position.
As Ballinger to Ellis, who's edged that. Oh no, did that not catch anything then? Is it just
It
a
did,
drop
but
ball?
it didn't carry, I
Didn't
think.
carry,
It just bounced in front of Georgie Boyce. She's got a back turn to us. She took it cleanly.
Yeah, it looked like it carried to her, but it must have been, there was definitely something on that there, but maybe it dropped short.
Well, it was a good, healthy one. It was the sort that you'd expect to be seeing almost shoulder high rather than bouncing sort of halfway. But there we go.
Some sort of decent length from Ballinger here, trebling the batters. As Ellis on strike. Played and missed at that one again for no run. It's another good, solid over from Ballinger, who's just going at 2 and over so far, so she's got 3 overs for 6 runs.
Well, I will depart at this point, and I will leave you in the company of Sarah Ginn, who you've been hearing from there, one of the few women qualified as a level 4 coach, and she will be joined by former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer Claire Jenkins.
As Bryce continues to take the ball here at the pavilion end. Claire Jenkins, lovely day for it.
It is? Crikey. Sunny day in Birmingham. It's always like this though here, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Sunshine at the Edgbaston. And we've got Bryce in. Oh, and she squirted that between the bat and the stumps there. They're going to get 4 lucky runs there, I'm afraid, for the Blaze, but Sparks will be happy to take that.
I think give that a leg by in the end there. Must have come off something, but yeah, just looked like it almost went between bat and pad there, and just nipped away to the boundary for some welcome runs from the Sparks point of view.
Yes, there won't be. This start feels a little nervy here. But you made a good point. You and Mike were talking about the quality of the pitches, and that really has made. I know we've talked about it over the seasons, but it's made so much difference for the women as Bryce comes into Freeborn this time. He plays that through the point region. It's going towards the boundary, and I don't think they're not going to catch that. That's 4 runs through the point region for Sparks.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot by Freeborn there. Nice to see her getting on the front foot and playing that shot. I think she's very strong there, and it's been taking her a while to get settled, but that should calm her nerves a little bit.
As you say, it's probably a nerve settler there as Sparks move on to 21 for 1 into the 6th over. Catherine Bryce, Scotland player, coming in from our end towards the city end. Freeborn comes forward, squirts that to short square, and Georgie Boyce does the tidying up. There is no run.
Yeah, it's a strong start from the Blaze. I think with that key wicket of Eve Jones there, they'll be pleased with the first few overs here.
They will.
Of course, in the longer format of the game now, we're going for the longer power plays. Now we're out of the T20.
Get used to that. 10 overs now. Bryce comes into Freeborn, who comes forward, doesn't play that convincingly, and sister Sarah Bryce comes from round the back of the stumps and just feels that back round, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting competition, this, isn't it? Sort of played in chunks and with quite different teams in some different times of the competition as well.
That's right. Bryce comes into Freeborn again, who comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run. Of course, we've now got the added spice of having internationals involved, and we're going to see, as you mentioned earlier, we're going to see Lizelle Lee later, who comes in as Nadine de Klerk goes off to play in the series against Pakistan for South Africa. So we've got some added input from that as Bryce comes into Freeborn, who squirts that underneath a bat again, not really getting the timing here, and there is no run there. That's the end of 6 overs. 21 for 1 are Sparks, who've got the bat in hand, and Blaze in their beautiful orangey red, very distinct against the green of Edgbaston here in the field.
Yeah, it's interesting we talk about the internationals, the overseas internationals, because actually there are so many series going on across the world at the moment that I think it's almost a case of having an international that's once was an international, or is someone like Maddie Green who's not quite perhaps in the main side, or maybe just in there. But I think Lizelle Lee obviously used to play for South Africa. Nadine de Klerk was their international previously here, but now she's actually physically in a series. I know that some of the teams have been in discussions with, for instance, India players, but now they're at the Asia Cup. So there's a lot going on around the world that means that although we've got some quality players playing, they're perhaps not the same ones as we had at the start of the competition.
Yeah, and Erin Burns, case in point, like a just previously Australian international, as Ballinger comes in. And Bethan Ellis goes back on her heels there and just plays that down, and there is no run.
Yeah, Burns was over for the start of this competition and the 100, but obviously is no longer with the Spark set up for the rest of this season. But she was a great addition, as I'm sure will be Maddie Green.
As you say, either sort of just former, as in the case of Erin Burns, or kind of marginal players. Although I wouldn't class Maddie Green as that. She's in the full squad, but they're not playing at the moment as Ballinger comes in, and that's played through the third region. There is a player on the boundary who's going to cut that off. And they're going to get through for 2 runs there to the total for Central Sparks, 23 for 1.
I think maybe New Zealand's the only one without a current series that's taking out all of their internationals. But it's a long way to come over to the UK for these competitions, and so it's all quite condensed now into the next month or so. So, you know, rather than the start of the season, it was quite spread out, wasn't it? The 2 competitions. So
Ballinger, characteristic swinging run coming in from the Birmingham end, plays that, comes forward and plays that again through third, and they just get a single there, I think. Oh, they're going to go back for a second one. It's a bit of a risk. Oh, and it was messy there, I'm afraid, but nearly a run out. Oh, Sarah, that was exciting.
Well, I think Bethan Ellis back to South there. She's a good athlete and she's quick between the wickets, and you know, it was being thrown to her end. I'm not sure if it had gone to the other end, that Freeborn would have been quite as safe, but yeah, it was a slight misfield, you had said, that went through, and then nobody had any urgency to throw it in.
It was yeah, dear, it made me made my a little bit of a patter there. One has to be neutral in these things, but it was certainly a risky run, shall we say that. Ballinger comes in from the Birmingham end to Ellis. It's played up into the air, but not knowing where that was going, but it lands safely, and there is no run. Sparks 25 for 1 into the 7th.
Knowing Grace Ballinger as I do, having coached her since she was a young girl, I'm not sure she'd be happy with those 2 runs going against her name there.
No, or getting the ball in the air and not getting a catch,
yeah,
as in the last ball. Ellis surveys the field and tries to take a bit of a breath after putting that ball in the air. Ballinger to Ellis, comes forward and plays a lovely, talking of coaching, a textbook forward defence there for you, Sarah. So you've known Ballinger for, should we count or not count? Is she
I mean,
you're going to give away her age if you count the years.
I think she started as an under 11 in the Warwickshire Girls setup when she was about 8 years old, and she's got plenty of cricket under her belt from a very young age, and she's always been tall for her age, always been this quick left arm bowler, and now it's great to see her performing at the highest level.
I like the hitch kick along the way as she comes into Bethan Ellis, who comes forward and plays that defensively straight to the fielder at point, and there is no run.
She's definitely one of those bowlers, if you just saw her in shadow and just saw that run up, you'd still be able to pick out.
Yeah, you
who
know
it is.
exactly, that's right. That's right. As Sparks are 25 for 1, and that's 7 overs done. So we're still in the power play, as Sarah mentioned earlier. 50 over game, then we've got 10 over power play, so that's different. And also you were saying about, because the Rachael Heyhoe Flint almost sandwiches, doesn't it, the Charlotte Edwards, the 20 over. So we started with Rachael Heyhoe Flint, and actually I was at this reverse fixture at Trent Bridge for the opening game, so I'm seeing both of these Midlands derbies. Yes, so Rachael Heyhoe to Flint to start, which is the 50 over, then the Charlotte Edwards in the middle, then obviously we've had the Ashes and the 100, and now we're returning to the 50 over longer format of the game here, as Bryce is going to come in this time to Freeborn. Comes forward and plays, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think the competition is very much geared towards what is happening in England, what series are going on, and what's best preparation, but also obviously having the T20 next to the 100 gives the girls some good preparation there as well. And but this competition has only grown in the last few years, and fitting all these games in that time is a great sort of a scheduling phenomenon, really, making sure that we've got sort of home and away now in some of the competitions and finals days, which since the first year of the competition, when I think it was just 7 games, it's grown a lot more.
Yeah, as Bryce comes into Freeborn, there was a sort of reload of that as she refused on the last one, but that's then delivered the ball to Freeborn, but there is no run.
So one of the main changes at the competition since the first round, since the first couple of years, was this blaze. Now that there's this change of competition, still the same number of teams, but just more games.
Yeah, Freeborn comes forward and plays that straight to the fielder at cover, and there is no run. And also this year, for the first time, we've got home and away, haven't we? And that's the point that I was half making, was that I've been at both of these. But yeah, they're playing home and away, so there's more cricket for the female professional players now, which can only help. It's just and getting that momentum. There isn't the sort of start-stop that there might have been in previous seasons. Potentially talking of start-stop, Bryce is getting sorting a run out to Freeborn. Comes forward again, but that's going to go straight to the fielder. And they think about a run. No, not going to have a run. No run.
I think that the challenge now, I suppose, is how we keep the players who perhaps aren't involved into the international scene or aren't involved in the 100. How do they keep playing games and playing at the highest level when actually there's quite a big break between the competitions?
Freeborn comes forward again, defends that. You're right. Yeah. How do you keep the players fresh who are perhaps on the margins? They want to prove themselves, but if they're not getting a 100 contract, they're not being seen, for example, during August.
Well, I mean, Bethan Ellis is an example here, opening the batting for the Sparks, but wouldn't have had a game in the 100 this year, wasn't contracted to one of the teams.
Yeah, again defended and straight to the cover point fielder, Sophie Munro, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 25 for 1.
And there has been a competition, a local competition, with the sort of run by the Central Sparks for the counties in the region. So sort of 50 over women's competition alongside the 100 for the players that perhaps aren't involved in the 100. I think believe that Worcester take part in that, Staffordshire, and then there's a combined side between Shropshire, which is one of the feeder counties, to Warwickshire, so that Warwickshire, who do have a lot of players involved in the 100, could still give the fringe players, some time in that game. And I think Ria Frackwell's another member of the Central Sparks squad that would have played in that. Anisha Patel, there's other members of the Central Sparks squad that would have got games during that 100.
So they are getting some cricket, but not necessarily profile, because those games are not.
But I mean, I suppose that's the counter of that is someone like the Sparks, Ellie Anderson, who was great, a fantastic part of the 100. She was in that Southern Brave winning squad, but didn't actually play a game. So she, it's kind of, I suppose it swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, let's take Ellie Anderson, being around that squad and seeing how that works, that. Especially as a youngster, England under 19 did well at the England under 19 World Cup. You've got to hope that they're soaking up, they're asking questions, they're getting coaching from different sources and things. As
change of bowling
Munro comes in from the far end, this time to Bethan Ellis, who defends that straight to cover point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, Josie Groves is another example. She was in the England under-19 squad and was with the Trent Rockets, having a lot of opportunity there to learn from some really good players. Not unfortunately getting to take the field. I think Cassidy McCarthy did play a few games at the end, so they are. Some of them do get those opportunities. You never quite know what's going to happen in a big competition.
No, Munro over the wickets to Bethan Ellis. Comes forward and plays that. Hoping to find that gap at cover, but not quite. And it's cut off, and there is no run.
It's well fielded by Catherine Bryce there in the covers. Was nicely struck by Bethan Ellis.
Georgie Boyce is another one who was in the squads, but I think she might have had one game, but not many. I watched her come past me a couple of times with a sort of I'm running the drinks again kind of face. That was how I interpreted it, but she did wave and say hello. As Munro has a bit of a refusal at the 25-yard circle, of course, for the women, 30-yard for the men in terms of that fielding circle. Bethan Ellis comes forward again, plays that to Bryce, and it's a thrown wildly past the stumps. It should have been a dangerous one, but it wasn't in the end. Then Sparks get through for a single, 26 for 1. into
Yeah,
the
I
ninth.
think Bethan is obviously, you said before, a good athlete, good quick runner between the wickets. Could be a little bit cautious here of who her partner is, who she's running with. Abby Freeborn perhaps not quite as quick off the mark as Bethan is, with a couple of opportunities now that have been almost near misses.
Yes, well, they're going to have a debate here because they're moving the field. So they're bringing Georgie Boyce out of what was sort of second slip and bringing in you'd have to say it's a gully there, isn't it? Or it's certainly a 45-degree fielder. Natseva Brunt, who's taken a great catch already to dismiss the captain Eve Jones as Munro comes in from the Birmingham end to Abby Freeborn. He plays that towards the cover. They're trying desperately to find that cover gap, aren't they? It's going straight to the fielders, and we're having more shies at the stumps for nothing really, but having a bit of a practice.
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of camaraderie out there. It's a little bit old teammates that get playing against each other and sort of, don't take a single to me. I'm going to throw it and prove that you can't take that single.
Yeah, camaraderie might be one word for it as Munro comes in to Freeborn and rattles the pad. So we're going to see the slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey. Have you seen Rose Dovey umpire?
Yes.
Oh, it's a great signal when she gives it out. We'll wait for that.
She wasn't interested there though, was she? I think
No,
that's
she
just
wasn't.
slipping down the leg side.
No, not interested there. But it's something to look out for while you're watching. The slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey. If she thinks somebody's out, that's what we're going to see. It's a very distinct. It's lovely because it's always the same pace, which is great. Munro comes in to Freeborn. Ooh, there's a little sniff of an edge there. Oh, we're seeing the slow right arm of destiny.
Yeah.
Oh, I mentioned it.
And there it goes.
She's modified it a bit. What were we going to say?
Oh, no, just to say, Freeborn caught behind of the bowling of Sophie Munro there, and it's a nice catch taken into the gloves. There's a fine edge there, I think, but as we talked about it, that finger went up straight away from the umpire, and Freeborn has gone for 6 runs there and leaves the score 26 for 2.
Is that a different kind of commentator's curse? You mention an umpire's out signal, and the next ball she demonstrates it for you.
Well, yeah, you could say that, and it sparks going to be a little bit of trouble there with that wicket falling, but it does bring Maddie Green to the crease here. So first her Sparks debut today, and what a lovely day for it.
Great debut for the New Zealand White Fern, Maddie Green, and let's see how she gets on as Bethan Ellis passes a bit of information to her. So Sparks are 26 for 2 as we move into the this is going to be the 10th over, so that was 9 overs done. 26 for 2 are Sparks with the bat, and Maddie Green, as you say, coming to the crease. So Rose Dovey is a former Sri Lankan international, and she obviously made her 100, well not obviously, but she did make a 100 debut as well, so doing well there. And at the other end we've got Paul Baldwin.
So I think there may be an issue with the stumps here. We've got a groundsman trying to sort these out. I don't know whether, because the ground has been so exceptionally dry recently, whether the stumps are staying where they should be, or he's coming in to sort them out. Having a little run to the other end and a check there as well. But yeah, the ball was swinging nicely away for Sophie Munro there today. So these conditions, bright sunshine overhead at the moment, but still these girls are getting the ball to swing. It looks like Ballinger's having a change of ends here, maybe.
Yeah, she fancies the pavilion end, clearly, so she's going to have a go from the end that we're watching from. So we are watching from literally over, or when she turns, we'll be watching from over her right shoulder, down the barrel of the crease here, as both umpires actually engaged here in a bit of IKEA work with the furniture, just making sure that they are well settled.
Ballinger's got these 3 markers that she's put in just back of her
Oh
length
yes,
there.
apparently this is distinctive. She uses these 3 markers to
see where she's coming at the crease, and it'd be interesting to see which angle she takes. If we can see those, I don't know if you can see them on the camera work, but you know, there's 3 different markers at 3 distinct angles that would create a different delivery from where she's taking off from. So
you can watch out for that on the live stream.
Yeah.
She's taken a longer run as well if the markers are right, because she's outside the 25-yard circle there. She comes in left arm over. Bethan Ellis crouches and plays that deftly into the mid-wicket region, and they get through for an easy single. These two, as you say, getting through for some singles, which is what they want. So the score now moves on to 27 for 2.
So what can you tell us about Maddie Green then, Claire?
I wish I did work with the New Zealand White Ferns, but she wasn't in the squad at that stage, so I don't know a great deal about. I mean, other than having watched her play for, but good all rounder. So that's the thing, and I think that's what will happen with the overseas players for these groups. I think like Erin Burns, like Nadine de Klerk, Laura Delaney, of course, is joining Thunder today, the Irish international, as Ballinger comes in, and that's played straight to the point fielder by Maddie Green, the aforementioned Kiwi that's joined Central Sparks, making her debut today at 27-4-2. Yeah, I think it'll be the all-rounders, the players who are just perhaps past their not past it, that's not the right thing, but just leaving the squads, the international squads, and or perhaps marginal players, or so what. But Maddie Green very much part of the New Zealand White Ferns, as Ballinger comes in and bowls that beautifully right on line, and Maddie Green just defends that down into the pitch. See, Ed Seaborn would like me to say that was a kadunk, but yes, possible kadunk there from Maddie Green. He likes to watch out for my first kadunk of the game. Ballinger with a distinctive watch out for the hop halfway along the run up. And that yes, I just had my microphone turned down, so I couldn't tell you what that was, but it's gone through and there is no run. 27-2. And I think we're going to have a little changeover. So we're going to have a changeover? No, we're not going to have a changeover. Right, okay. I'm going on and off, on and off. Ballinger is just deciding with Kirsty Gordon, the captain, which one of those three markers, which Sarah mentioned earlier, will she use for this delivery to Maddie Green. Left arm over, Maddie Green ready. Oh, and a little waft at that, and that's kept Sarah Bryce interested. Past the bat, and there is no run.
Yeah, she's bowling some lovely lines here, Grace Ballinger. She's tucking in nicely towards the stumps, and it's just going slightly away from the right-handed Maddie Green there, which I think is the other reason why we've got this sort of slip and sort of closer. I think that's a slightly closer gully going on for Maddie Green at the moment, and the Blaze will be hoping for some sort of edge that will go through to one of the three behind the bat there.
Ballinger coming in from the pavilion end into Maddie Green. Plays that down beautifully defensively, Sarah. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 10 overs done. Sparks are 27-4-2. And Sarah Ginn's going to have a little cup of tea, I think. And I'm joined again by Mike. Hello, Mike.
That was moderately smoother, our change over there. The first one was a bit of a disaster.
I'm glad there's no
I think I got the faders wrong, and I don't think I entirely got them right on that occasion, but there we go. We're back and we're live and everything's going well. Hello, everyone. I hope you're well. It's absolutely fantastic to have Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket back. 27-2, the Sparks score in the early stages of their innings. We say the early stages, just coming out the power play, so the 25-metre circle. There will be a couple more allowed outside of that now for the remainder of the innings, and the Sparks players will be looking to take advantage of that. I've been doing some maths worryingly whilst I was away there.
Yeah, I don't do numbers, so just about you're doing
well, it's always a worrying subject for me. However, I thought, daunting though it is, I should probably calculate as Munro makes her way in from the city end to bowl right on over the wicket. It's a full toss. There's an outside edge on it. It's going to go down fine to third and away for four, through where the slips would have been. They're lucky they weren't there, because it would have hit them amidships, I think, because that was Sophie Munro's rather missed her length there, it's fair to say. 31 for 2 the score moves on to. But yeah, I thought I'd add together the amount of runs between those three internationals.
For the Blaze.
The Blaze have got Lizelle
Lee,
the potential. Tammy Beaumont and Nat Siverbrunt. The
Oh
bad news for Sparks fans, I'm afraid, is that none of them has less than 5,000 international runs when you add together ODIs, T20s, and Tests. Rachael Lee has the least, but probably by virtue of the fact she's played the least games, 184. She has 5,253. Tammy Beaumont then has 5,834. Now includes 497 in Test matches after that excellent double hundred in the Ashes earlier.
Amazing.
In the summer, she's played 213 internationals, and Nat Brunt, who's played 217, the most of anyone, has 6,100 runs. So the grand total as Munro bowls. Oh, there's a scoop. We like to see that early on, and it's well played by Bethan Ellis. It's got a bit of legs on it. Will it get all the way? It will get all the way because there's a excellent effort from Catherine Bryce, who's come all the way round from backward square leg to fine leg, got a paw on it, but was not able to keep it within the ropes. It kind of just agonisingly rolled along the rope for her, and 4 more to the total. So the score moves on to 36 for 2. So when you add all those together, the blaze between Rachael Lee, Tammy Beaumont and Nat Brunt have 17,187 international runs at their disposal.
International runs, that's not even domestic ones as well.
No, that's not even classic.
That would be a
counting
big number.
what get called List A runs these days. No. In comes Munro to bowl to Ellis, who's adding to her List A runs total with a little flick into the leg side. It gives 1. Bryce again with the fielding. On this occasion, though, only having to return the ball to the keeper from just inside the ring. So 37 for 2 the score. I think we're beginning to understand why they didn't ask the Blaze to bat.
Yes, don't let them do what they're likely to. I think it's also safe to say that Sparks will have to bowl well later in the second half, as we say.
Well, that is the problem with not asking them to bat, is that they will have to bat eventually. So there's a bit of pressure on these batters to get a score, and I suppose a bit of pressure on Bethan Ellis here to get a score. She's lost Jones and Freeborn, who've been more regulars in the side this season, and Ellis just looking to feel her way into this innings. And it's Green here who's feeling at that one outside the off stump, and the New Zealand international looked very uncomfortable indeed there. Just has a couple of hefty prods at the pitch. A little laugh and a joke to Sarah Bryce, and Nat Brunt behind the wickets. Guess it's not too much of a change of kit for Maddie Green. She's used to the all-black strip of New Zealand, and has the all-black strip of the Sparks with those colourful sleeves, of course. As in the orange comes Munro, bowls into the toes of Green. It's a fearsome delivery, hit up to Rachael Lee. Those 3 internationals. Of course, they've got other internationals in the form of the Bryce sisters.
Yes,
Scotland
indeed.
Internationals.
Catherine Bryce, the associate of the decade or something, wasn't she?
She was indeed. Yes.
And often Scotland captain Alab to Maxine, I think, has done a bit of captaincy recently. Obviously, she'll be. Well, I assume she's in action for Sunrisers at the moment.
One of the star performers of this competition, as well as Catherine Bryce, as that was played away. Behind square on the offside, Lucy Hyam is there with the fielding. It's a dot ball, no score to the total. And yes, so yeah, Catherine Bryce having the competition's second highest score, 162, made at Hazelgrave at Loughborough University. And of course, the highest one was Amy Jones here on that fantastic day where she smashed it everywhere. Rode a luck early on and then really went. Be the phrase. That one seems to take pad of Green there, so she won't get off the mark from this one, but there will be another run to the total just behind square on the leg side off the pad. 38 for 2. The sunshine is going to be with us all day, and what better way to spend your day than listening to Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket on the Sparks YouTube stream. Delighted to have you with us here today, and do make sure you hit that thumbs up button as well, because it helps other people find this broadcast. And as I say, we'll take you right through to the men's T20 international. Should we have a little look at what's going on elsewhere in the other games, because it is it's a morning full of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket, and it's lovely to see it going on across the country, not just here.
Yeah, we've got some wickets going down, haven't we, at various places?
Yeah, we've seen a few tumbling so far. 39 for 4 is the latest I have on the Western Storm score. They're playing Sunrisers, so looks as if it's a fairly tricky place to bat at the moment, that one.
Radlett.
51 for 3, Southeast Stars against Thunder. See Naomi Tatani in the attack there. Bowling to Davidson, Richardson, Cranston. And it's Grace Ballinger with a switch of ends bowling here. And she delivers from the pavilion end straight onto the bat of Green. And it's driven up to mid-off for no run on that occasion.
I've got the scores if you want them. Southern Vipers are 57 for 1 against Northern Diamonds at Gosforth. I think that brings you up to date.
It does indeed, and it's great to have it back, isn't it?
Oh.
Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket.
Love it.
And everything to play for. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
even I think they've got a lot to do because they're 10 points back on Sparks in second as Ballinger delivers this one outside edge in the air and caught at wide mid-off. And it was a pushing sort of shot by Green, not really getting the pace of the wicket there or the pace of Ballinger, and Kirsty Gordon, the captain, was able to take a few paces to her left-hand side. It was always uppish, it was always off the outside edge of the bat, and it was an easy catch in the end for Gordon at mid-off. 38 for 3, and Green's first innings in the Central Spark strip ends for an 11-ball duck. She will be very, very disappointed in that indeed.
Yes. Well, maybe Central Sparks will play the jet lag card there for Maddie Green. She just seemed to be struggling with the timing a little bit, doing some nice defensive shots, and then having not quite sure which deliveries to play and which ones to leave, as Amy Campbell, wearing number 6 and walking away from us, joins Bethan Ellis at the crease. Of course, Sparks are without Amy Jones today, aren't they? And Izzy Wong, who are in the T20 side. We will play tomorrow at Derby against Sri Lanka in the must-win T20 in the 3-match series with Sri Lanka. One game
they've been under a
apiece.
bit of pressure in that series, the England team, having done so well in the Ashes. They have obviously rotated, but equally you would expect them to beat a side like Sri Lanka, because the resources are as different as they are.
Yeah, and the first game was obviously very cold and very wet at Hove, and Sri Lanka not at their best in conditions that wouldn't be normal for them with their cricket, no doubt. And I think England underestimating them for the second game when the sun was out, and Chamari Atapatu at Chelmsford decided that no, they were going to explain to England that they were not to be underestimated.
So the Blaze just beginning to take the dominant position in this game, you feel, at 38 for 3. We're in the 12th over, and Ballinger is charging in and is bowling in towards the pads of Campbell, who flicks slightly uncomfortably back down the pitch. It's a dot ball to start with for Campbell, who had she struggled a little bit in the Sparks strip, having been with Diamonds previously. 68 v Thunder this season, her highest score since joining, so that will have given her some confidence. She's just assessing the options on a warm day here at Edgbaston. You can feel the heat rising even with the aircon on in this box as Ballinger bowls, and it's flicked away into the leg side. They're going to look for 2, and they will get 2, and that comfortably gets Campbell underway. And I'm sure Maddie Green up there, admittedly Campbell is a left-hander as opposed to a right-hander, but I bet she's thinking, I'd have quite liked a few comfortable ones in at the pads just to get me going there, because Green got absolutely nothing early on, and I think Blaze will be quite proud of that wicket, the way they just sort of put the pressure on the
well, she would have been
star.
Not the unknown, but not in Sparks strip records to go on, would they?
Here's Ballinger bowling. Back into the crease goes Campbell, although not back far enough to force it away for runs. Hyam there preventing them with the fielding, coming from behind point to in front of square to pick up the ball on the offside.
I'm always slightly disturbed when Campbell and Freeborn don't bat together, because that gives me a warm feeling, because they just seem to have got some sort of click going, but they've missed the opportunity to bat together here.
Well, it's Ellis on 17 that Sparks are relying on at the moment, as Ballinger bowls to Campbell into the pads. As appeal for LBW, that was going way down. Even on a slight angle, you could tell that was it was almost slanting down on the same angle that we're looking at it, and away from those stumps. There's a mid-pitch chat going on between
Paul
the
Baldwin
two batters.
unmoved there as the end of the over comes.
It's very much a case of rebuilding here for Sparks, isn't it? They need to get themselves back on track in this game. Get themselves, you know, these two are almost now looking at having to bat through to kind of somewhere around the 20 over to go mark.
Yes, we need these two to really establish that much used phrase, but that platform really here, and plenty of deliveries to go. So there's no sense of rush, which there might be in a shorter format game, perhaps. And
it didn't happen all in the power play, though. I suppose that would be the.
But 3 down. That's the hard place to come back from at this stage in the game. Only 12 overs down.
A lot of
40 for 3.
Warwickshire fans could well be tuning our way because it's not good news for the team that plays on this ground, Edgbaston. They've lost by an innings and 97 runs to Surrey in the county championship. So just bringing you up to date from that one. If you've flipped this way instead, as in comes Sophie Munro and bowls outside the off stump. There's a flash of the bat from Bethan Ellis, doesn't reach the ball. Sarah Bryce is tumbling there, but it is a wide. 41 for
very wide.
3. Yes, Ellis rather ran out of bat there, didn't she? Which is sort of the definition of a wide.
Hearing some sirens going off to something.
Be busy along the road, whizzing past Edgbaston today here as this one is bowled in towards the pads and slips down the leg side this time, Munro. So 42 for 3, a wide on the offside, a wide on the leg side, just overcorrecting a little bit there. But it's incredible to see the weather the way it is this sunshine. I mean, so often you come to Edgbaston in September and it's about the leaves turning to brown and gold and falling. And there's still, I mean, you can see tinges now of those sort of yellowy autumn feels in the leaves. It is only early September, of course, the 5th today, as this one is bowled to Ellis, who pushes away on the offside behind square. She'll get at least 1, and she's going to come back for 2 because Ballinger hadn't picked it up at the point she was turning, and she thought, yes, please, I'll have the 4th run from this over. Takes the score on to 44 for 3. We're into the 13th over, and the 13th over is now underway because Sophie Munro's got it from A to B, so to speak, without troubling the arms of the umpires for wides, as happened in the first 2 attempts at that first delivery. Here's the second one. It's short, and that one looks wide to me as well. In fact, it's a no ball that's been signalled as. It was very, very short indeed. Now, are we going to get a whirly ice cream signal here?
Front foot no ball. Is that a free hit in these regs? I can't remember.
Well,
because the regulations are different for different competitions, aren't they? Or is it for the short pitch ball?
There's definitely been no whirly ice cream that I've seen there. I
not seen a whirly
close
ice cream.
eyes on the far end.
No sign of an ice cream all day.
I don't believe that this is a free hit. It's Bethan Ellis, first person I saw actually walking in the ground this morning as she watches this one go down the leg side, and this will be a wide, and this is turning into a little bit of a problematic over for Sophie Munro. That's the 4th extra from it, 46 for 3. Also conceded 2 runs here. I've seen someone on Twitter who collects bizarre overs, you know, kind of when you see them along the bottom of the screen. And
have we talked smudgers?
I might well be getting a little screen grab of this one if there's a boundary in it. Let's see Sophie Munro bowling now to Ellis, down the leg side it goes. That's going to be a wide, is it as well? Must have just taken a bit of clothing, or perhaps the umpire is thinking my afternoon might not end here if I give that one as well. Smudgers.
Smudgers. I mean, so talking of collecting weird overs, you not heard of a smudger? So that is when every ball has a different value and it gets a score. Very excited, very, very excited. So if there's a different value on every single ball, that's a smudger. They're quite rare, apparently.
In comes Munro to bowl, and that one is a Yorker that is dug out well by Ellis into the offside. She'll be happy with the tally of 6 off this over, so surviving that ball was perhaps sensible. So this one wouldn't be because it's had numerous wides in it.
And we should also mention the scorers, who are HS Eccleston and Heather Vernon, because they like to get a mention. Doing a vital job for us today. Yeah, Heather Vernon and Eccleston.
No
not.
relation
Well,
to...
I don't think so, because I think there's no E on the end, so I think there's no differently spelled.
Different sort of Eccleston. As Munro bowls, and trying to create room there was Ellis, as I think she did earlier in the over, to push it behind square on the offside. This one goes to cover point, and there is a fielder there, so there is no run on offer. It's Tammy Beaumont, who's got the zinc cream out today.
Oh, yeah.
Across the
War paint
nose and the top of
styly.
the cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
You never quite know whether it's just to look a certain way, to have a certain cricketer
Yeah.
look, or whether it is to protect a particular area of the face these days. As Munro bowls outside edge from Ellis, but Nat Brunt had vacated the gully region, so there's one down to third on offer. It takes the score on to 47 for 3. Ellis to the non-strikers is going along nicely on 20, and Campbell has just the 2 runs clipped off her legs in the previous over. Marks her guard for the first time to face the bowling from the city end in the sunshine.
Yeah, we're needing sun cream today, aren't we? It's much more Commonwealth Games style weather here from that's Birmingham's serving up for today's game.
Here comes Sophie Munro. Round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who could have had a wide there, but instead decided to flick a pull away down to fine leg for 4 and take her total on to 6 and bring up the 50 for Central Sparks. 51 for 3. It comes up at the end of the 13th over of the innings, and that was a nice shot from Campbell, who's looked very settled so far.
Yeah, I mean, she'll be used to the conditions here, but it is difficult when you've got an over where a bowler is struggling with their line. I imagine then I actually know. It's difficult to know, when's the one that I can actually play, or which ones do I leave, which ones do I play, and particularly at the beginning of innings when you want to feel the bat on the ball and get that sense of being in the game. As we get a good bowling change here.
Well, the Ballinger switching ends experiment only lasted the over, I think.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be Kirsty Gordon now to come on from the pavilion end of the ground, the end that houses the Sparks players, who'll be watching on, keen to see these two put on a big partnership. They have come together in a little bit of bother for the Sparks here today, having lost Eve Jones, caught by Siva Brunt superbly in the gully off the bowling of Catherine Bryce. Freeborn then out for 6, caught behind by Sarah Bryce off Munro, as this one is down the leg side, and that'll be a wide ball to start with from Kirsty Gordon. The Blaze been a little indisciplined here in the last couple of overs. 52 for 3 the score moves on to, and Green, as we were saying, caught by Gordon at mid-off off the bowling of Ballinger. As in comes Gordon again. This one's a full toss after the wide, and this one is clapped away into the leg side. I think Ellis will be a little disappointed not to pick up 4 for that, because she hit it well but to the longest side, and Groves was able to come round and do the fielding. So we haven't really been able to get much indication of whether this pitch is going to turn, because we've had a wide and a full toss so far. 54 for 3 the score, with a couple added to the total. So these two coming together with a score on 38. How far on can they take it? Because the Sparks need to take it on a fair way. There's an appeal for LBW. It's a hopeful one, as that was always drifting down the leg side, and there may well have even been a bit of bat involved as it dribbled out to short mid-wicket, where Beaumont picks it up. She's chatting away there, as she often likes to.
Yeah, we're not sure how much turn there is, aren't we? Because for the spin bowler, because this is new.
Here's Gordon trying to find some. It's another full toss, swept behind square, and this one will go for 4. No chance for Groves to cut that off. It pops up over the rope, and Bethan Ellis moves on to 26. 58 for 3 the total, and Ellis playing a crucial hand here in the sunshine in Birmingham.
Yeah, at Central Sparks will be quite happy to have lots of full toss bowled at them by anyone really, but particularly satisfying, imagine, for them, for the captain bowling full tosses and then getting some 4s for that, because they desperately need to up that run rate.
With Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the Central Sparks YouTube stream, as this one's bowled. It's clipped away behind square on the leg side. There is no run on offer on that occasion, but it's been another profitable over for the Sparks, who a couple of those together will give them encouragement that they can produce a total that can trouble this fearsome batting lineup with more than 17,000 international runs in it, as this one is played away behind square on the
You know that because you did all the
offside.
maths, didn't you, Mike?
I did, so I'll be using it throughout the afternoon. No run.
In case
on that
anyone's not paying
occasion,
attention, he knows all the numbers.
as it was squeezed out on the offside. Of course, it doesn't include the Bryce sisters' runs either. There, I can maybe do that in the next little break because that one's played away to cover. Nat Siver-Brunt there with the fielding, made that superb catch early on. You can almost see on your screen the 276 of you we've got watching at the moment just how sunny it is. It's got a kind of lovely sunny tinge to the picture today, which lets you know you can almost feel the heat coming out the screen.
Yeah, very distinct shadows as well as you look down on that. I imagine, well, you can see it from here, but I'm sure you can see that on the live stream as well.
Yep, those E-shaped floodlights.
Yeah, the E-shaped floodlights, which Kevin James hadn't realised. He said, "I've never noticed that." Daft old so-and-so.
I think most of us
Miss you, Kevin.
Most of us, I think the rest of us make up for it. I think we mention them more than enough.
Yeah, they're matched by a big E outside of the main entrance to the ground as well. This is a good place to arrange to meet people if you're not quite sure where to meet outside the ground. It's an enormous E that matches
So
the.
we didn't see much turn from Kirsty Gordon,
What, we're gonna
mainly
see
because
some
of
more?
line and length
Yes,
there.
we're
But
going to pitch it first.
it's going to be Lucy Hyam to try and find some from the city end. I think spin's going to play a part now.
Yeah,
isn't
Lucy
it?
Hyam, of course, did well in the 100.
Here is Hyam around the wicket off spin. It's driven hard by the left-handed Campbell, straight to extra cover, and Nat Siver-Brunt almost had the look of, I don't fancy you breaking my fingers, given I've come here just to warm up for an international series. Although
Yes.
it is very important for the Blaze and the Sparks course, the top two in the table at the moment in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. This one prodded up to mid-off. Again advancing was Campbell, again not finding a means of adding to the scoreboard.
She's really pretty close there at short cover. Ooh,
Now this
that's
one
an
over the top, over Lizelle Lee at mid-on is the route this time from Campbell. Advanced to the first two balls to Hyam. That was clearly the plan. She'd clearly been studying the video footage, had decided what she was going to do, wasn't going to take a look at the off-spinner. She's got 4 runs for that one. It's a lovely shot over the top of long on. 62 for 3. Will it force a change in the field early on, or are they going to bring Lee back up and say, go on then Campbell, have another go. Bring the stumping into play, bring the potential catch on the edge of the ring into play. That's what they've done. Campbell down the pitch and just prods into the leg side. It was more angled in and a bit flatter into the pads from Hyam there, and we haven't really got to see whether there's any spin for Hyam there, because Campbell's come down the pitch to all 4 of her deliveries so far. We're in the 15th over. We'll bring Sarah Ginn back into the commentary at the end of the over, so we will get her back onto commentary and get her thoughts here.
Yes.
I didn't. Go on.
I was going to say that I did bowl off spin, but that did rely on the fact that it had to pitch, which it didn't often. So it's not that I'm comparing my bowling to this, but it does have to pitch to get some idea of whether the ball is moving off it as Hyam comes in.
And we'll bowl to Ellis, who just defends off sort of the outside half of the bat, really, out to Tammy Bowen, an extra cover. There's Claire Jenkins alongside myself, Mike Perkins. Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire cricketer. As Hyam delivers, inside edge, into the leg side. Ellis gratefully receives the single. That was the first sign of turn, that delivery there, I felt.
I'll have a cup of tea now, Mike.
Cap is taken.
I'll have a cup of tea.
65 for 3 is the total at the end of the over, and Claire Jenkins will be placed in the commentary position for the moment by Sarah Ginn. A few level 4 qualifying coaches, I believe, working with the England women's disability team at the moment, as well as with the Warwickshire senior women's team. So plenty going on there. The thing that we sort of teased earlier in the intro and didn't quite get to was Murray Kelly away in the Caribbean Premier League, which is quite an interesting dynamic, isn't it, with that competition starting towards the end of the English season.
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously been offered an opportunity out there, and I guess has had conversations with Blaze to agree to do that, as Gordon's left arm round. Oh, and that's just gone through between the keeper and slip, and it's just Bethna's quite fortunate there, you would think, and is it going to go the edge, and it's gone for 4. I think that has gone to the boundary.
Well, await the signal.
Yeah.
I felt it was an outside edge. No.
No, it's
Wow.
buys. So that's flown through without touching the bat at all.
Now that has turned.
Yeah, that looked like it was a little bit of an edge, but yeah, the way that Kirsty Gordon was looking as well, she thought it was a bit unfortunate there. Definitely unlucky for it to go through to the boundary, but won't be against her name, as it was buys there. It's Gordon in again to Ellis, who's driven that nicely, but so only as far as Nat Siffer-Brunt in that short cover position for no run. Yeah, I think Marie Kelly obviously offered an opportunity out there, and it fits with perhaps her plan of where she sees her cricket going. Gordon to Ellis has defended that back again for no run.
Still think even watching the replay that took the edge, but if it didn't, it certainly turned.
Yeah, Gordon had a good 100 with the Trent Rockets, and I think has been bowling nicely recently. You can see that again here today. It's some nice flight, and that's just defended back for no run. Because some of her Trent Rockets teammates make up this Blaze side today. Got Lizelle Lee, of course, and Nat Siffer-Brunt, along with Catherine Siffer-Brunt, who was in that Blaze setup. Gordon again, no run to Bethan Ellis.
That's what was surprising about the first over, that it was so wayward. It is very unusual for Kirsty Gordon to be bowling like that.
Yeah, and as a spinner, you get used to being hit a little bit, but. So she goes again to Ellis there, a little bit fuller, and that's into the ground for no run. But yeah, it's when you get your length not quite right, it's one thing, but when it's the full tosses that then get dispatched, it is something else again. And it's unusual to see those from Gordon. A couple in the first over, but she's definitely had a better over there, and I don't think that went for many runs at all, just apart from that sort of fortunate buy or edge or whatever we're saying that went through.
I think it definitely was buys. It just had that
Yeah.
appearance. I mean. But as I say, that indicates there is some turn out there, and of course, Georgia Davis, leading wicket taker in the competition at the moment with 19, will be looking at that.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of turn on this pitch, as you say. Lucy Hyam again operates quite nicely with that sort of slightly lower height with this off spin coming through, but she got some turn, I think, at the last ball of her last over, and so it's tricky to tell when Campbell's coming down the track how much this ball is actually turning. But Hyam again round the wicket to Campbell, who's come down again, has hit that up, and that's gone. That has been caught just one too many times coming down the wicket there, and that has been caught in mid-wicket by, just looking at the numbers here, Tammy Beaumont. Do we think that was Tammy Beaumont there? It's hard to tell from this position here, but we'll confirm that in a minute. And that was just too tempting there, I think, for Amy Campbell. So she'd come down the track nicely, hit over the top, but didn't clear the ring there and just found the hands of the fielder, and she is dismissed for 11 off 10 balls.
So Hyam picking up her 8th wicket of the competition there. Got Kirsty Gordon at the other end with the 10 wickets to her name, but as I say, even added together, not making it up to the 19 that Georgia Davis has got. You were saying Georgia Davis has had a bit of a finger injury, so Sparks trying to get her something to bowl at here, as on the way out to the wicket comes George, and it was Beaumont with that catch to dismiss Amy Campbell off the bowling of Hyam for the 11 runs.
Yeah, and I think Georgia Davis unlucky missing out on her place in the 100 because of a finger injury that happened just before the tournament started. But from looking at the team sheet, she's making a comeback today, and she'll be pleased that it didn't finish her season off in its entirety, and that she'll still get some cricket before the season's out. But yeah, Sparks are going to be battling here, and Katie George is down to crease a lot earlier than I think that the Sparks would be hoping for, because this is only the 16th over of the game, and they're already 4 wickets down.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly don't want to be 5 down before that 25 over mark of halfway in your innings, do you? That's a really bad sign.
No, and I think it's a lesson to young spinners, if we've got them watching here, that yes, you may go for some runs and some boundaries, but actually, you can tempt the batters, and as Lucy Hyam did there, tempt her into that shot. As Lucy Hyam into Katie George, and that's just turned almost too much there, and that's gone wide for an extra ball in this over. But yes, I think she's got her mid on and a mid off up, and I think if someone's going to chance it and hit it over the top, she's probably just going to say, well, go on then, you have that shot, and try and do it again, and we'll see what happens. And actually there she did get the catch there. Hyam to George, she's just defended that for no run.
Satisfying that for a spinner though, isn't it, to keep the fielders up and to say, go on, Let's see how many times you can do it and win the contest.
It's high and back into George. That's moved in a little bit there. We could see that one off the pitch. Again, for no run. Again, using the width of her crease here, Lucy Heyhoe, to get some different angles. So this batter's obviously not settled, been at the wicket for very long, but that one was slightly wider and actually turned a little bit more than the previous delivery. It's Heyhoe into George. It's played that down to square leg, just for a chase. But I think that's Sophie Monroe out there.
Lots of applause for the two.
2 runs to get her off the mark.
Michaela Kirk on
it's
the pitch
Michaela
as
Kirk.
the sub-fielder at the moment, so not quite sure he's snuck off there.
As Heyhoe checking her fielders in the position that she wants it. Of course, we're not in the power play anymore. Heyhoe over the wicket to Katie George, who has just defended that for no run. Yeah, we've got 2 fielders out of the ring still, I think. I'm just trying to look around the ground, and as we discussed earlier, these boundaries are quite a considerable length, and the boundary field is not always right on the boundary. I think just if they got the opportunity of a catch, you need to be a little bit further in. It's Heyhoe to George, and just defended for no run. So Josie Groves is out, and that's sort of extra deep cover boundary, and then say Michaela Kirk on the deep square leg.
Makes me nervous though when fielders are just in off the boundary. That thing of the ball dropping behind them is just it's one of those things that kind of it makes you cringe, you know. You guys just don't want to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean it's the judgment call, isn't it? And I think looking out to actually go over from an off spinner that's coming into the right hander to get that to go all the way to this offside boundary is quite it's a very big hit in any sort of cricket really. But I think this just 10 yards, I'd say there off the boundary there. Josie Groves, it's probably the right decision as Gordon's coming in for another over. Groves stays. She's now the square leg fielder to Bethan Ellis as Gordon back into Ellis. Some nice flight there. Ellis just playing it straight back into Gordon's hands for no run. Trying to look if there's anybody else outside the ring, but it seems that they're going for a little bit more of an attacking field at the moment, the Blaze. As Ellis knits that scut, one has moved away from the bat. Again, well left in the end by Ellis for no run.
Well, this is the aspect, I suppose, of the punishment for the slow over rates is
Gordon to Ellis. That's a bit more of a full toss. That's hit nicely away. There's a dive from Catherine Bryce. It hasn't quite made it through the covers for 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Bethan Ellis there for 4.
Lovely quick outfield today.
Yeah.
Sliding away off that, no problem at all. But that's the punishment at the moment, isn't it? But if you're bowling at, say, 9 and 11, you're probably going to have your field up anyway. What do you make of this red card idea that they're trying in the Caribbean Premier League, where you actually have to physically, the captain has to send a fielder from the field of play?
Yeah, it's a bit harsh, isn't it? But Gordon back into Ellis. I suppose it's an argument of, you know, if you're going to bowl well and you bowl to your field, then you've got people in the right positions. But sometimes especially in the men's game, in the 100, you can see people fielding it long on, long off, and they're not deep enough. It just goes over their heads, so you haven't really got a fielder in play to that sort of shot anyway on the boundary. But yeah, red card's a little bit of a harsh way to do it. Gordon into Ellis. She's looking for the single, but Georgia sent her back for no run.
The psychology, though, of having to choose which of your fielders to... I'm sure these days, and you'll say this as a coach, I'm sure it would all be preordained plans of what would happen if you got in that situation.
I mean, I think it depends on what sort of batters are in and where they're going to hit it and what fielders like fielding where. But Gordon into Ellis. I mean, it could be argued that some fielders in some of the 100 teams who are there, probably predominantly as batters, might be quite happy to take the sideline for a short period of time. I think we've seen it in some of the games as well in the T20s where people have actually sort of decided to retire as batters because they can't run as fast as perhaps a batter when they need to free a ball at the end of the series. But yeah, Claire Jenkins putting her hand up there as one of the people that happily go off the pitch.
The idea I liked in test matches for dealing with slow over rates is if you haven't bowled your overs, you don't get your new ball. I think that's quite a good one. you know, until you catch up, you just have to keep going.
Keep going with the old one.
Soft one. I quite like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of junior cricket, particularly nowadays, that's done with squads of 12. So girls are quite used to taking a little break and rotating in the field, and it does mean that you can, as a coach, perhaps have a little word with them on the sideline, have a little chat, send on messages where you perhaps couldn't have done before. But there is also the argument that actually they all like to have a little bit of a rest and a little bit of a sit down, and they need to know what it's like to actually stay on the field for 50 overs in the blazing sunshine.
That's true, and you would certainly learn something in this sunshine today. I think it's going to be a challenge for the players.
There's Heyhoe back in to the right-handed Katie George. Nice flight coming into the bat there. George looking perhaps to send this over the extra cover fielder, but just dabbing that down last minute for no run. And in again to George. Okay, moving in, giving herself a little bit more width there. George has, and that's just gone for a single to Josie Groves out there on the almost on the extra cover boundary.
So the wickets to fall so far in this game: Eve Jones out for 8, Abby Freeborn for 6, Green for 0, and Campbell for 11.
As Heyhoe back in to Ellis, who's hit that one away. There's a chase on here. Is that Michaela Kirk still there? Backwards square, picks it up, and it's just one run. Ellis nice on that sort of a sweep kind of paddle shot. She likes playing the spinner's square of the wicket, and as you can see there, they've got someone out for that very shot to her on the boundary. As Heyhoe to George, who's also worked that away onto the leg side. So Michaela Kirk just come onto the pitch, and she's busy over there at the moment. But
well, speaking of 12th and 13th fielders, they're clearly, you know, she realises she's not going to have to run too many races today, Michaela Kirk, unless it is a bad injury, which we hope it's not. So she's really putting the yards in here. Yeah,
as Heyhoe to Ellis, it's hit that through the offside this time, and that's just going again for one run. Ellis, always looking for that second run, which is great from from a youngster coaching point of view, to run that first one hard, get yourself that turn, and get ready for that second. The opportunity takes it is a great example of running between the wickets there. George has pulled out of that delivery. Perhaps she wasn't ready as Heyhoe came into bowl.
The relief from the perspective of the upcoming one-day international series is that both Beaumont and Siverbrunn appear to be on the pitch.
Yeah, that one's not turned as much, just nipped away down to Grace Ballinger, who throws that in for no run. Another good over from Lucy Heyhoe there, and the score moves on to 77 for 4 of 19 overs.
My theory is, and it is just a theory at this stage, because when you pose these theories, the player always pops up, but I think it's Sophie Munro who's off the field at the moment, and I think the reason might be she struggled a bit when she bowled earlier, and I don't know if she's maybe gone to change boots or something like that. There's something that's maybe troubling her, and she's decided, right, I need to go and get this looked at. Oh, and maybe it is a physical thing.
Yeah, she did have that over, didn't she? Where she struggled with the line a little bit, and that could be an injury, could be just a change of boots, or just a sort of take a. But being allowed, you see it in the test matches, don't you? Where the youngsters come on from the home county and do a little bit of fielding and get involved quite a lot of the time, don't they, as well?
Yes. Famously, it was Gary Pratt, wasn't it, who ran out Ricky Ponting. That's always the famous one. But
and there was another one, wasn't there, nearly at the Ashes, just gone. It was not out by the umpire as Gordon comes in to Bethan Ellis for no run.
And speaking of doing those England duties, I'm sure Lucy Heyhoe did it for England in the Test match at Trent Bridge, because obviously the Blaze being the
home side, yeah, that's good opportunities for people to be in and around the circuit. Then I'm not sure whether Josie Groves did that as well, to be honest, but
it was definitely
she's definitely a good, strong young fielder. So giving those opportunities is great to be around that environment as well.
Well, I would definitely choose Lucy Heyhoe to field instead of me. I think she's a great fielder.
Oh, and that's just beaten the bat there by Kirsty Gordon. Nice little spin away for no run.
That was like the one that went for byes
earlier
in the innings, wasn't it? I'm going to prepare myself to make way at the end of the over for Claire Jenkins. So I'm going to stand up.
That's Gordon into Ellis on that sweep, and it's Grace Ballinger in the third position there, and it's for no run. So nicely positions of 45, slightly straighter behind the batter. Grace Ballinger fielding there, and she has been busy with the ball as well. So Blaze getting their fielding right at the moment as Gordon coming back into Ellis a little bit fuller, and she's just nipped that into the leg side, and they scamper through for a single. So Gordon again bowling nicely. These two spinners just sort of pegging back a little bit the Sparks attack where they're trying to get settled, although this partnership is slowly building between George and Ellis, which is nice to see from a Sparks point of view. It's Gordon taking a look around her field as Katie George taking time to settle at the crease. Gordon into George, who rocks back. Oh, I don't think she got anything on that, but that's no run to end the over.
Well, that's the end of the over. I will hand you over to Claire Jenkins, who will be joining Sarah Ginn on commentary.
Thanks, Mike. Ooh, lovely sunny day here. Now, I left you for a few minutes, Sarah. I only went to get a cuppa. Oh, somebody goes off and there's a wicket.
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody in the Blaze squad might argue that you need to go for a cuppa more often if it means a wicket, but yeah, I mean, they're sort of steadily given up wickets here, haven't they, the Sparks? It's not been a flurry, which we have seen from them in some games where they lose 2 or 3 in a row, but they have steadily lost the wickets to get to this point at 20 overs where they're 78 for 4.
And this time it's Ellis to face the bowling of Lucy Hyam. And the score is 78 for 4, as you mentioned. Into the 21st over, and the sunshine here at Edgbaston. We see the sun glinting off Rose Dovey's sunglasses on the top of her head, or somebody's sunglasses as she's looking after them. That's squirted. I don't know whether she got any bat on that, and it's going down towards fine leg, or deep fine Alex Hartley, as I called it a couple of weeks back. And they get through for 2 singles, and as you quite rightly mentioned, Bethan Ellis doing the coach's dream of running that quick run and getting the singles and rotating the strike, etc. And she's on a 34 off 54 balls she's faced, and Hyam in again. Bethan Ellis forwards, but there is no run there. It's still 82 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a thing in the nets that you do see with youngsters who perhaps watch more cricket, which we do encourage all girls and boys to do when they're playing. You know, that they don't just play, but they watch how they train, and things like actually going through your shot and looking even in a net situation, rather than just sort of being steady and not even intention to run. It's a big thing, and it does put the pressure on the fielders a little bit if they look up and they can see that player's going for that run or going for that second run, or at least the movement looks like you're going for, you know, your intent is to take a single. Then it's a different ball game than whether you're just defending and saying no to every single ball.
Yeah, you want to make it as close to a match situation as you can, as Hyam comes into Ellis, who plays that full when there is no run. You want to make it as close to a match situation. You want to be giving them scenarios and making them behave exactly as they would do. It's that visualisation, but it's actually being, you know, holding the bat and doing it at the same time. Ellis holding the end down for Sparks, wafts at that, and it goes to the short fine fielder, and there is no run.
So yeah, Hyam choosing to come round the wicket now, changing their angle again. Obviously they're trying to get a breakthrough here and break this partnership, so trying something different. And again, so keep going from a younger player's point of view. There's no harm in experimenting in these things, because something might just work and click for you.
Ellis sweeps that to the backward square field, and that's picked up. There is cover there, and they just get through for the single. It's good habits, isn't it? That's the thing. Establish those good habits, as Bethan Ellis steals the strike there, but that's fine because she's the established batter. Central Sparks will be pleased to see Bethan Ellis digging in here, and as you said, perhaps the Blaze getting a little bit frustrated that they're seeing the same batter. They'd like to see the back of her, and Sparks would like her to carry on and establish and get this partnership with Katie George. And we know that she can bat. We know that she's a brilliant all-rounder. Great to see her playing after various issues that she's had in terms of not being able to bowl, etc. So back back playing again. It would be great to see her and Bethan Ellis get a really nice partnership here, as Gordon this time coming from, again, around the wicket, but this time left-handed to Ellis, who just dobs that down, and there is no run. 81 for 4 still into the 22nd.
It's difficult to know what to do for the best here. Obviously, Kirsty Gordon keeping the ball, and Lucy Hyman both doing really well, and the run rate isn't that high, but equally they do need that wicket at some point.
Yes, slip comes in, and that's defended down again. So they've just put Georgie Boyce into first slip, or certainly slip catching to Kirsty Gordon here. Hear a little bit of the wind blowing across the balcony, and there's birds crossing the sky, and this beautiful blue azure sky we've got here. And that's swept backward of square. It's going down towards the rope. That's four more runs to the total from Bethan Ellis, who's digging in, as I mentioned, and Sparks will want to see more of that as the score moves on to 85 for 4.
This is a sort of a pinch point, if you like, for a batter like Bethan Ellis. She often gets herself settled, often gets sort of 30s, 40s under her belt, but she is capable of pushing on. It's just this bit now is probably key for her, this kind of late 30s, early 40s, to push on to that bigger score in the game.
Ellis had a little go at that, but it goes straight through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run.
She's a very experienced cricketer. She does know her own game, and it's just a case of now, say, her keeping those nerves intact, and but also just sort of knowing that these runs are to be had at points in the game.
Yep, Gordon into Ellis, who comes forward and just prods that down, and Nat Silverbrunt picks that up and bowls it back to Kirsty Gordon. There is no run.
So, because Ellis didn't start the competition, I think she came into it slightly later on, but now seems to be a bit of a figure in this Spark side.
There's an appeal there, but there was Paul Baldwin not interested, and that's the end of the over. So that's 22. We're going through the scoreboard's still catching up. 22 overs gone, 85 for 4.
Yeah, so I think the Sparks preferred, is it Chloe Brewer?
Yes.
Earlier in the year, in the season, and Bethan Ellis had to just say wait for her opportunity, but this will be doing her no harm at all today. She's at 39 of 66 balls, having opened the batting with Eve Jones, so she's still at the crease, 22 overs in, but yeah, she'd be really looking now to capitalise on this and take this to a bigger score today.
As you say, perhaps taking an opportunity afforded to her few weeks into the season, taking the opportunity to establish herself at the top of that order for Sparks, or higher up the order for Sparks, as Blaze make a few changes to the field. The end of the over, so Hyam coming in from the Birmingham end again, choosing that round the wicket to the right-handed Katie George, who just takes her guard. That goes down the leg side, then it's given a wide by Rose Dovey, the far end, former Sri Lankan international, now one of the leading female umpires. So nice to see so many of the female umpires getting an opportunity at the higher levels now, as Hyam comes into George, plays that beautifully out to point and just jogs through for a single. Score moves on to 86 for 4.
Yeah, giving herself a little bit of room there, Katie George, and hitting that into that space there. So see the cover fielder being deep, there's left a gap that George has been trying to find by the shape of her bat for the last few overs, and she's got that one through for a single.
That's to Ellis there. Yeah, they were trying to get it through the cover area, weren't they? But the Blazers have now gone back a little bit more defensive with their field. And there is a gap there. I think they're trying to, and I think that may be slightly a trap to try and get them to play that ball through the covers, as that goes straight through, not hitting anything, straight to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think a lot of these batters and bowlers do know each other. Bethan Ellis and Lucy Hyman at university together, so I think that Beth would be used to facing Lucy in these situations. But it'll also be one of those friendly rivalries that, you know, if one of you gets the other one out, that
yeah, they get through for a single there. There was an appeal, but not interested by the umpire. They get through for a single. Score is 88 for 4. Yes, you said
Just a little chat between each other there.
Yes,
we could see a little friendly banter. I think we'd call that, wouldn't we?
Yes, banter's a sort of bit of a taboo word these days. But yes, a little chatter, a bit of chatter, a bit of spice, perhaps. As George faces this time again, tries to carve that out through the point region. They're going to get a single as that gets lobbed back to the wicket keeper. He just misses the catch. Wasn't a very good throw in there, but yeah, 89 for 4. Yes, we could call it spice, but and I would call it slightly more than spice in the reverse fixture, which was the first game of the season up at Trent Bridge. There was a little more than spice going on, I think, that day. And Ellis comes forward. I think it misses the bat. I think we're going to get a bye here. There's a single to the toe. Did she get some bat on that, Rose?
I think she must have done.
She must have done.
Yeah.
So another one to Bethan Ellis, who moves on to 41. She's moving towards that milestone of 50, and that's the end of the over. 23 overs gone. Sparks are 90 for 4 in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, 50 over game between the 8 English regional centres of excellence. You might have seen some Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the season, which is the 20 over version between the same 8 teams here. So Blaze in their distinctive orangey red and the black trousers. Sparks are in their black with the coloured sleeves.
I think this is Josie Groves is coming on to have a bowl here. She is again having played in the under-19 World Cup. I think a dual international in netball, I believe, and cricket. So she's obviously quite a tall girl for under-19. But yeah, I believe that's where her sort of other sport is, and playing at a high level.
Yeah.
Was in the Trent Rockets squad, as we said earlier, for the 100. Didn't, I don't think, get an opportunity to actually play, but would have obviously had a great opportunity to have some fantastic coaching and be around sort of the best of the best.
That's brilliant. As Groves right arm over, a bit of spin here, I think, and that's attempted sweep, and it goes up and over the wicket keeper, and they get through for a single. We've talked a lot about the under-19 World Cup, and I think that has had that positive impact. It was the first ever Women's Under-19 World Cup held in South Africa at the beginning of the year, and England got through to the finalists, beating Australia in the semi-final. We should mention, just not that we're excited about that, but beating Australia in the semi-final to get to India in the final, who were imperious. They had a great final and won the competition. But yeah, the under-19s bringing back all that learning as Groves comes in and George comes forward and plays that down defensively, and there is no run. Yeah,
there's no argument that it's not a great opportunity for these young girls. I think that there was talk of maybe they might look at the format being slightly different in future years, but get sort of the best pitching the best against the best a little bit more.
It's nice to see quite a lot of teams involved in that. I can't remember now the numbers.
Yeah, I think it was New Zealand that I read about that actually didn't. They said they weren't really tested until their semi-final, and then it was obviously they were well beaten, and you just kind of there was a vast difference between the better sides, if you like, in that competition and the ones lower down.
Groves to George. He takes a big swing at that and goes to the covers. There is a fielder there who's going to cut that off and they get through for a single. I think the same was true of Grace Scrivens' England as well, because they weren't really tested in the group stages and then found themselves up against Australia and digging in. The game was kind of lost and then brought back from the brink, which is probably only possible from somebody who's played for Sunrisers a lot of times to know that there is a possibility of getting a victory out of what seems like a lost cause, and that's just dubbed down and there is no run.
Yeah, it would be nice to also see, though, I guess those top sides, so the top 4 or the tops of 6 in that, having more opportunities to play against each other.
Maybe a quadrangular series or something to get them a chance to play against each other. As that's attempted sweep again. It's going down the leg side, and Katie George is very keen on a run. She gets through, and the stump is taken out at the far end with that shy. But Bethan Ellis was safely home, and Paul Baldwin is now going to have to rebuild the stumps at his end.
Yeah, it's a direct hit from Ballinger at that fine leg position, but Bethan Ellis already had made her ground by the time it hit.
As you mentioned, a very good sprinter, Bethan Ellis, as Groves comes into George, comes forward and plays that past Nat Siverbrunt at short cover, and they get through for a single. Think about a second, they're going to go for a second. There's a bit of a throw in, but not a risk. 2 runs there to George, who moves on to 11.
Yeah, I think Beth Nellis would be pleased with the end of this over when she perhaps gets to have a little bit more of a drink. I just noticed now she's got this black long sleeves on her, which is probably a good option on most of the English summer days where we play cricket, but today she must be feeling the heat a little bit.
She must be. That's 24 overs gone. 96 for 4 are Central Sparks against the Blaze. So we've got Central Sparks are the West Midlands regional team. The Blaze are the East Midlands regional team. So this is the Midlands derby, and no doubt bragging rights for the sort of local derby. They're playing each other in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint home and away for the first time this season, so that's new. Gives them more cricket, and yes.
I don't think there's any changes here, as there's a little bit of discussion going on.
Yep.
But Lucy Heyhoe just still going to have the ball in hand after this over.
Debate about tactics, no doubt. They'll have plans for each batter and each bowler, as Paul Bolden just makes sure that the stumps are. Is it some problem with the bails? There may be.
Just looking around, I think
there's a
Sophie
message going
Munro is
somewhere.
back on down here, so whether she's fixed that issue with her, whatever it was, boots action.
I missed all that because I went there for a cuppa.
Well,
let's hope it was just a change of shoes, because we don't want anything. A change of shoes is fine. We don't want any injuries and things. So I think there's a helmet coming on. Is there a helmet coming on?
Looks like it.
Ooh, we're going to have a short fielder, or is this... oh yes, we're going to have a short fielder. That's exciting. Is that Natsima Brunt, or is she just feeling...
Yeah, that's she is. She's
Natsima
taking the
Brunt
helmet.
is coming in. Where's she going to field in this helmet? She's going to field at point and helmet. Okay. Or leg slip. Oh, can I have a leg slip?
I think
have a leg slip.
Notice where Beth Nellis has put a lot of these balls. It's probably exactly where it's going to go.
Wow.
England will be pleased she's put a helmet on
Yes,
there.
I think everyone. I think Catherine Silverbrant will be pleased that she's got a helmet on as well. As that it comes in and then she bowls it on the offside, and it's streaking down towards the third boundary. Ballinger may cut it off. It's going to be a close run thing. Oh, and it hits a rope. 4 more runs, and that's the 100 up for Central Sparks.
So she moves out of the slip position into the leg slip position.
And then she bowls it down
and
the
then
leg.
it goes so delves well down the offside and goes for 4 on the opposite side. That's that's cricket sometimes, isn't it? Though I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Now, what's going to come next now? I hope she's going to get a line here, or the Blaze will hope she gets a line here as the batter comes forward and just dobs that down. There is no row. Central Sparks find themselves 100 up then in the 26th over, heading towards the end of the 26th over. Lucy Heyhoe coming in from the Birmingham end, right arm spin around to Bethan Ellis, who comes forward and squirts that to short square, and there's a shy at the stumps. There might have been buzzers there if, on another occasion that had hit any kind of hard bit, but just the single then, so 101 for 4.
Yeah, it's slowly ticked up, this total. It's looking a lot more a lot of a better total than it was when it was sort of a few 5-6 overs ago.
Yeah.
But Katie George definitely digging in, and Bethan Ellis started to play a few shots here as well. So I think the Sparks will be pleased with this as a comeback.
They've got plenty of deliveries, so there's no rush in terms of timing. So these two really just need to as you say, dig in, establish this partnership, get the score going. Heyhoe comes into George, who plays that too long off, but there is no run. Still 101 for 4. And thank you, Sarah Ginn, and welcome back to Mike Perkins at the end of this over. Heyhoe into George, waggling a bat. Plays that lustily backward of square, but there is a fielder there who's going to stop that. So they only get through for a single, frustratingly, and Katie George just kind of hops up and down, demonstrating that frustration at hoping that it was going to go for a 4, but she put it straight to the fielder. There was a big gap there, but straight to the fielder, Mike.
Hello.
Just a single. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you.
Well, they're going to have a drinky winkies now. 25 overs gone. Time for drinks for the players. So I'm feeling like a sort of guest presenter today, because I was only brought in at the last minute. So if I sound like I've not done any prep, it's because I haven't done any prep. Yes, Mike likes to ring me at the night before a game, or let's send me a text and say,
Keep
"Would
you
you
on
like to
your
go to
toes,"
Edgbaston tomorrow?" Because I love to come to Edgbaston. I love to do commentary.
It's a terrific view here, isn't it? I mean,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
just
it's
one
great
of
view.
the best places to watch cricket, I think, up in this commentary box. It really, really is just absolutely spot on.
Yeah, it is a lovely view here as the players to take refreshments. And of course they've forgotten to bring the umpires a drink because the umpires are having a little chat. But they're going to be stood out there for 50 overs. Someone needs to get a message, get a drink out to the umpires.
Yeah, they could do with one today. Maybe a bit of sun
it's
cream
hot,
as well.
yeah.
They're well covered with the hats, though. So
Hats and the long
in that
sleeves,
respect,
etc.
they're okay.
Paul Baldwin's just explaining how he's going to play the next shot, I think, so it's Tuffy.
But yeah, I mean, what do you make of that as a score then? 102 for 4. I think I have pretty definite thoughts on it.
I think it's safe to say it's under par. And what you mentioned earlier is a fast outfield, and I imagine it's going to be a pretty true bounce. I mean, although Maddie Green struggled with the timing, but that may just be conditions in different countries and she's not in her playing season, etc.
Yeah.
So I think we can excuse.
I mean,
that.
my thoughts were.
Yeah.
The runs column isn't too bad, but the wickets column is
Yes.
a concern. I think the runs column is okay. I think it's it's reasonably about where you'd want to be, but you probably want to be a few more on than that, wouldn't you? In an ideal world, but I don't think it's a bad place to be. But the wickets column is something of a concern for the Sparks.
As you mentioned earlier as well, the prospect of having a top batting order of Lizelle Lee, former South African international, Tammy Beaumont, somebody who has hit 100 in every single format of the game, won one, and more recently won 1-8 in the 100, and also Nat Siver-Brunt, probably the best all-rounder alongside Marizanne Kapp in the game. With them at the prospect of them batting at you in the second half, as it were, you'll want a decent score to bowl at, and you're going to need to bowl very well unless you get some, they're going to need some very early wickets.
Yeah. I mean, for all my talk of that, actually, this has been a bowling performance built on the players who've been playing the regional cricket throughout. Really, it's been built on your Grace Ballingers, it's been built on your Kirsty Gordons, your Lucy Hyams. Yeah,
but they've all played 100 as well recently, so they're in form with a white ball. So we have a quick look at the scores in the other ground. So
yes, let's give you an update elsewhere then. So 102 for 4 here at Drinks. It's 123 for 1 just after Drinks. The Southern Vipers score against the Northern Diamonds. South East Stars 125 for 5 against Thunder. They've 20 overs, just over 20 overs in a ball of their innings remaining, and Western Storm are 80 for 5, so they're also after a bit of a recovery job there. They've got 21.5 overs of that innings remaining. So you're up to date on the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy scores. Reminder, Vipers in 5th, Diamonds in 4th, Stars in 3rd, and these two teams, Central Sparks 2nd and the Blaze top. 3 qualifying for the final stages. 2 of them play off in an eliminator in the week, and then there's the showpiece final on the Sunday, which will be taking place at Northampton this year.
Northampton.
Here's Groves to bowl from the pavilion end. Leg spin, short of a length, hit away into the mid-wicket region. There will be 1 as it escapes the ring. There will be a 2nd as George comes back. Busy runner between the wickets is Katie George, and takes her total on to 12. Ellis at the non-strikers. She's worked for every one of those 46 that are against her name at the moment, hasn't she? She's really worked hard at that innings. Got a score in the first edition of the competition, as I remember, and that was for what was then the Lightning, which was the predecessor to the Blaze. Better length there from Groves, floating it up and prodded into the leg side. There's a quick, busy bit of fielding done by Catherine Bryce. Prevents the run being scored. A flag with the Warwickshire Bear and Staff on flutters in the distances. This one is played into the offside by George. Just kind of fiddled it there.
You mentioned the finals, so if you're interested in going to the finals day at Northants, that's Sunday the 24th of September, so that's what this is heading towards in this top of the table clash.
Here comes Groves, short of a length, attempt at the pull shot from George, doesn't connect with it, 104 for 4, the score remains as a result. A little bit of sunshine glinting off one of the windows at the city end of the ground now. Here comes Groves outside the off stump, wasn't quite short enough to cut that one from George, and it almost seemed to go under the bat and into the gloves of Sarah Bryce, which have been competent as always today. Siverbrun crouches at short extra cover. Outside edge goes away through the gully region, which was vacant. It leaves Hyam to do the chasing all the way to the rope, but she won't haul that one in as she so often does. 108 for 4 the score moves on to. Warm applause from the Sparks players below us. Not much of a crowd to speak of today, unfortunately. I think perhaps post 100, I think a lot of people would have spent their money there, but also I guess these games perhaps aren't marketed as well as they could be yet. I think the ECB's got a bit of a role to play there in terms of letting people know that these games are going on.
If your hero, is played in the 100, you want to see them play in the regional. It's not helped with the fact that this was shown originally as being at Portland Road. Now it's at Edgbaston, obviously. Portland Road is lovely, but Edgbaston even lovelier. So it's a great spectator. But yes, not necessarily marketed well, and I think that's across the country as well.
Here's Lucy Hyam, throws it up. Ellis sweeps into the leg side. There's a fielder just in front of square out towards the boundary. It's Catherine Bryce who returns the ball. Bounces once into the hands of Hyam. Cost of a run, 109 for 4. I think I can see Sophie Monroe back on the
Yes, I think Sarah spotted
pitch
Sophie Monroe
at backward square leg now. This one is bowled just outside the off stump to Katie George, and we should make this point. As I say, I think it is an ECB responsibility to put that funding into marketing these games, as opposed to everybody who's involved in these regional setups seems to work incredibly hard to maximise what they get. As George plays this one away into the leg side, there will be a single on offer, and George is coming back for 2, and that was good running. She saw it was going to take Bryce an extra second to gather the ball there, and was immediately sprinting through for the second. A difficult job on a hot day like this, but Katie George always up to the challenge when it comes to running between the wickets. She's on to 18 and seems to just be getting the board moving all of a sudden, but much more of that needed.
Absolutely. Yeah, Catherine Bryce just stopping that well, but having to go to ground, unfortunately, and that gave Katie George the opportunity to get that second run in.
Interesting change in the field here. They've still got Nat Siverbrun at leg slip, but she's directing Catherine Bryce behind square and moving Sophie Monroe in front of square in the ring. Now this does rather open up, particularly with the off spinner bowling around the wicket to the right-hander. It does open up the chance to kind of go over that infield, but it would be risky with 4 wickets on the board, and I think that's what they're relying on. That's a wide down the leg side. That's the sort of bit of bowling that in a 4-day game would actually not be that bad bit of bowling with the leg slipping. However, it runs the risk of a wide in 1-day cricket. 112 for 4 the score now.
We don't often see a leg slip, let alone one in a helmet.
Hyam bowls, and George does go over that inner ring on the leg side and will get 4 runs for it. And I think Blaze perhaps got this a little bit wrong here. They're sort of maybe over-attacking with the short mid-wicket and the leg slip, and leaving themselves a bit open on the leg side, and asking Hyam to... It's an attacking tactic, but it's cost them 4 runs there, 116 for 4. They're sort of asking Hyam to kind of bowl into the arc, really, of George here. Will it work, though? Will it produce the wicket, the 5th wicket that Blaze are looking for? That's a better ball, fended away, and that did interest Nat Siverbrun in at leg slip. Single taken, 117 for 4.
I did commentary last year on the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, and with Kirsty Gordon. Well, there was a team of us, but some of the time I was with Kirsty Gordon. She loves an attacking field. She kept saying, "Why aren't they attacking? Why aren't they attacking?" So, yes, very aggressive with their field settings potentially.
Here's Hyam bowling to Ellis, who's going for the sweep shot. There's a big appeal from Sarah Bryce and absolutely no one else, because it hit Ellis, I'm sure, way outside the off stump there. And the angle was always against her coming around the
helmet
wicket.
check, I think.
They are going to. Oh, so it must have hit her in the.
Must have hit her in the
So
grill
height
or
was
the
also
helmet.
probably a problem then in that
Yes.
case, if it's hit her in the helmet. The voice you're hearing there alongside myself, Mike Perkins, is Claire Jenkins, the former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer. Although the other way round, isn't it? Somerset, Derbyshire.
It was Somerset first, yes,
So
that's right.
Somerset
yeah,
first and then Derbyshire. But now very much a West Midlands resident. And,
well,
always been a West Midlands
born
resident.
and bred here. In fact, within, I don't know, you have to be in the bells of Big Joe here. But yes, I was born in the QE, Queen Elizabeth Hospital here. So yes, born and bred Brummie, and work took me around the various parts of the world, hence the Somerset and Derbyshire county cricket responsibilities. And it was actually, I mean, I've talked with Lisa Paget about this. She agrees that I can call myself a Western Stormer for the Somerset bit, because it started as the West, because it was.
She
the
wasn't going to tell you couldn't.
No. Well, yes. And I wasn't holding anything over her. But in the days when I started playing at the next level up from club in those days, it's kind of comes full circle again. Really, hasn't it? So
yeah,
it was known as the Western counties, and it was the West, and it was exactly the same geographic region. It was the whole of Wales, all of the West Country for the West, and then towards the end it became county championships as the standards improved, and Somerset took the West under their arm, as it were, metaphorically, and it became the Somerset team just as I was leaving.
And Derbyshire, of course, have been accumulated into the Blaze now, along with Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. Those are their major counties, and the Sparks representing Warwickshire and Worcestershire, but also the minor counties of
all of the West Midlands,
of Shropshire and Staffordshire.
Yep.
So yeah, it's very much an amalgamation of those cricketing forces, if you like.
Yeah. Talking of Western Storm, because Katie George was ex-Western Storm.
She was joined in the off-season.
Yeah, joined this season.
The helmet check's done. We're back
we're
on 117 for 4. The score, if you just join us. Excellent to have you with us watching Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricketers. Groves comes in and bowls, and that one's defended. Back down the pitch. There is no run on offer on that occasion. And Groves finding a length there, which will be an encouraging sign as far as the Blaze are concerned. Here comes Groves once more. Floats it up. Another attempt at a drive. Now, did that take back? It had the appearance of it. Once again, much as Gordon's did earlier in the over. We'll await whether there's going to be a signal. 2 runs are taken. Score onto 119 for 4, and it'll be byes again. So Sarah Bryce struggling a little bit with the turn outside that off stump when the bowling's coming from this pavilion end. But it was...
Maybe the sun in her eyes, looking at the angle of the shadow.
I think it's just spitting. I just think it's really sort of spitting out off the pitch and making it very difficult for the wicketkeeper, who is usually one of the best in the business. All the wicketkeepers are absolutely excellent in the regional format of the game. Single out to cover there, so 120 for 4.
Yeah, we've seen some good wicket-keeping during the 100 as well. Rihanna Southby put herself well in the spotlight, didn't she, in terms of specialist keepers. And Ellie Threlkeld, of course, and Sarah Bryce, Scotland international.
Groves
today.
Again, driven by Ellis. Would have thought there was one there for a second as it beat the dive of Nat Siver Brunt, but Gordon, the captain, was alert to it, so prevents that from happening. 359 with you with us at the moment. The viewers building steadily on the Central Sparks YouTube page throughout the day, which is great to see. Another dot there as that one's driven to Nat Siverbrunt in the offside. Scoreboard looking in splendid form over there in the sunshine. September sunshine here at Edgbaston today as that one creeps past the flailing bat of Ellis outside the off stump. Really get back enough to play the shot in the end. 120 for 4 is the score. We're rattling through the overs now. 28 of them gone as the sun just that haze starting to lift now, and it looks a really perfect day.
It's an absolute corker here, isn't it? And Bethan Ellis tithering on the edge of that 50, 47 off the 80 ball she's faced. Katie George on 24 off for 32 balls she's faced. So it's a nice partnership here. Hoping that's not the commentator's curse. As we see a change of bowling the far end, I think, Mike.
It's looking that way, isn't it? Looks as if they're going to just change things up again, and it will be Bryce to bowl from the City end. Had a little go from the Birmingham end earlier in the game, but now it's going to try a look with 4 overs, 1 maiden, 10 for 1 so far. The figures of Catherine Bryce. So economical in those early stages. Hasn't always opened the bowling in this competition, although the presence of Dean de Klerk will be part of that. She's driven into the leg side is Bryce off the first ball by Katie George, but Nadine de Klerk taking 7 wickets, the most in an innings in a Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy game, showing her prowess earlier in the season. And it's now Lizelle Lee taking on the mantle of the South African overseas as Bryce delivers. Clapped away by George to the mid-wicket boundary. Went there in the previous over off the spin. Goes there off the medium pace now of Bryce. 124 for 4. George looking in some decent touch. Takes her total up to 28. And she's really sort of got the board moving since coming in, as well as providing an able partner to Bethan Ellis.
That was dismissed, wasn't it? That was a proper bang. I'm not even going to bother running there. I can see that's in a big gap. Whether it's a trap, of course, because as we mentioned, Kirsty Gordon does like to generally have an aggressive field.
Yep. Well, they were trying to set the trap on the leg side in the previous over. It's now Bryce with the seam. It's worked into the leg side. Georgie Boyce will come up from, I think we can call that a long leg rather than a backward square leg to do the fielding. Returns to the gloves of Sarah Bryce. 125 for 4. Top of the table, the Blaze up against Central Sparks here at Edgbaston. A really, really important game between these two sides. Ellis faces up and just about gets the bat there in the nick of time to push the ball out into the offside. So yeah, got 62 in the first edition of this competition when playing for Lightning, who then became the Blaze. So she's switched back allegiances, I think is the fair way of saying it, because she was a Warwickshire player, of course, and part of that county championship winning side the year before the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Before becoming part of the Lightning, and as I say, got 62 in the early stages of this competition. Didn't get a run there up to mid-on to Lizelle Lee. Will try again and gets it squarer, and will pick up a run this time. 126 for 4. Ellis on to 48. Feel like we've been waiting a fair while for that half century, but she's done the sensible thing in that George has been playing aggressive strokes, and she's sort of just kind of sat back and let her have the strike for a couple of overs. And
because
that's kind of quite intelligent batting.
You want that light and shade, don't you? You want somebody, you know, without wishing to set off your cliche klaxon, but holding an end down, and somebody being a bit more aggressive. George is now on 29 off her 35 balls. Certainly higher strike rate, and then Bethan Ellis, as you mentioned, heading towards hopefully that Central Sparks will hope anyway that 50. So 48 on the 53 balls she's faced. They've certainly taken some deliveries here and starting to build that platform at 126.
Kirsty Gordon still encouraging her team from mid-off and just assessing the field she's set. It's got a slip in place as this one's dabbed into the offside. Backward point is up to do the fielding. That's Munro. There's also extra cover in the form of Nat Siva Brunt, and we have a mid-off in the captain Gordon. There's a sweeper out on the offside, as there is on the leg. 3 fielders at mid-on, mid-wicket, and 45 inside the ring on the leg side. As Groves bowls and attempted a sweep from Ellis. She saw the ball going outside off stump, and again it's hit her in the helmet. And again we're going to have a little.
Oh, well, I'm not laughing because it hit her on the helmet. I thought she'd just collected a bruise, but obviously, there's another helmet coming on, and just in case, maybe.
Is the physio going to say here? Will you stop getting hit in the
Yes.
helmet?
Can you please
it's a
use
long
your
way
bat?
to run, and it's a very hot day.
It's a hot day.
Credit to her though. It's a shot she feels she needs in this innings, and she's going after it. So
You kind of hope that she's not forcing it too much, because I think, you know, well, as we've mentioned, plenty of deliveries to go, plenty of time in the game, as long as.
Is it an indication of, we were saying, Bryce has struggled on a couple of occasions, balls that have sort of turned and spat a little bit. Is it kind of an indication of that again, that kind of when the ball is fizzing, there's a little bit of bounce there for the spinner? And 2 helmets depart the scene, and another one is
helmets.
safely on the head of Bethan Ellis, and it's doing its job today. That's fair to say.
Yeah. So maybe a chance for her just to take a breather as well. I mean, I know that's not you know, it's an accidental breather, but may not be a bad thing for Bethan Ellis. Just reset herself.
I imagine the cut-off might have been pushed back a couple of minutes with those things. Now the sweep attempted again. This one seemed to come off a top edge. It's gone very fine over the wicket-keeper's head. Ellis is going to pick up 2 for it, but will there be a signal of leg byes? There is, so there's no bat involved there. And it is not the 50, although the applause rather greets it as if it is. But the umpire's rather denied us the moment. Well, Sarah Ging will rejoin us at the end of the over. I'll shuffle over into Claire Jenkins' seat, who's been offering us her insights, as Groves just seems to be getting a bit today. There's just a little bit of turn there for her, a bit of bounce there for her on a hot, difficult day for both batters and bowlers. George just goes and prods the pitch, and
I suspect just gives her a message about, come on, just be calm.
Yeah, I think
just be calm.
Don't get unsettled by them all applauding your 50 there, because you're not quite there. As this one is driven into the offside, and it'll be 49 now for Bethan Ellis, pushing that one in front of square on the offside. As we say, she has had a 50 in this competition, but it was for her opponents today in their days as lightning.
There's a bit of, as we said, a bit of moving backwards and forwards between the West and East Midlands.
Claire Jenkins prepares to make way here, and this one is floated up by Groves, driven up to Gordon at mid-off. She affects the stop well, and that's a dot ball to finish the Groves over. Our thanks to Claire Jenkins. We'll say goodbye to her for now, and we'll bring back in Sarah again.
Hello, Mike. Welcome. We're seat shuffling again, aren't we, to get all these microphones to work correctly in the commentary box.
Yeah, there was a few tangled wires during that commentary stint from me there that always make me a little bit nervous. So I think I'm happier over this way. I feel that they're all going in the right direction. There's always tangled wires.
I'm also happy to hopefully be joining you back to see Bethan Ellis pick up her 50.
Well, she's one you've coached quite a bit, I believe.
Yeah, we also play club cricket together, and it's great to see her hopefully getting her first 50 for the Sparks certainly, but since the last few seasons she's been plagued with a few injuries, but she's a very steady player. She's a very hard working player, and
she's worked for every one of those 49 so far.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully it's going to pay off for her today.
Well, the stage is set very much, with the bowling coming from Catherine Bryce from the City end. Over to you, Sarah.
And Bryce into Ellis over the wicket, and she just nudged that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, they've obviously got a plan here for Ellis with the so the deep backward square and a deep mid wicket on the boundary on that side where we know that she likes to play the ball, along with a deep cover fielder as well as Bryce. To Ellis, who's rocked back, and she's hit that behind square, and she's going to get her 50 there, running through to cheer from the crowd. The second time lucky for the 50 there for Bethan Ellis, and that is well batted by her today.
Warmly applauded by the Sparks players in the pavilion. 50 from 90 balls, including 6 boundaries for Bethan Ellis, and as I say, she's worked for every one of those runs.
Yeah, there wasn't the most beautiful of shots to bring up the 50 there, but every single run counts in this game, and she's worked hard in this heat, and it's great to see her reaping the rewards for all her hard work.
And as a club teammate, as somebody you've coached, you must feel very, very proud to see her doing that. We've known she can get the score, but she must have almost been quite frustrated by the fact that she got it so early in Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket, and then had injuries and that sort of thing plaguing her in the next few editions.
Bryce back over the wicket to Katie George for no run. I think sometimes cricketers, and Beth Nellis is perhaps an example of this, go under the radar a little bit. She's not the fastest of bowlers, she's not the biggest of hitters, she's a very good fielder, but sometimes, especially in youth cricket, if you don't stand out for any particular reason, just an all-round good cricketer, sometimes you do get missed a little bit, and I think Bethan could go in that category, as Katie George just works that to the leg side for no run. I think, coaches are looking for that spark, looking for something different. Wow, that girl can hit it far, or she can really bowl quick, or she's got the levers there to be a really quick bowler. And if that's not necessarily the case, then sometimes you have to do a little bit more to get noticed. As Katie George just hits that into the offside for no run.
And that would be why she can play an innings like this, where she has had to really sort of work hard, and grind her way
this
through
is
it.
nothing new for a cricketer like Bethan. Whereas if you look at Katie George on the other side, a left-arm quick bowler, there's not many of them around, is there? So that's sort of something that stands you out from the crowd really and gives you an opportunity. George also a good batter. She's hit that behind square in the offside, and they run through for two.
Yeah, left-arm bowler and a flowing batter, as we saw with that stroke there behind square on the offside. So yeah, certainly an eye-catching player, Katie George, but Bethan Ellis a very useful one, and say was the first person I saw coming in the ground today and looked in confident mood, and she's got a half century to her name, so that's good to see from her. As we've been saying, a cricketer who deserves everything she gets really, because she does clearly work very hard at it and has had to do so with injuries and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think she was. We talked briefly earlier about some of the players who didn't actually play in the 100, and she was one of those not contracted this year. And there is an argument about the over rate, the run rate, how quickly she scores. As Groves is back in her leg spin into Ellis, who hits that to the offside for one run. But equally, it could have given her the opportunity to. I know she played some club cricket during that time, and she's played in this West Midlands Cup, which is 50 overs. So she's potentially one of the only cricketers in this group that's actually had some 50 over practice in the last few weeks, really. Groves to George, spun away and safely into the hands of Sarah Bryce behind the stumps.
And it must be so satisfying then to have, as I say, been around the club grounds and all that kind of thing, and then to be back here at what is very much the centre of cricket in this part of the world at Edgbaston, playing an innings like this.
Yeah, and I think last weekend they say there was a Sparks 11 against a West Midlands combined 11. As Groves bowls again, then ends at a big appeal for a caught behind, I think, but I don't think Katie George looking at Sarah Bryce questionably there, as if she clearly didn't hit that ball.
I don't think Katie George could have got near that turn if she wanted to.
No.
That really, really went. It was almost as if they were appealing for the spin because it turned so much.
So Groves in again to George, who's rocked back. Oh, and she's tried another go at hitting that one outside the off stump. But yeah, Bethan Ellis in that game, so just going back to last Sunday, this combined game of a Central Sparks 11 against sort of the best of the rest, if you like, in the West Midlands. Got, I think, 80 odd runs there as well, so she's definitely in form. That's Groves. Katie George rocking back again, getting over the top of that ball and just dotting it down for no run.
Voice of Sarah again, one of the few level 4 qualified coaches, or few women who is qualified as a level 4 coach, and alongside myself, Mike Perkins here at Edgbaston.
It's Groves. Back to Katie George. Hit that hard, and it's gone through to the boundary there. Kirsty Gordon a dive in vain to try and stop that, and that is aggressively well hit for Katie George.
And that's what George offers you, isn't it? She can just pierce the field with a powerful stroke every now and again, and these two complementing each other really well. I guess the thing for Ellis now, she's got 51 to her name. She doesn't need to go just yet, I wouldn't say, but that's going to be the question, isn't it? Is when she sort of tries to start joining in and sort of really almost tries to get herself up towards that 100 and those 3 figures.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about what Sparks have got as a batting lineup to come, I mean, I think at this moment in time, people would just be saying to her, as you were, carry on as you are at the moment, keep building, getting the runs on the board, because so they are 4 wickets down, albeit now in the 32nd over. But yeah, I don't think there'll be any urgency just yet to push on from Bethan.
Yeah, I mean, on the listed card, we've got Pavley, Arlott, and then Potts. That seems quite high for me. Baker and Georgia Davis. So we know Georgia Davis has had that problem with the finger as well, so probably won't be too keen to be doing much batting today.
Here's Bryce into Ellis. It just hits that back to the fielder for no run. Yeah, and Potts and definitely Arlott, we've seen that they can hit the ball hard, they can score some runs, but perhaps staying at the crease for long periods of time isn't where they're best known for, so giving them perhaps 10 overs at the end between you combined wouldn't be a bad thing. But say if Ellis is the form batter, then why not stay at the crease for the whole game? And that's a dot ball then again from Catherine Bryce. Bethan Ellis say biding her time a little bit here, but I think she can afford to do that.
She had to bide the time there because that looked like a slower ball to me from Catherine Bryce from the City end.
Yep, Bryce mixing it up nicely here, and that one's come in a little bit there and pitched up slightly differently. So Bryce is a very canny bowler. She's been around the Scottish scene and the women's cricket scene for a long while. She gets a lot of lateral movement when she bowls, and so she has got, and as have most of the women now in the game, got a lot of different options, slower balls, etc. She bowls that. Ellis has hit that in the air, but it's safe just for one run there.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce early on, it was appreciable, wasn't it, the swing that she was getting into the batter, but now it seems to be more about cutting the fingers and bowling cutters and trying to get movement that way, but very skillful bowler.
Yeah, and with the wickets in hand now for the Sparks, and so they haven't had a breakthrough for a while, the Blaze, they'll be looking at different options and perhaps more slower balls will come into it. So that's gone into the bat. Katie George just defends that for no run. I think
very orderly, respectful defence.
Yeah, as the innings progresses, and so they haven't lost a wicket for some time now, Blaze will be thinking what else they can do. They've changed up the bowlers a lot, but you might see more of those change deliveries, the slower ball, the knuckle ball. Katie George rocking back, sending that through the backward point area, and these two fast between the wickets and coming back for a second, which they made easily then at the end.
Katie George's sprinting has been quite something today. I mean, really, really putting it in. And you see those players so often in the intervals and in the training sessions whenever you walk past the nursery grounds, running up and down, doing those sprints, and it's really paying off for Katie George today. She's really putting it in. And Rhea Fackrell here running out a drink just to keep the batters hydrated. Oh, and some
extra inners, I think, maybe as well, that were just thrown at her there from Bethan Ellis, who's changing those gloves.
Seems to have put some hand cream on, in fact, just to make sure that the hands are nice and dry and the gloves don't get too slippy.
Of course, as your gloves do get slippy if you don't wear inners, particularly and it's a hot day, is a danger that the backhand twist in your hand and sort of just put you off guard or put those shots. That ball did go in the air in the last over from Bethan Ellis, so perhaps she's thinking a change of gloves might be a good thing.
Well, she can be forgiven for sweating, sprinting between the wickets the way she is. She's really putting the effort in for the Sparks. 33 overs gone. Great to have you with us at 10 to 1.
Groves to Ellis, just nudged that into the leg side. They're running through. Again, that's an example of them sprinting through for these runs. As Katie George does a dive, kind of after the crease there, actually, you'd think, and she's safely home. And then, whether that was a fall or a dive, I'm not 100%
it was almost
sure.
as if she tripped over a bat.
Yeah,
she got into her ground there. It was almost like the bat sort of stuck and formed a rather nasty trip hazard.
Yeah, she's taken the time to get back on her feet, Katie George here. But yeah, I think she was easily within her ground, but whether that fall happened slightly after the event there, she's making sure her equipment's all back in order before she continues.
Sunrisers looking for their first win against somebody who isn't the Vipers. Ironically, the team that are the most successful are the team that they've beaten this season. But 114 for 8, Western Storm find themselves. A tricky pitch there, and South East Stars all out for 145.
It's a leg spin. Groves there, hit nicely through the cover area, and there's a chase on. Oh no, it's gone through the fielder's legs. Is it going to reach the boundary? Yes, it has done. That's a 4 for Katie George. It was a little bit unfortunate. Fielder did well to stop it there, but unfortunately it went through her. Is that Michaela Kirk again? Went through her.
It's Bryce.
Bryce there, over there, went through her legs for 4 runs. Yeah, it's a shame. She did the hard work then, got to ground, stopped the ball, but it just seemed to go through her. Take the score on to 145 for 4.
And a very different story in the Vipers versus Diamonds game. Vipers 162 for 2 against the defending champions.
It's Grove to Katie George, who's hit that square of the wicket this time. I think this is going to run away for another 4. It's an excellent shot by Katie George there. deep square because couldn't get round and get to the ball, and it's just gone for 4 excellent runs.
Beating Bryce with one shot and Beaumont with the other is quite some achievement there from Katie George, but she's done it well and is on to 45. Almost catching Ellis up here, but Ellis won't mind one bit. It was exactly the sort of innings she needed somebody to come in and first of all stay with her, but then to start pushing the score along. And 45 of 49 is a very good return so far from Katie George.
Yeah, very clever with the bat in hand. She's got that power and she knows when to use it and when not to, and she's showing that today. As Groves back in to Katie George, who just rocks back, pops that in to the offside for no run.
So yeah, catching Ellis up in all sorts of ways, because he's catching her up on the boundary count now as well. 5th boundary that was for Katie George. Ellis has 6 to her name.
Groves. We had some nice flight there for no run. Quite a high action for a leg spinner, Josie Groves, coming up from quite high above her head, and she's a tall girl anyway. Getting a little bit of turn, but perhaps not quite as much as we saw from the other spin bowlers who've come before her. It's Groves. Oh, and that was just a fail outside the offside by Katie George. There was nothing on it, and it's a dot ball to finish the over.
We've been talking about that flowing swing of the bat, and we saw it just hitting fresh air on that occasion, but it was still a stylish stroke from George. But yeah, some interesting scores there with South East Stars, the 3rd place team, all out for 145, and Vipers playing diamonds, so 4th v 5th in that one as well. It's really nicely set up today, and if Thunder could get a win against Stars, for instance, they would really feel that puts them back in the mix for getting into that top 3. Stars currently have 26 points, Sparks 27, Blaze 34, so those are the sides in the qualification positions at the moment. Those chasing them, Diamonds 21, although they're up against it against the Southern Vipers, who have 19, Thunder 17, 16 for Western Storm and 15 for Sunrisers. But it would be Sunrisers who'd be moving off the bottom and ahead of Western Storm if they can turn that advantageous position into a win here. But we don't know what that pitch is like. 119 for 8 suggests it might not be great.
No, as skipper Kirsty Gordon's bringing herself back on from the City End, and that's got to be close there as the finger goes up, and that is out. Bethany Ellis, after that remarkably hard-working innings, has been dismissed LBW by Kirsty Gordon for 53 off 87 deliveries. I think that's 87. My eyes deceived me a little bit. Maybe 97 deliveries there, but that's well batted by Beth Nellis. But that's a good bowling change from the skipper there, bringing herself back on at the City End and picking up a wicket with her first ball.
97 deliveries, 140 minutes. That may go to 141 in a moment. No, 100. It's been finalised. 97 deliveries, 140 minutes, 6 fours in that innings from Beth and Ellis. A very, very hard-working one indeed. And it's going to be Karis Pavley to come to the crease and try and add to the total in the way that Katie George has done. But really, really good innings there. And it was a bit of a shame it ended in the way it did, because that one felt as if it just sort of rushed on in a way that perhaps Ellis wasn't expecting it to. She would have felt she had the measure of the bounce of this pitch, and that one just seemed to sort of skid on in a way not many balls have in this.
A little bit of a quicker ball maybe there from Gordon, just bowled it a little bit flatter, and caught Beth and Ellis a bit off guard there, and I think she was kind of undecided about whether to go forward or backward, and ended up kind of stuck in the crease and unfortunately given out LBW.
11th wicket of the season for Kirsty Gordon there. She'll be pleased with that one.
A few fielding changes going on now, because of course Pavley's a left-handed batter, so they're looking at the options in the field, as we've got Tammy Beaumont striding back to their sort of mid-wicket boundary, trying to see who else is back here. There's not too many back for her first delivery here.
No, just the one on the leg side by the looks of it.
Gordon changing her action, coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Pavley, somebody who's come through the Sparks system, age group system, a Worcestershire player, has made her debut for the Sparks this year. Was also signed up for the 100, played for the Phoenix as well, so she's done ever so well for herself in her first year. As Gordon into Beverly, who's hit that back in the air, slightly dangerous for the first ball there, was coming, and it's a quick single scampered through there to get her off the mark.
George rather took the opportunity there to just take a slightly easier run from one end to the other on that occasion, because she was going to the less dangerous end rather than the full-on sprint we've seen from her so often in this innings. But she's got to find that boundary again now, you feel. Hands on hips, assessing the field. 2 go back on the leg side, there's 1 on the offside.
Yeah, quite a lot of movement now. Katie George obviously established at the crease on 45. As Gordon comes back around the wicket, just nip that into the behind square for no run. Can still hear the tones of the Blaze field. They're back on top now after that wicket. They think they're sort of gone a little bit chirpy all of a sudden. It's strange what a wicket can do in the course of a game. Some more fielding movement here. I think Georgie Boyce coming back into that slip.
Big gap on the leg side now.
Yeah.
Will she try and use it?
Gordon into George for no run. Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, it's tricky to know whether just putting it in that gap now where mid-wicket, there's no mid-wicket, that's just getting a run a ball, or maybe even a 2 if these 2 can push, because Pavley's quick between their wickets as well. But whether they need to be going for the boundary or whether they're happy to do that. George has just edged that behind square for 1 run.
Tumbling Hyam as the 150 comes up. Or in fact, it was the ball before the 150 had come up for Central Sparks, but the tumbling Hyam there with the fielding. Excellent bit of work.
It's Gordon back round to Pavley here. Steps back, pushes it in that leg side. A bit of a mix-up here. Is a call, yes or no? And they are going for the run. It was a little bit yes-no wait there, but they've scampered through for the single.
And with that, with Pav safely through for the single, I will pass you back to Claire Jenkins, who will be joining Sarah Ginn on commentary.
Thanks, Mike. Still sunshine here. Ooh. Katie George heading towards that 50 now, like you said, catching up where Bethan Ellis left off.
Yeah, she's played a strong innings here, Katie George. She's had to bide her time a little bit. Perhaps not entirely her natural game. She likes to play some shots, but she's taken the opportunity when it's arisen, and most of all stuck around at the crease, which is what Central Sparks needed from her today.
I'd just taken a quick look at that. The stars all bowled out, which just... Smith 5, Stonehouse 12, Chatley 3, Davidson Richards 21, Cranston 23, Schofield with a high of 38, Chloe Hill 13, Spence 1, McDonald Gay 11, Kalia Moore 5, Danny Gregory no score. That's an amazing scorecard for a 50 over game.
Yeah.
And poor old Stars struggling there in that game against Thunder, who've got Laura Delaney from the Irish International coming in. As Groves coming in from the pavilion end to the left-handed Pavley, who goes back and defends that and squirts it backwards behind her, and Sarah Bryce tidies up. Score is 152 for 5. We're into that 36th over, so well into the second half here as Groves tosses the ball hand to hand, right arm around, bit of spin to the left-handed batter, who drives that but straight to Lizelle Lee, and there is no run. Lizelle Lee hasn't done much, the ball hasn't gone to her is what I'm saying, very much in the field. I'm not conscious that I've seen her field the ball very much. She's at mid off there for the left-hander, and that's dobbed down. There is no run. 152 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think Katie George is strong sort of through the covers and square of the wicket. Of course, Bethan Ellis is very strong on the sweep. Doesn't play as much down the ground or over the top. When she has played some nice shots through the cover area, but I don't know whether this is a ploy of where to put Lizelle Lee in the field, or whether that's just where the ball has gone.
May just be timings, as that's picked off nicely by Caris Pavley to mid-wicket, and they get through for an easy single. 154 for 5. Yeah, I mean,
It may have been a different story had Eve Jones still been in for a while. We saw Amy Campbell go over the top of mid-on early on in her innings, but unfortunately couldn't progress any further. So yeah, it's kind of, I guess they're bowling to their field at the moment.
Yeah, because I think traditionally the openers for Sparks were to play a lot of drives to mid-off, mid-on, but there's been a bit more manipulation of the field as the left and the right-hander causes a change in the field. Groves to George this time, who plays that to deep mid-on, goes underneath Lizelle towards the boundary. I think we're going to get a 4 hit. Yeah, that's 4 runs to the Sparks total, 157 for 5. And it's also Katie George's 50, and she points to the crowd. That's a well-worked 50 for Katie George, and that comes off 56 balls with 6 fours. So a nice innings, well, not nice, that's a very weak word, but it's a well-worked and a very dug-in innings, and it's exactly what Sparks needed at the stage that they'd lost a lot of wickets. She'll face again as Groves bowls over the wicket, right-handed to the right-handed Katie George. Oh, and it wraps the pads and it's out. So it's 50 and out for Katie George. Paul Baldwin says that's out. Katie George looks to the sky, trogs off disconsolately. LBW to Groves. Oh, Gordon. So Gordon gets the wicket of Katie George there. And exactly 50 off 56 balls and 7 fours.
I do think that was Groves, because I think Gordon's bowling from the
it?
other
Yeah,
end.
I think
So
so
I
as well.
think
The
the scoreboard is incorrect.
I thought it was Groves.
Yeah, Gordon's been bowling from she's got her cap on at the moment, hasn't she? So, yeah, I do think that was Groves there.
Confusticating me.
Just your commentator's curse came into play again
Yes,
there with Lizelle Lee getting the ball straight away after you've mentioned it. But yeah, so you can say it's a well-worked innings from Katie George, and she'll be disappointed at that. Looked maybe it was drifted down leg a little bit, but you can never quite tell, say from our angle, and with the spin that Groves was getting on the ball, that it was a well thought after wicket from the youngster who's been working hard at her game, and it's hopefully then paid off with that key wicket.
Yep, and so Katie George gets some well-deserved applause as she leaves the field, and we are joined by Emily Arlott, tall, fast bowler, but definitely a bowling all-rounder. She can certainly bat. We shall see. I hope that's not my commentator's curse on that one as well. And it's the change of... Was it the end of the over? Yes, it was indeed. 36 overs.
That's perhaps why it says Gordon on the board. They're too quick
too fast.
Put it all the way through.
So 36 overs gone. Central Sparks 157 for 6. Kirsty Gordon bowling from left arm over from the Birmingham end to the left-handed Pavely, who just defends that down straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
A lot happened in the last few balls then, didn't it? But Sparks will be a little bit disappointed to have lost those 2 quick wickets. They were looking set, and it could have been a very different story. We know that Pavely can hit the ball, and also Arlott, so let's just see what these last few overs have in store.
Pavely hits that to mid-on, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. The wind's getting up. I can hear that onto the balcony there where the microphone is. Left arm over to the left-handed Pavely. He tries to take a big swipe at that, and there's a big hoo-ha, but Rose Dovey is unmoved, and that is not out. And she's just explaining that the movement of the ball. Of course, no DRS here or anything fancy like that.
No, just an old-fashioned appeal.
Just old-fashioned appeals and umpires' opinions. Gordon. Oh, and Pavely managed to squirt that sort of nutmeg styley round the back of her back leg, and it goes down to fine leg, and they get through for 2 there. Sparks move on to 159 for 6. Not as stylish, but still runs on the board. It was. She played it late, behind her foot, but missing the stumps. I don't know quite how I would describe that any better than that. It's a sort of late glance, but the wrong side of her. As Gordon comes in again, Pavely comes forward and just chooses to defend that. I think probably in a couple of minds about how to play that ball. 159 for 6 as we approach the end of the 37th over. Yes. Pavely on 5. That's Gordon into Pavely, who plays that to the cover fielder, but Catherine Bryce is quite close there and they don't get a run. At the end of the over, 37 overs gone, 159 for 6.
I think you teach the younger girls now and boys to experiment with shots, and so I'm not sure that would be one that she'd necessarily practiced in the nets, but they do have a remarkable knack of getting bat on ball in sort of very funny angles nowadays, don't they? And we've seen it pay off a lot of times. We've seen obviously Joe Root's one of them at the moment that's just doing this kind of just dabbing it over his shoulder for 6 runs, 4 runs. But I think it's great to see that it's no longer just traditional. It's bringing the crowds in. But sometimes you just think, how on earth have they managed to do that?
Yeah. Yes, we should mention that takes a lot of practice to play those sorts of successfully play those shots. And one should practice a great deal if you're going to do that kind of.
Maybe with tennis balls
initially. Yeah, tennis balls good. Yes, much safer as Groves comes on from the pavilion end to Emily Arlott to face her first ball, and she just plays that down in front of her defensively and spots the line of the ball. These two got to get themselves established, of course. 2 new batters at the crease, basically. Arlott plays that into the leg side, past the umpire, and they're going to get through for a single. Arlott holds a hand up. No, that's enough, thanks. One's enough for that one. Just get the feel of the ball on the bat. She didn't really go through that. She just sort of placed the ball on the bat on the ball, really, and just played that to square leg. Just for the single, 160 for 6. Bowler going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Pavely. Right arm around. Bit of spin. And that's thumped, but straight to Nat Sivert. Short mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, she struck that nicely, but found the fielder, unfortunately, right directly in front. Well played, good placement as well from the Blaze there.
Good field placement. That's played to Lizelle Lee at mid-off, and she takes a shy at the stumps, but there is only 1 run, and no danger with the shy at the stumps. 161 for 6. Into the approaching the end of the 38th over. Back over the wicket again for Josie Groves to Emily Arlott, the right-hander. Bobs down. Plays that straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. That's caught.
That's Lucy Heyhoe
caught by Heyhoe off the bowling of Josie Groves. She hit it well. I think there'll be a bit of a stinging of hands there, but straight to the fielder, who just moves to her right and takes that quite easily, more or less waist height. So
yeah, you'd back Lucy Heyhoe every day of the week to take that catch. And yeah, although she struck that nicely, unfortunately she didn't find any sort of gap there, and it's gone straight into the hands. So she's dismissed for 1 off just 3 balls there.
Yeah, I mean you mentioned good fielding there, and that certainly was some good fielding. As we see Georgia Davis, who has been out with injury following a match earlier in the season. Much promise from Georgia Davis. We want to keep her, Central Sparks want to keep her injury free, so let's hope that that is fully mended as she comes out to the crease to join Caris Pavely. You've seen Georgia Davis, haven't you? Yeah, I mean, she's much is expected. She's another under 19. She not?
Oh no, Georgia Davis has been on the circuit for a lot longer than that. She's slightly older. She was she's just recently contracted this year to the Central Sparks, actually, having I think chosen. When we were unsure, she went for a policewoman, yes, and then she now has come back. Now I think the cricket has definitely taken off, and she's made the decision that, look, I love cricket. I'm going to give this a go. I'm going to come back and try and make my career in it. Whereas I suppose a few years ago it was still uncertain whether this would be something of the future. But it's great that someone of her ability can now choose cricket as a career, as we see with a lot of these girls or women today.
There weren't so many contracts in offer before, was there, as Groves comes in this time to Davis, who just plays that down straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, Davis, I think, made her debut for Warwickshire when she was maybe 15, 16, sort of a great off-spin bowler, a really good batter as well at age group cricket, and a great fielder, so a good all-round cricketer, but perhaps this system of professional cricketers came a little bit late for players like her. And we look at Lucy Heyhoe, a similar sort of age, that had this been in place when they were younger and they had that ability to train and play as much as the youngsters do nowadays, that we'd see a whole different level from them. Whereas I think the only profession when they were youngsters, the only professionals were the England women, which was great in itself, but now there's so many more opportunities to shine and move forward.
Yep, Kirsty Gordon moving out her cover point fielder towards the boundary, coming in from the far end, and that's thumped to mid-on. Thought about a run there, Caris Pavley, but then thought against it.
Again, Georgia Davis unlucky, say this 100 this year, that she was injured. Did play at the Rockets, I think, the season before. Lead wicket taker in this competition.
Yep, played more or less a similar shot there from Caris Pavley, but there is again no run.
And yes, she's so definitely more well known with the ball than she is with the bat. But I remember as a youngster, she could definitely play.
Yeah, well, that's up and over the fielder. That's going towards the boundary. I think we're going to have a 4. Yeah, that's a 4. Demonstrating lovely shot there from Caris Pavley. That's a 4, so she moves on to 10.
Yeah, you don't bowl there at Pavley. I think is the key. She's very good as a left-hander. She's very good in that area there. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't got a fielder deep over on that side. They've got it a little bit square, although she may stay there.
Tammy Beaumont patrolling out there. They're bringing out Georgie Boyce from short fielding out into probably a shorter mid-wicket, and got a bit more of a cordon there for the left-handed Pavley as Gordon comes over the wicket, and that's just defended down, and that's a dot ball which Kirsty Gordon will be happier with. 165 for 7 our Central Sparks against the Blaze in their fire engine red kit, and that's played down, and again there will be no run.
Yeah, they can have 4 outside the field as opposed to 5 in the men's game at this time in proceedings, but looking around the field again, not choosing to have quite as many out here. Although
as you say that,
they've moved, they have now got the 4 out, but this is so coming to the end of Gordon's over, so maybe this is a ploy.
Maybe. Pavley. Oh, that goes outside of a leg stump, and that's an easy wide signal for Rose Dovey at the far end, former Sri Lankan international, now umpiring here in England. And 25-yard circle, of course, for the women, not 30-yard for the men. That's played up and over again. It'll be risk-free, and they get a single off that one. 167 for 7, and that's the end of the 39th over. Pavley on 11, Davis to yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit under par from the Sparks. I think they would be hoping to have had more on the board at this time. But actually the fact that we're still here in the 39th over after the first sort of 4 wickets fell pretty quickly, I think is again a bit of a bonus. It's kind of weighing these things up, swings and roundabouts. And although we've got 2 players that have made 50s, then perhaps one of them ideally would have gone on and made some more runs for the Sparks. So yeah, positives and negatives. I think the Blaze overall will probably be the happier team at this point.
Yeah, there will be, I'm sure, and particularly with Lizelle Lee joining their ranks, Natseva Brunt back, and Beaumont back from their England duty before they play ODIs against Sri Lanka, and that's played up and over the field again by Caris Pavley. You're right, she does like that shot, doesn't she? To the boundary for 4, says Caris Pavley, who moves on to 15, and the score is 171 for 7.
Yes, I've seen her play in age group cricket against Warwickshire when we were coaching there, and this is a shot that she very much likes to play. Pavley being relatively new into the Spark setup, you wonder how much intelligence they've got on how she plays from the Blaze.
They've moved a fielder back behind that, and that's defended down by Caris Pavley this time, but they have moved a sort of long on fielder to the boundary.
Although saying that, there's a lot of analysts working nowadays and a lot of information on these players.
Oh, straight to the fielder. I'm afraid that's the end of Caris Pavley, who is caught by Lucy Heyhoe again.
Yeah.
At short cover there, off the bowling of Josie Groves.
Maybe that fielder moving back there was all it needed. She said, I can't go over that area now, I'm going to have to try something different. Unfortunately found the hands of Lucy Hyam. But that's a nice little cameo from Karis Pavley. So 15 off, I think it was. I can't read that again. Have you got those balls
got
there
this.
closer?
I have, yeah. Oh, yes, off 22.
22 balls, which is a useful little innings. And she says she's only young, learning her craft, and that's she's done a decent job there. I think she'll be frustrated that she's out, but she played some nice shots.
And 2 lusty 4s up and over the field, so that's good signs for the future. Taking the right, picking the right ball to play a big shot, but not the last one. So we've got Grace Potts coming in, who we won't go into the injury because it makes me squeal that she had when she was playing in the 100, but she's good to see her back playing for Central Sparks. So we've got Georgia Davis at the crease already and Grace Potts joining her.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Grace Potts in the 100. She didn't get an opportunity in the first couple of games, I think, and then there was an injury to Catherine Siverbrunt, and Potts got that opportunity, but then unfortunately picked up an injury, and that was her 100 over, although she did stay with the side throughout the competition and that's gained learning experience, but she'd be disappointed she didn't take more of a part in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to see her back playing again. Let's hope she's fully fit for all of this.
Yeah.
And we talked earlier about the opportunity to just be around those top internationals, top players, in the limelight, because that's the benefit of the 100. And she plays that forward. The benefit of the 100 is that they are playing high-profile games, big crowds, lots of attention, all the sorts of things that they would expect to get at international level, and it's making that step up from the 100 to international level much less of a step, as Potts plays that down but straight to the field and there is no run.
I mean, even little things make a difference. So during the 100 you get to train on the ground you're playing, and they'll get to have a net for an hour, bowling on an outfield like this, even though it's not in a match situation.
Potts leaves that one outside of off and there is no run.
Whereas when I played county cricket and you played county cricket, I think having a grass wicket was probably a kind of a real, as in a opportunity to practice on a grass wicket. Is not really something that was even heard of. It would be sort of nets in a sports hall over the winter and then out playing the games in the summer. But now there's so many more opportunities that these players get that it's it can only be making them better and better players.
Yeah, and we want to prepare them. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it, of the regional setups and the 100, is to prepare players for that next step to international level, to get them ready for that. So the more chance they get to play on decent wickets, in good grounds, and in front of crowds with attention, etc., and then they'll be ready for that step to England when England calls.
This is Kirsty Gordon bowling to Georgia Davis. It's gone right through Davis and it's hit the gloves of Bryce somehow, and I think Bryce was amazed that had not hit the stumps, to be quite honest. 171 for 8 it remains. 10 overs. Well, we're into the last 10 overs with that ball there. It feels as if Sparks are going to leave a few out there today.
Yeah.
Here comes Gordon again. City End. Beautiful cloudless blue sky behind her as she delivers one that turns away from the bat of Georgia Davis. Will know exactly what's required here. Bat these overs. Get as many as you can in the process, but make sure you bat these overs. Davis waits again. Gordon bowls, and again it turns past the off stump, and we were speculating earlier in this innings whether we would see turn. I think we certainly have.
Yes, he's got to pitch first. That was the problem earlier when they started.
Georgia Davis will enjoy this. I think we'll be in the attack fairly early on. We've seen her bowl inside power plays both in T20 and 50 over cricket, as that one's driven to Nat Siverbrunt, who's not bowled today, and I don't think that's a surprise given the problems she's had with her knee this summer.
Yeah, she's just flexing her knees there to just keep them warm.
They wouldn't want to put her under too much strain with an ODI series that she's clearly going to be involved in if they've sent her to play here with that in mind. As another one turns past the outside edge of Georgia Davis's bat. Bryce has to replace the bails on this occasion. Here comes Gordon to bowl again. Cut off the back foot, and a very tidy over indeed is completed. A maiden over, 171 for 8. So we saw that big partnership as we hear a couple of spikes clatter on the concrete below. So applause for the maiden over. But that 83 run stand that took Sparks up to the 34th over, but that's when Bethan Ellis was out, and I think she played in the right way, because things have rather collapsed since she finished her innings.
Yep. Beautiful sunshine. You said cloudless sky. It's not often that we see that.
The epitome of a cloudless sky. And it's in September. As I say, so often you come to Birmingham at this time of year, and it's about the autumn beginning to creep in as Groves bowls, and that one's hit into the foot there of Potts.
That's one of those ones that bruises the inside of your foot, isn't it? If you're not careful, you get the timing wrong and you whack it into your own foot.
It is indeed. As Groves again throws up another leg spinner, turns away from the bat of Potts, who just almost pulls it back in the nick of time, with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins on the Central Spark YouTube stream. As this one is thrown up more on the stumps, it produces a flicked little shot into the leg side. The busy Hyam is there with a tumbling dive. Does the work really for Lee, who just has to pick it up and throw it back to the bowler. 171 for 8. All dot balls since I've come back onto commentary here, as Groves throws this one up, and it'll be the same result again, as this one turns viciously actually past the outside edge of the prodding Potts.
Prodding Potts, great. Like that.
I felt it was maybe a bit high for her to be coming in at 8 or whatever it was she was listed on the card, and it has ended up being 10, which seems more sensible. Has found a run here behind square on the leg side with a little worked shot. It was a full toss. 172 for 8.
It looked like an apologetic run, didn't it? It was like, oh, might as well have a run there. Just got a bit of
better
time.
take one. Davis back on to strike against Groves, who's turning the ball prodigiously. This is the last ball of her 10 over spell. Bowls to Davis, drives it back to the bowler. Groves will take figures of 39 for 3 in the end. Very impressive 10 overs there. No maidens in it, but 39 for 3 from 10 overs. Very, very economical. Just the one wide as well. Very disciplined.
Yeah, and she also allowed Kirsty Gordon to have a pretty attacking field there, didn't she? In terms of keeping that lid on.
Those figures announced and greeted by applause down below us. So there is a few spectators down there, I think. I don't think it's all it's all the Sparks players. Because I doubt they would have applauded Josie Groves's figures necessarily, unless they were feeling particularly polite.
Yeah.
But
they're very polite here in Birmingham, Michael.
They've put them in a rather difficult position as we tick past 20 past 1 on this Tuesday afternoon here in Birmingham, and Potts is defending Gordon, who picked up her second maiden of this innings in the previous over, and will be looking to keep things economical again. It's her last of the spell. Less wickets than Groves, but also less runs conceded, just the 27 so far, as Beaumont's there with the fielding at cover point from the latest forward push from the tall Potts. Who'll be looking forward to getting ball in hand, but I think Georgia Davis will be the big factor that the Blaze have to negotiate, as this one is prodded down the onside.
I spy Grace Ballinger warming up. I think she'll be coming on shortly.
172 for 8 the score. Gordon delivers into the pads, and it will remain 172 for 8. A few excited yelps, but no real conviction in them that they would produce the finger of the umpire. The telecoms tower in the distance, standing white and tall against that blue skyline, and Gordon can't believe that's not hit the stumps again. It's really turned past the outside.
There's a lot of disbelief in it. Poor old Sarah Bryce keeps looking like, I can't believe that just missed that. We've had must have had a lot of close calls. If there'd been a stump mic, a stump camera.
Defensive prod beaten, and it's beaten again.
Yeah, if there'd been a
Through
stump
into
camera.
the gloves. That's a maiden over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 27 for 1 for Kirsty Gordon. 172 for 8 then the score at the end of the over. And, well, they are looking to bat the overs here, Sparks, but they're not having much luck in terms of scoring runs here, because it's turning a lot.
Yeah, it is turning a lot, which is causing the disbelief, isn't it? They're getting the turn, and Sarah Bryce behind the stumps, and the bowlers can't believe that they're missing the stumps, particularly when they're getting like inside, when Sparks are getting inside edges, etc. And as predicted, I think we've got Grace Ballinger coming on from our end.
This is the challenging bit, though, because you've only got 3 overs of spin left now, and that seems to be the effective way to go, unless they're going to magic some up from a part-timer somewhere. It looks as if it's going to be from Ballinger, who's got 4 left, Bryce, who's got 3 left, and Campbell cutters, so maybe she'll be a good option. Munro has been expensive so far, 3 overs for 22, just the 1 wicket. So this could be the challenge, but bowling at the lesser batters, they would fancy themselves, you imagine, those bowlers.
Meanwhile, Western Storm are all out as well against Sunrisers.
How many did they get to in the end, Claire? We'll find out after this ball. Here comes Grace Ballinger bowling around the wicket from the pavilion end. That was flirting with the wide line, but doesn't produce 172 for 8.
Yeah, Radlett, Western Storm are 143 all out against Sunrisers.
So in the end, getting to a very similar total to South East Stars,
yeah,
145.
spooky-ooky.
And the Southern Vipers game has been entirely different. 225 for 4 they are now. 226 for 4, in fact, as they add 1 to the total. Southern Vipers there, but Sparks can't add 1 to the total here in Birmingham. We will keep you updated with all the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy scores. Minor Warwickshire have lost their game against Surrey in the County Championship. There's a T20 as well this evening between England's men and New Zealand's men. And this game will just about take you up to that this evening. So plenty of cricket to enjoy on a sunny Tuesday as this one is played away behind square on the offside. Munro is there to do the fielding. Davis not really getting backward or forward. She's not got off the mark yet, having faced 11 balls so far. 172 for 8 with Mike Perkins and Claire Jenkins, the former Derbyshire and Somerset cricketer. So who's got the runs for Vipers today? 82 from Georgia Adams, rather predictably. 47 from Ella McGacken. Emily Windsor's 32 not out as Ballinger bowls. That takes a bit of something down the leg side, which means it evades Sarah Bryce. It will be pad, or certainly clothing, but not bat. So Davis
Leg by.
still not off the mark, even though it says on the board she is momentarily. I think that'll recorrect itself there.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Western Storm. It's a sorry sight. With the only highlight being Emma Corney with 34 and Nicole Harvey with 25. The rest is not good. Best not look the other way.
Ballinger around the wicket again. Gets it through outside the off stump. There's an appeal for caught behind. It was a late one. And I think that was an indication that the ball had crept past the bat before getting involved there. 173 for 8 the score remains. Davis is 0 off 12. Potts is 1 off 15. And that shows you that Sparks have rather left themselves short in this innings, and they're relying on their tail enders to try and get them up to a score. Here comes Ballinger again, bouncing on those feet as she bounds into the wicket. It's driven back to Ballinger, and she takes the ball on her return. Another dot ball, 173 for 8. I feel as if I've been counting dots on a Dalmatian during this spell of commentary here, because there's been a lot of them.
I like that one. Like dots on a Dalmatian. Oh, I missed you, Mike. So let me loose at Western Storm, you see, and we don't, I have to keep Ed Seaborn amused down there.
Sunny day.
Yeah, sunny
Beautiful
day.
here in Birmingham.
50 over cricket.
The crane is certainly not working today, and quite rightly too.
Oh yeah.
It's a day off sort of a day. You don't want to be up on top of a big yellow crane.
Not in this heat.
High-rise.
God, can you imagine? Little hot box.
They found some sort of working directive and got the day off, I think.
Yes.
Good on them for doing so. You can see the big high rise with the brown bricks over towards the Five Ways roundabout there in the distance.
Yeah.
The big cube as well, as this one is delivered by Bryce, who I thought would be the option they'd go to, needing a bit of seam here. And a Yorker does the job first ball.
She's got
You've
a
guessed it,
reliable
another dot.
bowler. Yeah, and a sort of reliable bowler, isn't she, Catherine Bryce? She bowled well in the 100 and just go to.
You can see the admin bit of the shopping centre over there in the distance as well, as that one is a bump ball dug down into the crease by Davis, who's off the mark from her, I'd say, 14th delivery. I'm correct, 14 deliveries.
Nearly
174 for 8.
Nearly a crowd catch from Georgie Boyce there.
Nearly.
Nearly a crowd catch. Bump ball, definitely.
Here's Potts, tall figure at the crease. What could she produce? Nothing much. It's almost stops on her, that ball. It was as if it had a handbrake and it had pulled it on rather abruptly in traffic. Potts had to react quickly.
Yeah, I think she changed her mind, didn't she, as well?
Here's Potts again, as this one is again dug out from the off stump, and a single is on offer. 175 for 8, these two. Just finding a partnership that was needed after Pavely was out. And we continue to reshuffle the commentary box as in comes Bryce again. Davis prods to the offside off the back foot. Cannot find a single. Beaumont there with the fielding at cover. And the chirping continues from the Blaze players, because they're top of the table and on top of this game, as Davis tried to club that into next week and didn't get much of it. It's off to higher as the over comes to an end. 175 for 8. Thanks to Claire Jenkins.
No problem. Hand you over to Sarah Ginn.
And Sarah Ginn is back with us.
Yeah, it's the game has progressed more in Blaze's favour, I think, since I've been off for those last 5 overs. Sparks struggling to score definitely off the bat in the last few overs. At least the positive is they're still around. They've still got wickets about, and there's always runs to be had. But you would hope that they'd have a few more by now.
Yeah, they're the highest scorers of the lowest scorers, if that makes sense. They've got past the 143 of Western Storm and the 145 of South East Stars, but it's still not an impressive total. It's a low one as we reach 1:30.
Yeah, it's Ballinger returning from the pavilion end. That's hit nicely. They're looking for a run. Are they looking for a single there? A little bit of confusion, but Potts runs through for a single off the first ball of the over.
1:30, of course, here in Birmingham. It may well be very different times depending where you are in the world, but that's where we are. 1:30 in the afternoon here, and as I say, it's beating down the sunshine.
Yeah, it's a lovely warm day, and Blaze making the most of their time out in the middle. It's Ballinger into Davis, who struck that straight as far as Nat Siverbrunt in the covers. And yes, just struggling to penetrate the infield here, and you sense that Blaze are on top a little bit and moving in there. So Nat Siverbrunt is kind of not on the ring, whereas inside the ring, and it's the same on the mid-wicket side as well. Just putting the pressure on Lucy Hyam, who's taken a couple of good catches there as well. As Ballinger back into Davis, and there's a big appeal for LBW. Oh, he twitched a little bit there, the umpire,
It looked
didn't he?
right, didn't it? It
Yeah.
looked right, and I think that was maybe what the twitch was, but not out.
Yeah, he kept low, but maybe just going down the leg side a little bit there. But appeal in vain by Grace Ballinger there, as she again struts back to her mark, which says probably about almost exactly 25 yards, isn't it? Because it's right on that disc there at marking the inner ring for the fielders. Ballinger back into Georgia Davis, who's hit that nicely down the ground. That's a great shot from Georgia Davis, past Lizelle Lee at mid-on and gone to the boundary for 4. So she waited and waited, but that was a nice shot finally when it came.
Cleared the leg, didn't she? She was looking, I think that's actually kind of what saved her on the previous delivery, really, was that she cleared the leg slightly, and on this occasion gets hold of it, and it was a neat stroke down the ground, beat Lizelle Lee comfortably at mid-on.
Yeah, let's see what Ballinger's got in reply. Come in, left arm over to Georgia Davis, who struck that one nice. It's gone through the fielder at backward point, Sophie Munro there. They may get 2 here, yet they're pushing for 2. It's not gone all the way to the boundary, but again, it's another welcome scoring shot for the Sparks there.
I like Sophie Munro whenever we chat, but she's not had her best day today, it has to be said, and that fielding will add to the woes there.
Yeah, she's
3 overs
struggling
for
with
22.
something, and they're sending back Lizelle Lee back to the boundary here for this last ball of the over. Oh no, she's not gone all the way back again. Just maybe going back into the shade there. Might be quite nice to just head back and be a little bit cooler. There's a lot of movement going on in the field here. Lucy Hyam going behind square. Got again no one in that mid-wicket area apart from out deep in the boundary. It's Ballinger to Georgia Davis, and she hits it down the ground for what is now an easy single to end the over. There was a lot of movement going on for one ball there, but I think they were trying to change the striker, and Georgia Davis just took advantage of the fact that everybody was deep and just nudged it through to mid-on, or long-on as it was, for a single.
It's very much an honours even ball in the game, that, wasn't it? It was one of those where the batter's quite happy to take the one, but actually the fielding side, they had it set for that. There is a gentle breeze providing some relief today. You might hear that ruffling on microphones every now and again, as Davis, who's retained the strike there, is now on 8, just settling in.
Catherine Bryce, yep, from the City end on a 9th over. Just hit that, Davis hit that nice, but it's only as far as the mid-off fielder, and that is another wicket for the Blaze. I think that was Kirsty Gordon taking that there, if just double checking. But yeah, unfortunately that is Georgia Davis gone for 8 off 21 balls, and that she's hit that straight to mid-off to end her innings.
It was a strange one, the way it came off the bat. It almost came off the bat that kind of speed when somebody does hit a bump ball, where they've hit it hard into the ground, and you can see they've hit it hard, but it hasn't gone at that sort of pace off the bat. It had that kind of appearance, but this one hadn't gone into the ground. It just sort of ballooned up, really. But it had a kind of flatness to it. Kind of usually when it balloons up, it kind of loops, whereas that one kind of went sort of fairly flat, but quite slow.
Maybe Georgia Davis still struggling with that finger injury. Probably hasn't had much batting, and perhaps cannot put all the power she needs to behind her shots there. I mean, it is tricky coming back from injuries and getting the time at the middle, and to get that practice. You're possibly still in a little bit of pain with that hand, and but it brings Hannah Baker to the crease for the last wicket for the Sparks. So we've talked a fair amount about that England under-19 side that went out to the World Cup, and Hannah Baker played an integral part of that. I think performed in the big games, as we discussed. They were a little bit few and far between early in the tournament, but mainly known for leg spin bowling, but can hold a bat, as with all these girls, as Bryce comes into Baker, who's just popped that into the offside for no run.
Confirmation of the wicket. Georgia Davis out for 8 of 22 balls, was there for 28 minutes, hit that 1-4 down the ground in the previous over before being caught by Gordon off the bowling of Catherine Bryce.
So the final wicket here for the Blaze, and they'll be looking to take it quickly and get in for that tea break, and that's gone straight through, but it's missed everything, including the stumps, for a dot ball from Catherine Bryce. Bryce has bowled nicely today. She's been fairly miserly with her figures, and picked up a couple of wickets in the mix as well there. It's Bryce into Hannah Baker, has driven that nicely to the long on Lizelle Lee, so she'll pick up, we say, an easy single again there, but I don't think they'll mind that too much, the Blaze. I think they're happy for those singles to go on the board at this point in the game.
No, but we'll have, what, 3 overs after this, so 3 lots of 6-18 plus the 2 balls here. I mean, how often have you said, if we just got another 20 in that game, can they have that here?
It's played late by Grace Potts, but only to Lucy Hyam at backward point for no run.
Because quite often cricketers come off the pitch and say that, don't they? Oh, if we'd only had another 20, we'd have won that. Well, can these two somehow find them here?
Yeah, Bryce in for the final ball of the over to Grace Potts, and that's again no run.
And I don't know if these low scores we've seen today, perhaps a hangover of the 100, where they've been playing very short form cricket, where losing wickets isn't as much of an issue as it is in this 50 over format, and we've seen perhaps a few batters go a bit hard at balls early on. But I mean, I think it's just been good bowling by the Blaze.
Yeah, the Blaze have definitely bowled nicely, and I think if the 100 encourages anything with bowlers, it's to experiment, isn't it? And if they can bring that into the longer form of the game, which I think we've seen today. We've seen Catherine Bryce has bowled a variety of slower balls. Grace Ballinger here with her different 3 markers going wide or into the crease, and Lucy Hyam experimenting with coming round the wicket or over the wicket at the right-hander. So it's more of a benefit from that point of view for the bowler than perhaps the batter. I've got to stick around for 50 overs, which is a lot more balls than that 100, isn't it? As Ballinger, I think she's got 2 overs left from the pavilion end in to Hannah Baker. And that's a dot ball. So interestingly, that's on her wider of those 3 marks there. It's a different sort of angle ball to Hannah Baker there than we saw in the last couple of deliveries of her last over. And yeah, I've not seen anyone else do these markers. There are a few more green marks on the pitch, which might be from the other players, but not with the 3 bowling markers there for everybody to see. It's Ballinger to Baker, wide of the wicket, and Baker's rock back, missed that. It's gone, well, it didn't go through all the way to the boundary, but didn't take it cleanly there by Sarah Bryce, just landed behind her.
It's a lot of work to put down all those markers on the grass, isn't it, for Grace Ballinger? She must have a good pot of paint.
Yeah, I think you get these superstitions as well, don't you? If you perhaps don't put them down, you think maybe I won't bowl as well if they're not down there, and then before you know it, you've got a whole row of them. Ballinger to Baker, they slightly wider through, straight into the gloves of Sarah Bryce for another dot ball.
But yeah, it is a strange tactic. Just sort of to the left of the umpire if you're watching the.
I mean, there's nothing in the rules that obviously say that she can't do it. I mean, it's something that maybe in an indoor school that you'd mark on the floor to try something out, and perhaps she likes those visual markers while she's bowling on the outfield as well. Ballinger to Baker again, straight through into Sarah Bryce's gloves.
And to me, it looks as if she goes wide of them, doesn't it? It's almost as if it's kind of a.
Yeah, I think there must be different deliveries depending on where she wants to bowl it.
Yeah.
Start slightly wider at her mark as well. It's just a case of experimenting, I think, with players and seeing what works well and what doesn't. It's Ballinger back to Hannah Baker, who's defended that for no run.
But definitely this over, she's sort of run round them, hasn't she?
Yeah. It's hard to know exactly what they're for, but
I mean, if anything, they're in the way.
yeah. I hope she's not going to slip on them or anything as she's running in the last delivery of the over to Hannah Baker for another dot ball, and that's a great over at this point in the game from Grace Ballinger.
Certainly is. Did exactly what it needed. Sorry, I just could hear that wind, so I just took it out for a moment there. If the sound changed slightly, but yeah, the Blaze on top here. They'll be happy with this chase. As I say, these two coming together with a score on 183. They've only added 1 so far, so the Blaze just feel as if they've got control here. They've got another over from Catherine Bryce to use.
I think with the strength of the Blaze's batting lineup today, it'd be very unusual for none of those internationals we've talked about to get at least some runs under their belt today. It's Catherine Bryce in for her final over at Grace Potts. She's played that down to the offside for no run.
Well, I'm interested in what Lizelle Lee's approach to the spinners is going to be, and particularly to a spinner of the class of Georgia Davis, because she generally attacks whatever it is she's bowled at. So I don't know if she's going to try and hit Davis out the attack.
It's Bryce to Potts again for no run. Yeah, she's a natural attacking player, Lizelle Lee, and that she's obviously hits the ball, strikes the ball remarkably well. We've seen that in the 100 this year and across her career for South Africa. There is more to her game than that, though. I think she will have a plan for Georgia Davis, and it's Bryce into Potts again for no run.
But sort of cuts, sweeps, strong down the ground over the top. It's strange because she has a sort of, in terms of presence at the crease, she always used to remind me of the South Africa men's captain Graham Smith, and the way she sort of dominated the crease.
It's Bryce to Potts. It's hit straight down the ground there, but Lizelle Lee, as we were talking about, her back on that long on boundary, so that's gone just for the 1 run down there.
But in terms of shots, she plays very different strokes. You know, you wouldn't see Graham Smith really play the sweep much or the cut much, or necessarily go over the top. You know, he was sort of a puncher through the leg side, but they both sort of dominate the crease in the same way.
It's Bryce to Hannah Baker for no run.
They kind of just they kind of are just big and imposing at the crease, and just make it difficult for a bowler, almost as if they're going to the bowler, right, where are you going to put it? Because wherever you put it, I'm sort of able to get to it and hit it strongly.
That's Bryce to Baker. She chipped that in the air. Is this going to be caught? No, it's gone over the head of Tammy Beaumont there in the covers for 1 run. I think
my guess is that was in the sun.
Yeah.
I don't think Tammy Beaumont saw much of that.
No. I think we've seen Liz Early mostly in recent times playing the shorter format of the game, but I believe she now lives in Perth in Western Australia and plays some cricket over there. And, you know, I think she's still very much an active cricketer. She's still probably playing this format of the game, and it will be a very interesting watch. But she's got quite a lot of, well, there's not that many runs on the board, so you know, I think that she can bide her time a little bit, and perhaps although we may see more dot balls and less singles than we did from the likes of Bethan Ellis early on in that innings, there'll be a different way of playing, but I think it will still be effective.
She's definitely in form.
There's Ballinger to Hannah Baker, so Baker mid-wicket area for 1 run.
61 for the Rockets against the Invincibles, 44 not out against the Originals, her former team, so she was in decent touch in that competition. She also, back in February, 106 for Tasmania against Western Australia women, 48 as well against South Australia, so she's got a score in her, that's for sure.
Ballinger to Baker, and that's been signalled wide. Sort of half-hearted. Oh no, there he goes. More of a signal there. It was a little half-hearted wide, and then he turned around and gave us a proper signal there.
It was almost one for the players, one for the scorers.
Still good figures from Ballinger here today. 3 maidens within her spell. Comes in to Grace Potts, who's hit that through the vacant cover area, but only as far as Nat Silverbrand on the boundaries picked that up, and it's just 1 run.
The Blazers' 34 points in this competition have very much been built on their bowling, and it's proving so again today.
Yeah, not using too many bowlers, but don't need to. The way that the bowlers are bowling, they can just get through with the minimal amount, and got some good effective spin that we've seen today from all 3 of those spin bowlers. It's Ballinger, and that's gone through. Not cleanly taken by Sarah Bryce. I wonder if there was any sort of edge there. I don't think it touched anything.
I thought there was a little bit of a sound that made me think there might have been a slither on that one.
Hannah Baker just rocked back in the crease and kind of didn't give too much of it at the bat in front of the bat, but it just ended up just being a dot ball. It's Ballinger to Baker. She's hit that straight back, bounced once into the hands of the bowler for no run.
Not been the easiest day for Sarah Bryce behind the stumps, but she's a brave wicketkeeper as well as a very skillful one stood up there. But yeah, there's been a few that have spat and turned.
A lot of bounce when we've not expected it as well.
It would have been very hot, I imagine, under that helmet and with those gloves on.
Last 2 balls of a spell from Ballinger. That one's chipped up in the air. Is it going to be taken? Yes, and that's the final wicket for the Blaze, and the Sparks are all out for 189. It's taken by, I think that was Catherine Bryce, the bowling of Grace Ballinger for her 2nd wicket of the game, and to wrap up the Sparks innings.
189 then, Sarah Ginn, as a total. I think I know what you think of that, but put it into perspective for us.
I think the Sparks have shown some positivity at times in their innings. I think overall they'll be disappointed with the runs they had on the board. Early on, I think they would have expected quite a lot. Eve Jones is obviously in form, Bethan Ellis also, but after having lost those 4 early wickets, they picked it up a little bit. We saw a nice partnership build between Katie George and Bethan Ellis in the middle, but they would have hoped for another partnership, another building there, or at least one of Bethan Ellis and Katie George to have pushed on and taken us to the end of the game. And yeah, unfortunately I think it's a little bit under par from the Sparks today.
Well, I'm conscious people will be going off to get their lunch and that sort of thing during the interval, so do make sure you rejoin us for the resumption of this game this afternoon. Plenty more cricket to come between the Blaze and the Sparks. We'll just give you a quick run through of the card before we finish. The first wicket fell with the score on 11. That was Eve Jones out for 8, caught by Nat Siverbrunt superbly in the gully off the bowling of Catherine Bryce. The second wicket to fall was Abby Freeborn out for 6, caught by Sarah Bryce behind the stumps off the bowling of Sophie Munro from the last ball of the 9th over. That was a bit of a theme. Wickets going off the last ball of the over. They were 3 down then when Maddie Green was out for 0, caught by Kirsty Gordon going to her left-hand side at mid-off off the bowling of Grace Ballinger. 38 for 3 was the score at that point. It became 66 for 4. Sparks in all sorts of trouble when Amy Campbell was out for 11, caught by Tammy Beaumont off the bowling of Lucy Hyam. A stand of 83 between the industrious Bethan Ellis and the free-flowing Katie George was required to get the score back to something respectable for the Sparks. Ellis was the first to go. She made 53. LBW to Kirsty Gordon, one that just seemed to run on a little bit quicker with the arm. Some skillful bowling there from Gordon. Score 149 for 5 at that point from the first ball of the 35th over of the innings. Ellis's innings of 53 included 6 fours. It lasted 97 balls and 140 minutes. She really worked hard and showed how to bat on this hot afternoon. George, as I say, was much more free-flowing, also made a half-century, 50 runs to her name before she was LBW to Josie Grove, the first of 3 wickets for the leg spinner. 157 for 6 the score at that point. It became 161 for 7 when Emily Arlett was caught by Lucy Hyam, again off the bowling of Groves, and Groves picking up the 8th wicket, again caught by Hyam. Almost a replay in that sense, in that it was the same players involved. Lucy Hyam catching off Josie Groves to dismiss Caris Pavley for 15. The score 171 for 8 at that point. Halfway through the 40th over, there was an attempt at a rebuilding job from Georgia Davis and Grace Potts. Davis, though, falling for 8, caught by Kirsty Gordon off the bowling of Catherine Bryce. And the final wicket to fall was Hannah Baker, who made the number on the back of her shirt. 3 off 15 balls in 12 minutes before she was caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Grace Ballinger. As I say, the ground staff are out on the pitch, just making some final amendments to the crease there, repainting the lines and rolling the wicket to try and make it as flat as possible for the second innings of this game. Do make sure you rejoin us for that. 189 the Central Sparks score. That means the Blaze with Lizelle Lee, Nat Siverbrunt and Tammy Beaumont will require 190 for victory. Do make sure you join us to find out if they can get it.
Welcome back to the Central Sparks live stream on the YouTube channel. We are currently watching the second inning, or about to watch the second innings of the Central Sparks against the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint 50 over trophy. This is number 1 against number 2 in the league, so a key game today, and the umpires have just taken the field for the second innings. The Blaze will be coming out shortly and need 190 to win. So Central Sparks were 189 all out in the first innings. It looks like there's Lizelle Lee there with Tammy Beaumont about to open the innings, which is it's a treat really to see such high quality batting in this regional competition. Central Sparks yet to take the field, but coming on shortly just underneath us here. It's a beautiful day at Edgbaston. The sun is shining. It's like a proper sunny hot cricket day, Claire Jenkins.
It's like a proper day, isn't it? Proper cricket day. So we've got Rose Dovey and Paul Baldwin, the umpires today. And we've got Eccleston and Vernon in the scorers box. And it's like a proper... It's September. I mean, as Mike's mentioned earlier, we'd normally be expecting autumn's cold fingers starting to really take in here. But it's a beautiful hot day.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Here they are, the Central Sparks being led onto the pitch by Emily Arlett and Eve Jones, skipper there. Chasing now, or defending, 189 that they scored. So the Blaze with 190 to win, and we can't help but feel it's a little bit short of the mark for today.
Yeah, with the sort of mouth-watering prospect of Lizelle Lee, Tammy Beaumont and Nat Siver-Brunt at the top of the batting order, you kind of think like it's going to be quite a lot short. So pressure on the Central Sparks here to bowl really well and field well, of course.
And Tammy Beaumont has been in absolutely superb form this summer, and it's great that these players feel that this regional competition is good practice for them coming up to the international 50 over comp that's coming up soon. Of course, not been that much sort of domestic or otherwise women's 50 over cricket in the last couple of months. The start of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition was at the beginning of the season over here in England, followed by the Charlotte Edwards Trophy, and then of course the 100 taking precedent over the last month or so. So back in action. They would have had a few warm-up games, of course, but this is mainly the first 50 over game that we're seeing for some time. The competition going into September, culminating in a finals day on the 24th, if I'm right.
I can get that up. 24th of September, yeah, Northants.
At Northants, so that should be a great day for the final 2 teams in this competition. As Lizelle Lee doing a little bit of gardening, taking her mark for her first ball in this domestic competition.
Yeah, first ball on debut for the Blaze. Of course, she played for Trent Rockets, didn't she? So there's a connection there, presumably.
Yeah, so the Nottingham base of the connection. Although, see the coach and some of the players from the Blaze side are actually with the Northern Superchargers. Chris Guest is there, and Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger have all gone in that.
It's kind of nice, wasn't
direction.
Because there was often a core of the regional stuff, but then 1 or 2 kind of cross-fertilising from different regions, which I think will be helpful for the players.
Emily Arlett taking the ball at the City end for the Blaze. We look like we're ready to go. We've got a fine leg and a third on the boundary here, and just checking, we've got a slip in place. So Eve Jones, the skipper, in slip, and we've got a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. I'd say a deep sort of square leg, fine leg, and someone on the backward 45 as Arlett into Lee for the first ball. She rocks back and defends that for no run.
Yes, it's going to feel like a much longer format, as you mentioned, really. I think having played 20 over with the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the 100 in particular.
I noticed it the most, that it's the longest time between breakfast and lunch now, isn't it? It's a lot longer between meal times now. We're in this 50 over game. Zarlett back to her mark, pumping her arms, lovely fluid action as she runs into Lee. As Lee rocks back and sends that to backward point for no run.
Well placed fielder there, went straight to her.
Yeah, so that's Amy Campbell.
Yep.
So backward point there. Bethan Ellis in the covers after that 50 with the bat earlier on in the day. another 50, of course, to Katie George. That nice partnership we saw that I think Sparks would have been a bit disappointed that it didn't go any further. As Arlott back in, powering in from her mark into Lizelle down the leg side, and that will be a wide signal there. So plays off the mark with an extra to start proceedings. On the, well, it wouldn't be the third ball now because it's not actually a ball, is it? But yeah, it's Owlett struggling a little bit with her line there, and it's just drifted down the leg side.
Yeah, muted appeal there, but I think it was more to try and distract the umpire from giving a wide, potentially.
Owlett to Lizelle. That's driven back for no run. I've just realised that's Paverley, isn't it, there, who's the other left-hander at backward point, because this is Amy Campbell down here on the sort of backward 45.
Yes.
Two left-handers in the side. Well, three with the bowling, because Katie George is a right-handed bat, left-handed bowler.
Just to confuse matters.
Back to her mark. Into Lizelle, who rocks back before she comes forward, flicks that off her legs for a quick single into the leg side to get off the mark in domestic Rachael Heyhoe cricket.
How exciting is that?
Yeah.
First runs.
Lizelle, of course, replacing Nadine de Klerk in this Blaze lineup. Nadine de Klerk now on international duty. I believe they're in Pakistan with the South Africans at the moment. She was a great asset with bat and ball to this Blaze side, but Lizelle obviously adds with the bat and potentially the gloves if that's needed. A wealth of experience and over anyway for the 100, so just staying on for that while longer to take part in this domestic competition. Zarlett now to Tammy Beaumont with that really distinctive high back lift of hers. She rocks, plays that through to third, and Grace Potts does the tidying up for one run.
Yeah, Central Sparks in the field here, and the Blaze, the East Midlands Regional Centre of Excellence against the West Midlands Centre of Excellence. So we've got a local derby, as it were, here at Edgbaston in the sunshine.
It's interesting, of course, that the Sparks are without Izzy Wong and Amy Jones, whereas obviously the Blaze have their international players here today. So Arlott to Lee.
Yeah, Central Sparks are delighted that they've got that the Blaze have got Beaumont and Silverbrunt back in the side.
Of course, we talked earlier about Maddie Green, who's over from New Zealand, playing for the Central Sparks. Unfortunately, didn't manage to pick up a run today, but we may well see her later on in proceedings. As we can see, Grace Potts coming up at the end of the first over. It's 3 for none, and Grace Potts coming up to take her mark here for the start of the second over.
Yeah, Maddie Green's a good fielder. I can't remember if she bowls or not, and I haven't done my preparation. As I mentioned earlier, I feel like I'm super sub today, bought in at the last minute from last night, so I haven't done my prep that I would like to have done. But yes, Potts in from this end. Emily Arlott giving her a few bits of advice about what's happening with the surface, perhaps.
Looks a little bit windier out there now than it did earlier, and you can see the player's hair blowing in the wind, and the flag that's flying at half-mast opposite us after the unfortunate demise of Heath Streak earlier in the week. A good popular player here at Edgbaston at his time, and obviously a Zimbabwean international. It's Potts again, coming from the pavilion end to Tammy Beaumont, who rocks back and leaves that go straight through to the keeper for no run. Again, we've got a sort of backward square leg, I would say, more than a sort of fine leg. It seems to be a little bit wider, and then we've got a third on the boundary as well, so that's the two fielders who are allowed out at this point in the game. So the first 10 overs will be the power play in these 50 over competitions, where two players can be outside of the ring. As Potts charging in, nice tall high action. Tammy Beaumont defends that for no run.
That was a nice line there, wasn't it? Tammy Beaumont rushed into that defence, really.
Yeah, Potts and Arlott sort of similar in many ways. The bowling similar in stature, nice sort of high front arm when they're coming into bowl. Slightly different in their in the execution, if you like, but it's quite nice to have these women with long levers who can bowl genuine pace and pitching up here as Grace Potts is trying to do, as Tammy Beaumont defends that again for no run. I don't think Tammy Beaumont will be too phased that she has to defend a couple earlier on in this 50 over game though. So with
plenty of deliveries to play with, isn't there? Yeah.
So chasing, so only 190 to win this game for the Blaze, and obviously with a lot more to follow behind them as well in terms of batting.
I don't think somebody who scored 118 in the 100 is going to be phased by 190 as a winning score.
It's Potts into Beaumont, who swung at that. Oh, it's a little bit of a swing and a miss there. It's beaten the bat and gone through to Abby Freeborn, who has the gloves for the Central Sparks today.
Yes, she'll have liked that coming through there. And, Potts testing the outside edge of Tammy Beaumont's bat there in the sunshine.
Yeah, it's a good start from Potts first up here. No runs off her over so far, and bowling a nice line here to the experienced Tammy Beaumont. So that high back lift as Potts, she can charging down a little bit, and that's beaten the infield, and it's charging to the boundary. Amy Campbell on chasing there, and it's made it to the boundary for 4 runs. So just as we were saying, that over was going really well. One just went through there again, and that's gone unfortunately for 4. So it's Hannah Baker chasing the ball to the boundary there to no avail, unfortunately, and that's a nice way for Beaumont to score her first boundary of the game.
It's going to be hot out there. We've got the air conditioning on here, so it's keeping us cool.
As Potts. Oh, and it's just missed the bat for no run to finish that over. Right, I'm getting confused with the numbers here, because 5 is brown, isn't it? 3 is
green.
Green, sorry. And
got
3
right, you've got a
colour.
collar.
3 is Baker. It looks similar when they were chasing there. Need some sort of binoculars up here today to tell the difference.
Perhaps she could fly the New Zealand flag above her head or something.
Yeah.
Really. White Fern making her debut, talking about Liz Lee, and making her debut for the Blaze. We've got Maddie Green in for New Zealand White Ferns, making her debut for Central Sparks. Central Sparks have had the benefit of the all-rounder Erin Burns, the former Australian international up to this point, but she's now replaced by Maddie Green, as Erin Burns got no doubt. She's in the you were talking about the Caribbean Premier League. Erin Burns is over in the Caribbean Premier League with Marie Kelly, etc. Saw her the other day.
So Arlott into Lizelle Lee. Hit that over the top. Is it going to reach? It's just going to go, I think, for a couple of bounces for 4 runs there. That was a good, strong shot from Lizelle Lee, straight, sort of in between, dissected mid-on and mid-off, and went straight down the ground for 4.
Up and over the top there. I mean, we were saying it was a mouth-watering line-up with the batting, so...
Yeah, it's a characteristic Lizelle Lee shot that is strong, and we were wondering earlier how she's going to go about this chase. And we've been more accustomed to seeing her in the shorter form of the game recently, but still playing a lot of longer form cricket now in Australia. As Arlott into Lee, hit that back. She's gone over the top at this time of backward point, and that's going to go away for another boundary. That's 2 boundaries in 2 balls from Lizelle Lee to take the score to 15 for none.
It's where she's carrying on from where she and Bryony Smith did well with the Trent Rockets, didn't they? Opening the batting there, hitting lots of sixes.
Bryony Smith has been picked up in the Women's Big Bash, which is fantastic for her. She'd be disappointed maybe that she hasn't been recognised by England. She had a fantastic 100 both with bat and ball, and apart from that small mix-up in the first game between Lee and Smith, it was a great opening partnership. As Arlott into Lee, just flick that off her legs, and they'll run through for an easy single.
Yeah, I think there's 1 or 2 players who are going to feel, not aggrieved is too strong a word, but feel like they might have deserved picking up in 1 or 2 of the England squads. I think Bryony Smith's got a good case there in terms of points for Professional Cricketers Association, the PCA. They have a most valuable player kind of point system for what you've done with the bat, the bowl, and in the field. And she was certainly in that top 10 to a dozen. I think it was 10 actually.
As Arlott to Beaumont to come down and punch that to mid-off for no run.
Because the other thing about Bryony Smith is that she offers you bowling and batting, strong batting and bowling. And
yeah, she's a good, strong all-rounder, and she's another one that's come out of this domestic competition shining, really, that she can, we can see that these players can do can both bat and bowl, and this is what this domestic competition's for, to give them opportunities to be picked up in then competitions like the 100, the Big Bash. Azala into Beaumont, who's driven that to Bethan Ellis in the covers for no run.
Yep. There was some outstanding performances, weren't there, within the 100, and you want that momentum. I mean, Tammy Beaumont, for example, would, I'm sure, I kind of assume that she would have liked to have been in the T20 England squad, but for whatever reason, is in the ODI squad, so he's obviously getting ready for the longer format here.
Azala to Beaumont, who's hit that through the covers. That's a lovely characteristic Tammy Beaumont cover drive, 4-4 there, and it runs over this, what we said was a long boundary, but not long enough for someone like Tammy Beaumont when she's hitting it with that precision. And you wouldn't say overly hitting that, just timing it to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's the thing about Tammy Beaumont, it's all timing, isn't it? I mean, I had the pleasure of watching that double century in the Ashes test match, and it was just, I mean, you know, not chanceless, but not many chances, and it was just a beautifully timed innings. She was obviously in the zone, as they say, in terms of it was brilliant innings. It was a pleasure to watch, should we say?
As Lee taking her guard at the city end for the first delivery that she's going to face from Grace Potts, although you would have thought that both being Trent Rockets players, she has faced Potts in the nets over the course of the 100 up until, as we discussed earlier, that unfortunate injury to Potts during her first game in the 100, which put her out of the competition. Great to see her back though today, and Potts is off from her mark at the pavilion end to Lizelle, who's just defended that into the covers for no run, and that is Hannah Baker fielding the ball there.
Go long enough, she'll pick the ball up. That's Maddie Green.
Yeah, there
and
we
that's
go.
Amy Campbell.
3, 5 and 6, we've got it now. Got it.
Yes, Lizelle looked a little surprised at the speed of that delivery from Grace Potts, so that's Central Sparks will hope she's not getting her eye in.
Potts to Lee. That's gone through the covers. That's a fantastic shot. That's timed absolutely to perfection, and it's gone over the boundary rope for 4. That looked minimal effort, maximum gain there, didn't it? She just literally almost stroked through the ball with a slight stroke of the ball, and it's gone straight to the boundary for 4.
There was a noise that was only admiration from the corner from Mike Perkins at that point. He enjoyed the timing on that.
Of course, we saw Lizelle in the 100 get some scores, as we discussed earlier, sort of really bullying the ball, hitting it as hard as you like, but that shows her class there, that shot just going over the boundary with ease. Potts to Lee, who's gone the opposite side of the ground now, and that's going to run away for 4 as well as a chase on, but I don't think it's going to be made, and that's gone through square leg for 4.
She was admiring it to start off with, and then realised it might actually slow up, or the fielder might get to it, so she then...
Yeah, it didn't come up as much as I think Lizelle Lee was thinking there, so she had to get low on that shot and sort of sweep it across the bound, and think, unfortunately Bethan Ellis couldn't make it round to stop that boundary. And that's another 4 on the board, and you'd have to say that the Blazer on top early on here, 28 for none off 3 and a bit overs. There's Potts in again to Lee, who's hit that through, and that's gone in front of square this time through the mid wicket, and that's another 4. That's another great shot from Lizelle Lee. That's 3 4s in 3 balls, and she's making it look easy here.
So what are Central Sparks going to do? They need a trap here, don't they? And Abby Freeborn's asking for a helmet, so she's obviously going to be coming up to the stumps. They're going to need some.
Well, they can only have 2 out at this sort of time, and obviously they've got that third fielder on the boundary, sort of wideish there, and this kind of deep square leg, and that's all they can do really at this point. They can only have 2 fielders out. They could pull out that third boundary and just have someone maybe on the 45 or someone to give some extra cover. But actually, if we can encourage Potts to bowl the offside line now and say Abby Freeborn coming up to the stumps, hopefully we'll take at least one of those shots out of the game. But let's see how Grace Potts does with this next delivery now. She comes in to Lizelle Lee. That's a better delivery and just defended for no run.
Nice line there, wasn't it? And some pace as well.
But also, Lizelle Lee obviously scored 12 in 3 balls. It's a decent enough ball off her legs. There's no need in this format of the game and the score that's on at the moment to go for anything further. The run rate is over 8 and over, I think that says at the moment. So, it's tough for Central, someone like Grace Potts, a young up coming into the game, but you have to learn that you've got to keep those lines tight and you've got to bowl the right areas. So Lee, again, there's 2 decent balls there at the end of that over from Potts, and she'll be a bit disappointed those 3 fours, but actually she pulled it back well at the end of the over to finish there, and the score goes on to 32 for none of 4 overs.
So it's a kind of getting the line right, but it's also about how do you use those the fact that you've got a lot of fielders within that 25-yard circle. Different for the men and the women. The men play a 30-yard circle, the women play a 25-yard circle. The numbers inside and outside of that circle is also different for the 2 games, and then in terms of the regulations. I think we've got a change of bowling, Sarah.
Yeah,
We've
Katie George coming on.
Number 99 walking away from us. Left arm bowler, as you said. Right arm batter. Right hand batter.
Yeah, Katie George, new to the Sparks this year, and she's definitely made an impact in this competition. She'll be hoping to make more of an impact in this game today. Sparks changing up this bowling perhaps earlier than they would have hoped for after the last few overs from Lee and Beaumont, where they've really gone after the Sparks bowling. So George coming in from the city end to Tammy Beaumont.
Ooh.
And that's gone down the leg side for a wide. Sort of dragged that down with her, unfortunately. It's maybe just didn't quite get the length right there. She's scraping away at the crease to try and get some grip.
Ooh.
Perhaps.
Yeah, she seemed to lose her footing somehow, didn't she? And then sort of she has quite a wide stance as she delivers the ball, but that was definitely off kilter there.
Yeah, a little bit of a slingy action, Katie George, but that was sort of slung almost too far down the leg side as George goes back to a mark and in to Tammy Beaumont. And that's down the leg side. Again, it's been called a no ball this time, so this will be a free hit. We saw this earlier on in the season as well, Katie George struggling with her line. I think in one of the T20s in Worcester, she did come back from that. Incidentally, came back from the other end later on and bowled a lot better. But yeah, those first 2 deliveries aren't as obviously what she would have hoped for.
Eve Jones just having a calming word, no doubt, as she returns with Katie George to her mark. Tammy Beaumont making a mark with the bail on the popping crease.
George in for what will be still the first delivery of this over, and that's rather fortuitously flicked into the leg side from Tammy Beaumont. I think that was still drifting down leg a little bit, but Beaumont's got a little bit of bat on it and sent it down to the leg side for 1 run.
Katie George losing her footing as she went through on her action there.
Yeah, it's hard to watch when you can see a bowler who's just not quite getting it right, because you know how well she can bowl and how effective she is when she does get this run out right. But let's hope that it's just a little bit of a teething problem here and she can get this sorted on this delivery now. It's George into Lee. And Lee drops down onto her back foot then and just sort of pokes that into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, but she's seen Maddie Greenfield before and she knows there is no single there to Maddie Green.
That kept a little bit lower, I think. It's a little bit skiddy from Katie George, and Lizelle Lee watching it all the way onto the bat and just getting something in the way of it there for no run.
Yes, lovely weather.
It's you'd hope that this weather remains as competition goes deep into September, which sometimes can actually be fine for cricket, can't it?
Yeah,
so it's just
ironically, when you've got rain in the 100.
George to Lee. It's a better delivery, a small appeal for LBW, but umpire's not interested, and it's a dot ball. It's a better line there, obviously, from Katie George, just troubling the batter, hitting the pads. Lizelle Lee having a little bit of a stand on her bat there, having a little bit of a to look at her options, see what there is. We've got
there's some quite big gaps, isn't there? But
still got third man and this sort of deep, sort of fine square, or third and sort of backward square on the boundary. It's George back in for this fourth delivery of the over to Lee. And that's down the leg side, but again a little bit of bad on that to get away with it almost from Katie George there, and it's another dot ball.
Yes, struggling to get a line here, isn't she, unfortunately, and it's a sort of rhythm and line thing I think going on. I think both are sort of slightly troubling her.
Yeah, and sometimes, as we saw with Izzy Wong and the T20 the other week, sometimes you can overthink things. You can try overstep, or I've gone too far over the line, I'll pull it back to here, and actually no two run-ups are ever the same from the same bowler, and it's just kind of having that critical moment decision to be able to get yourself in the right place as George, and that's gone down the leg side again to Lizelle Lee as the umpire signals another wide. You can see the frustration in Katie George's actions there as she walks back to her mark. But yeah, it's all about repeating the same thing, isn't it? But there's other things that obviously contribute to that, like the weather, the pitch, the surface. So actually doing the same thing robotically again and again sometimes although it gets it in your mind, and people say about repeating the same thing, is that the best way to go about things? Do you just need to bowl in as many different surfaces and as many different places as possible to make sure you can adjust yourself and get your line right? And that's a better line from Katie George. To be happy with that delivery for no run.
She looks accusingly down at her spikes. Yeah, some struggling, unfortunately, for Katie George.
For a few runs, most of them unfortunately have been extras. When she gets it right, she's very effective. She just needs to find this rhythm and get into this pattern. As George back to her mark for hopefully what will be the final delivery of this over to Lizelle Lee. Left arm.
Sort of better line. It's not going to be a wide, so Katie George flings herself onto the pitch again.
Ball to end the over.
36 for no loss after 5 overs. Sarah Ginn is going to get herself a cup of tea, I think. And we're going to be joined again by Mike Perkins. Sarah Ginn, of course, the England Disabilities coach and Warwickshire coach. And Mike Perkins is coming back in again, and you're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. And you're joining us here at a beautiful, cloudless Edgbaston. We've got a view from the pavilion quite high up, more or less behind the stump line, looking out across the Birmingham city centre with the various high-rise buildings, making a beautiful backdrop to the view that we've got here, as Tammy Beaumont once again whacking the bails into the popping crease.
She always done that.
I think that's a new thing.
No, I do too. I can't recall her being a bail tapper.
But then she can't do it with the Well, she could do it with the Zinger bails, but people would be like recoiling with horror as Potts comes in from the pavilion end to Beaumont, waggles a bat and then just plays it gently to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's true. She'd smash all the
They're very expensive. Those things are like £10,000 or something a set. I mean, they're massively expensive, but great, aren't they? I mean, when you see the sparks fly and as the bails go, they're pretty impressive. So Potts, almost from the 25-yard circle, ponytail flying. Beaumont tries to work that into the leg side and succeeds, but only for a single. There's an appeal and it's given as a leg bye, but as a not out. Score is still 37 for no loss. We're into the 6th over, so we've got a few more overs left yet. It's the power play, Mike.
Yeah, it's been a strong start though.
Yes.
It's fair to say.
Yeah, Central Sparks need to unseat one of these two batters pretty quickly. Potts to Lee this time. Takes a big swing, fortunately for Central Sparks, straight to Amy Campbell at mid-off, and there is no run.
But I mean, the class that Lee showed to hit the extra
you
cover
loved that one,
drive, and then
didn't
the ball later to Potts, who's no slouch. I know she's brought the keeper up now, but certainly given she sits fairly up there in the speeds in women's cricket. She's no slouch at the ball, and then to get down on one knee and sweep her to the opposite boundary, incredible.
Lee comes up and over, talking of up and over the fielder, and that's another 4 to Lee's total there. 26 off the 21 balls that she's faced. 6 4s, so lots of big scoring runs here from Lizelle Lee. What have Central Sparks got to do in terms of trapping one of these two? Preferably, I think at the moment, Lee will be their primary target, but obviously they want both of them out.
Yeah, lovely shot back in between mid-off and the bowler.
Potts, right arm over to Lizelle Lee, also right-handed. Comes forward and defends that one down. And there is no run.
And it's that. I mean, actually, today it's mainly been timing and skill and finesse and all that kind of thing. But it was almost that last shot there. That's what, when I talk about her dominating the crease, it's actually that forward defensive that, you know, she's played the big drive over mid-off, and then the next ball, it's almost as if, yeah, I could do that again, but bang.
Yeah, it's that I'm in control. I'm choosing where this is going.
Exactly.
Potts winding herself up from the pavilion end to Lizelle Lee. Plays a lovely sweep shot to the boundary, and the fielder can't get to that. That's another 4 runs. Again, as you say, dominating the crease in terms of spotting that half volley and dispatching it backward of square for 4 runs there. Total moves on to 45 for no loss for the Blaze. That's the East Midlands regional side playing against Central Sparks in the field, and they're black with the multicoloured sleeves.
Yeah, and with a chase of only 190, that's already a big chunk out of it.
Yeah, 45.
Lizelle Lee just seemingly able to put the ball where she wants. Just a piece of housekeeping. I don't think I gave the bowling figures at the back end of the last innings. Grace Ballinger 9.5 overs, 3 maidens, 24 for 2. They're all very tidy figures. Catherine Bryce 10 overs, 1 maiden, 27 for 2. Sophie Munro 3 overs, no maidens, 22 for 1. Possibly the exception there. Kirsty Gordon 10 overs, 3 maidens, 27 for 1. Lucy Hyams 7 overs, 34 for 1. No maidens. And Josie Groves 10 overs, no maidens, 39 for 3. The pick of the bowlers.
George to Beaumont, a better line. Beaumont squeezes that to short third, and there's a shy at the stumps, of which Tammy Beaumont rather disturbingly tried to kick the ball almost in mid-air, which is a rather odd manoeuvre. Yes, but Katie George is, I mean, Eve Jones is making a brave decision to keep Katie George on. Maybe she's just saying, look, I can get my line right.
Yeah, the Sparks seem to have a lot of bowlers like Katie George. I think Izzy Wong's one when she plays as well, that can either go for a lot of runs or take a lot of wickets in a hurry. It's kind of one or the other.
Yeah, Beaumont comes forward and just plonks that down in front of her. Just covers it really with a pad and a bat, and there is no run.
Potts at times, I think, falls into that category. You know, it seems to either be they're looking really threatening and taking loads of wickets, but if that's not happening, they're going for runs. You know, there's kind of no in between, and you almost feel they could do with just you know what I mean, just a good seamer to turn to in these situations who's just going to bowl you 5 overs for less than 1 a ball.
Yeah, sort of up and down bowler. Yeah, I think there is always that, and it's more than just the balance of speed and accuracy. There's something about rhythm and getting your head right as well. As talking of rhythm and getting your head right, that's Katie George just aborts her first run.
Plenty of games elsewhere progressing at a pace. We'll bring you those after this delivery.
George to Beaumont. Again, a good line and smacks her pads. No run.
Thunder nearly there. 134 for 3, chasing 145 for victory. A 50 for Emma Lamb. Another one of those warming up.
Margins of the England
one day
side
series. She's made 50 from 59 in 70 minutes, so taking a big chunk out of that total. Getting 50 of the first 92 when she was out, so a good innings from Emma Lamb there for Thunder. Looks as if it'll be taking them home, and these two sides will be quite glad, I think, to seeing Stars lose, because Stars are the only side that have beaten the Blaze this season, so they closed the gap by doing that. And the Sunrisers.
Beaumont, that's down the leg side, that's another wide.
Score on to 46 without loss here. The score for the Sunrisers is 72 for 2 now. They're chasing 143 for victory, so they look well set too. The side bottom of the table playing the side second bottom, but they will be moving off bottom spot Sunrisers if they can continue in the vein they are at the moment. 72 for 2. We do know with Sunrise though it can all sort of grind to a halt very quickly.
George to Beaumont this time. Beaumont edges that to deep third. There's a fielder there who's going to pick Potts, who's going to pick that up. Just the single. They move towards that 50, 47 for no loss, the Blaze.
They lost 2 wickets in the 30s there, the Sunrisers, so they've recovered up to 72 for 2. They're more than halfway now, so let's see if they can get there. And then the game that's very much the anomaly at the moment. Southern Vipers setting 262 for the Northern Diamonds to get victory. 49 without loss in reply at Northern Diamonds, so it looks rather better for batting in that one at Gosforth than it does anywhere else.
Yep, George to Lee this time, who plays that off her legs but straight to the fielder, Amy Campbell, who has a shot at the stumps, but there is no run. Still 47 for no loss.
Superb though to have you all with us in a balmy Birmingham. 27 degrees at the moment out there on the pitch, and well, it's a magnificent day, as you say. You sort of mentioning the high rises over there. You can see the little admin bit poking out the top of the big shopping centre. You can see the turquoisey hotel, the Cube, the telecoms tower, of course.
Distinctive backdrop as George comes into Lee, who launches that up and over the bowler, but not very far, and Arlott picks that up and throws in one motion down the line of the stumps. There's just the one run as they move towards that 50 over milestone. 48 for no loss are the Blaze. Yeah. That's the end of 7 overs.
Just didn't quite get all of that one, but as we continue right to left, you get the telecoms tower, and then as you're moving round the Cube, and then you're looking over towards sort of the five ways roundabout there. You can see the sort of brown brick high rises rising into the sky there as well. Right back the other way, away to our right, and see the little towers which are off towards Borsall Heath, I think, poking out over the top of the
I should
green
point
trees.
out there's a bit of heritage there for me. My father grew up in Willows Road. Aptly known because of the cricket. So it's another connection for me to Edgbaston.
Now, I thought we'd see Georgia Davis early, and we are.
Yes, we were talking about the amount of movement there was for the spin bowlers when they can make it pitch. So, yes, Georgia Davis. What can she do with ball in hand? Can she take one of these key batters? Yeah, will Lee have a go at this? No, defends that down, and there is thinking about a big stroke, but decided just to defend that. 48 for no loss.
Turn and bounce. Turn and bounce.
Yeah. Waiting to see what the ball's doing there, I think, just having a bit of a sighter. Davis into Lee again. He dabs that through the vacant third or slip region as Mike takes a kind of noise.
It's very good, isn't
49.
it?
Yeah, as you say, dominating the crease. That was just a single there. 49 for no loss.
First ball turns and bounces. All right, then I'll just dab it down to third.
There's nobody there. Well, that was an easy run there. No, I'll not have to rush that one.
I mean, that is in a single delivery. That's class, isn't it? It's just absolute class.
Tammy Beaumont this time. There's a long on the boundary and a deep mid-wicket in terms of the deep fielders. Georgia Davis into Beaumont. Comes forward and just defends that. There is no run.
And usually it's Beaumont taking the pressure off her partner, but actually it's Lee taking the pressure off Beaumont.
Yeah, he's probably glad to have a bit of a rest and they can take it in turns, can't they? Davis into Beaumont. Oh, again gets trapped in front of the stumps. She has some big pads sometimes, Tammy Beaumont's style. She squares herself up and leaves herself open to some of those big appeals.
Always turning down that. Always turning.
Davis to Beaumont. Comes forward and plays that to the point region. Not convincingly, but there is no run. Still on 49 for no loss.
Was looking over the top there, Beaumont, wasn't she? Looking to get on top of Georgia Davis early. These two will know if they can hit Davis out the attack, the game's won almost.
Yeah. Beaumont goes to the offside and plays that into the leg side for 4 runs. Another 4 to the total, and they go through the 50 milestone, hence the applause you can hear in the background. And Blaze move to 53 for no loss. And Lee and Beaumont starting to look very threatening here. as Katie George takes her hat off. I think she's coming back for a third over
Poor
from
Maddie
the far
Green
end.
has got 0 and has just had to retrieve that one from over the square leg
She's
boundary.
also going
And
from
then-
deep to
yeah.
deep.
And
One
then
side of the
run
boundary to the
all
other.
the way across Edgbaston to the other side of
She's
the
pro-
ground.
she's getting the steps in if she's measuring them. So yeah, I don't know. She's getting a few steps in there. She retreats to a short mid-wicket to the right-handed batter.
She bowls a
of
little
Lee.
bit, but what I'd probably describe
Yeah.
as occasional.
Yeah, I
Occasionals.
don't think I'm expecting her to bowl.
Her first few internationals, I think she had a little bit of bowl, but after
Yeah,
that, not
Katie
so much.
George to Lizelle Lee, who tries to play that down the leg side, but it's the other side of us. But I think there's a thump on the pads. Katie George just questioning Rose Dovey about where that might have hit, etc.
Difficult angle though, isn't it, for the left arm over the wicket bowler to the right-handed batter to get an LBW.
Yeah.
Lee was almost looking to scoop that over Amy Campbell, who's up at short fine leg.
Yeah.
In fact, almost. You can't have a short long leg, but she's on the long leg line. She's
I think you should have a short
45
long leg.
degrees it becomes, doesn't it, when you go in the ring? But she's sort
45.
of on that
Yeah.
line.
On the circle. George into Lee. Thinks about several things and plays. Mike's going to love that. She just leant on that and played that straight back past the stumps for 4 runs the total, but no effort at all. Just literally almost a check drive, just straight back down the ground. Almost so straight that it hit the stumps the other end, but just missing them. Going that fine, straight back down towards the Birmingham end.
As good a cricket shot as you can ever wish to see there.
Yeah, and Lee moves on to 36 off the 30 balls she's faced. 9 fours, or 8 fours. George into Lee. Oh, it's gone up in the air, but it's gone into a gap, I think, up and over Amy Campbell's head, and it's heading towards the rope. It's 4 more runs. So not pretty, but certainly effective in terms of another 4 runs to Lizelle Lee's total here at Edgbaston for the Blaze against Central Sparks. Remember, this is West versus East Midlands, so this is for bragging rights this evening about which bit of the Midlands has the upper hand.
We were talking about opposites earlier, going through cover and then going to the mid-wicket boundary, and on this occasion going down the ground and then up and over the 45 fielder. I mean, it really is sublime batting. She was looking for that earlier in the over. It's clearly one she thinks she can play. I mean, the only slight criticism that people maybe had at international level of Lizelle Lee is she was the sort of batter who was capable of getting set like this and getting out. So that might be the only hope for the Sparks at the moment.
George to Lee, who plays that to the fielder. In fact, getting out. It's almost like we've... Yes, Eve Jones. Yes, great catch. Sorry, I don't know. Mike was just gesturing, and I was about to say something, and that was what I was going to say. Eve Jones. So that is George. Lee, Bolt, George, caught Eve Jones. So Lizelle Lee is heading back towards the pavilion, and I've got a feeling, are we going to see nuts? Oh no, we're going to see one of the Bryces. Is it one of the Bryces coming out next?
It looks like Sarah Bryce to me.
Sarah
on her way
Bryce,
to the crease.
indeed.
Which is, as it was listed, as I say, it was a little bit, from my perspective, breaking up the 17,000 runs into a 4 rather than a 3 was marginally disappointing. But that's as good as 40 as you will ever see anywhere.
So Lizelle Lee gets 40 off 31 balls with 9 fours before being caught by Eve Jones at the cover. And you were just talking about, she had a tendency to get so far and then get a catch.
Yeah,
you did it exactly.
She has a habit of getting out when set. That would be your only criticism of her international career, and it's happened there. But
except she's taken a big chunk out of that total.
Well, I would say today, I think she's done more than enough for a team. I think they'll be quite happy with that.
On debut, happy days.
Left for victory.
Yeah, so Sarah Bryce, right-handed Scottish international, also the wicket-keeper, obviously from the first half, if you were watching the first half. And certainly a good bat as George comes into Sarah Bryce. Ooh, defends that, but not... Oh, there's a mix-up. It's going to be a run-out. Oh, it was a bad bit of fielding, I'm afraid. From the point fielder, there was an easy run-out for Sarah Bryce, who had set off at some speed, thinking there was a run there. And there was a wild... Only needed to be an underarm there, Mike.
Yeah, Karis Paverley quickly onto it, but
not.
didn't really. It was like she was trying to throw to Freeborn, but Freeborn was obviously on the move to the stumps, and the two things crossed
work
a bit quickly from the
to be
Sparks
fair to her,
perspective. Terrible running though from the Blaze as well.
Yes.
It was not great cricket all round in a lot of
No,
respects.
because there's no rush for Blaze at all. They've got plenty of deliveries, and really that one would imagine a new batter's job is really just to get themselves in and not to be taking mad runs to start off with. As George comes into Bryce, it swivels round on that. It's going straight to the fielder, so they'll just get the one run to the fielder at backward square there.
She enjoyed that stroke.
End of the over, yes. So that's 62 for 1 off 9 overs. Beaumont on 15, and Sarah Bryce just off the mark with that single that she's just taken at the end of the over.
As I say, a balmy 27 out in the sunshine
Cool.
there. I think it's warmer than the 18 degrees the aircon's attempting in here as well, it has to be said. But it's a glorious, glorious day. Perfect blue sky. Not a single cloud causing a blemish on it. And you could be absolutely anywhere in the world today in terms of weather conditions. There was a few places that would beat it. Georgia Davis to continue.
Continue from the pavilion end.
Now,
And Sarah Bryce is just taking guard from Paul Baldwin at the pavilion end. Rose Dobbie at the square leg end.
I don't imagine Sarah Bryce will go after her too much, but I think Beaumont could, showing signs.
Sarah Bryce thinks about doing all sorts with that and then just plays it straight to the point field, and there is no run.
But yeah, Sarah Bryce generally has been, she's a classy player, but tends to sort of go square of the wicket really, which isn't ideal for the off spinner. So I think she might be a little quieter.
Georgia Davis, right arm over. Sarah Bryce defending that down to cover point, and it's fielded quickly, and there is no run. You can hear a bit of chirp now from Central Sparks, who will need to G themselves up, and they've got the bonus of having Lizelle Lee out, but what can happen next in terms of Davis? Oh, straight through to Abby Freeborn. We almost had a caught behind there. It was certainly keeping Abby Freeborn interested there from as the ball beat the bat, and Sarah Bryce went out to meet it. Davis into Bryce. Plays that cramped up really straight to Katie George at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Got weather vane pointing west to east today on top of the score box.
Yeah. Davis to Bryce, who defends that, and there is no run. So Sparks will need to keep. I mean, this might frustrate perhaps Sarah Bryce, given that she had a mad run on her first delivery. Maybe a few dots might make her think a bit frustratedly, and that's another dot as Sarah Bryce struggles with Georgia Davis's line there, and there is no run. So that's the end of 10 overs. The Blaze are 62 for 1. We've got Tammy Beaumont on 15 and Sarah Bryce just off the mark. And the sunshine here at Edgbaston. This is Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. You've been listening, you are listening to Claire Jenkins. I'm former Somerset and Derbyshire player. We've got Mike Perkins here, and we've also got Sarah Ginn about to join us, who is the England Disability and Warwickshire coach, level 4 coach. Have to be on best behaviour. It's a beautiful day here for cricket, but Central Sparks doing a bit of struggle, I think, here as Katie George is about to set off from the far end.
Yep, thanks to Claire Jenkins there for her latest contribution, and as she says, you're with Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn now, and you're with Katie George, who is steaming in to bowl, and it is a steamy sort of a day as she delivers to Tammy Beaumont, who's orderly in her defensive stroke. Forward she goes and blocks the ball down the onside of straight. There is no run on offer on that occasion, and very much in control of this, the Blaze needing 128 more to win. Sarah again.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start, helped obviously by those great shots by Lizelle Lee when she was in, and Tammy Beaumont just solid as ever at this end.
Here is George. Beaumont down the track, smashing it into the leg side. It might go all the way. It does go all the way. 6 runs for Tammy Beaumont. An imperious stroke. The first defensive stroke was orderly. The second advancing stroke was brutal, really, to Katie George, who's taken a bit of stick in this spell already. Beaumont on to 21. George has conceded 22 already, and she's only just begun her 4th over of the innings.
It's like she heard me then saying how that she was just steadying one end and decided to show that she's more than capable of other things other than steadying the ship with that fantastic 6 over mid-wicket there.
Beaumont faces up again. 68 for 1 the score. Defends. There's an appeal for LBW. It bobbles out into the leg side. No real interest from the umpire, and the score remains on 68 for 1. There are 2 fielders back on the leg side. Mid-wicket and mid-on are up. That was the route that Beaumont took earlier in the over. Also extra cover and a straightish mid-off. Backward points in the ring. We have a fielder down at 3rd and a fielder on the cover boundary, so slightly more spread now as Katie George is on her way again. Left arm over the wicket from the Birmingham end. Beaumont again looks to advance and lift the ball into the leg side boundary, but can't quite manage it on this occasion, Sarah.
No, but you do notice that they're sending a fielder back onto that boundary there, just for protection, and Grace Potts coming in to the ring. So Katie George obviously sensing that that's where Tammy Beaumont is aiming to go now, over that mid-wicket area.
She just assesses things on the leg side. We'll know there'll be at least one there. Dot from the previous delivery. But she waits now with that distinctively raised bat and will hit off the outside edge. I think she was actually aiming more leg side with that shot. Got a leading edge out to the cover boundary. We'll take the one that was on offer. 69 for 1. Another 121 required to reach the target set by the Central Sparks here, the home side, but they're struggling, admittedly, against a side full of international class. In fact, assuming Catherine Bryce will be the number 5, the entire top 5 will be international players, although Georgie Boyce might sneak in there at 5, we'll see. As this one is bowled and Sarah Bryce defends into the offside.
It's a better
Pavley's
ball
there
by,
with the field.
Better ball by Katie George to finish that over, but yeah, she has struggled, and that extra little bit of pace has been used by Tammy Beaumont, especially in that shot in the last boundaries, in the last over. So yeah, sometimes getting it just slightly wrong when you're a pace bowler results in the ball going even further off the bat, unfortunately.
No run to finish the over there, so 121 more still required, but it's certainly a better position than Sparks found themselves in. In fact, at the 15th over they'd only reached 64 for 3, so the Blaze already ahead on runs and look like being ahead on wickets. Here's Georgia Davis. She's the one you feel could really change this game and beats the sweep shot of Beaumont, looking to target the leg side boundaries. I glance in that direction, I see backward square leg just been given a water bottle. We also have a deep mid wicket, another swig out of a water bottle there, as in comes Georgia Davis, turns back towards the bat of Beaumont, who's quickly through for the single, putting pressure on Eve Jones, the Sparks skipper. And on a hot day like this, it must be difficult when you're sort of getting given the run around a little bit like that. The big shots coming, but also the little ones.
I mean, the Blaze are making it look a little bit easier. They've been in the field for 50 overs, and you'd have thought that they might be the ones that are retiring, but they're not showing any signs, especially...
Davis delivers again, this time to Bryce. It gets through to the gloves of Freeborn. The hands go to the head of Georgia Davis. I think she thinks that was a chance.
Yeah, Sarah Bryce has
unable
spent...
to cling on, 70 for 1.
Sarah Bryce spent 50 overs with that helmet on behind the stumps, and she's back in batting now. It's a hard game sometimes, but...
Bryce forward, defends with a bit of a twiddle, which didn't give it the assured nature she would have liked. No run to Eve Jones at cover.
Yeah, you don't know whether that went through then. By the looks of Georgia Davis, it was obviously a very good delivery or a nick.
Oh, again just through outside the off stump. The same sort of hands to the head expression, so maybe it wasn't a nick, maybe it was just the exasperation of missing off stump by a whisker as she did there. Another dot to her analysis though, looking to complete this over. Just the 6 runs so far. That's something, having bowled at Lizelle Lee. Another attempt at the cut from Sarah Bryce, but again can't get the connection that Lee did with a little knock on the head style cut, whereas Bryce seemed to almost be trying to go under the ball a little bit more, and that method seems to have been less effective. 70-1 the score then at the end of that, which is the 12th over of the innings. Our scoreboard in the sunshine tells us on the far side, this wonderful ground that is Edgbaston.
This is Hannah Baker, I think, coming on to have a bowl. Katie George obviously being we're going for 23 and just her 4 overs, so a change up here is probably needed for the Sparks.
And it makes sense going to the spin here, because if they're going to win the game, it isn't going to be by bowling the full 50 overs here, so they may as well start trying to pile a bit of pressure on with the spinners, as opposed to using the seamers, who haven't had much luck at all, admittedly against an international class opening partnership. But Arlett's gone for 16 off 2, Potts 24 off 3, and George 23 off 4 has actually been the pick of the bowlers in that sense, because she's gone for under 1 a ball. That was a fairly loose opening delivery that Beaumont tried to cut and didn't get much of, so another dot ball, but the Blaze in control here. Beaumont facing again, lifts it into the leg side. It takes a couple of bounces out to the fielder at deep mid wicket. 1 added to the total, 72 for 1. Amy Campbell comes back up in front of square to a straightish mid wicket. We also have long on coming into mid on.
I feel like they think that Sarah Bryce is their best chance to take a wicket here, put a few more fielders in front of the bat in these catching positions.
Maddie Green even is coming up as well into the ring to try and put pressure on Bryce. The ball though here will be turning away from the right-hander, which I think she'll like a bit more with her square of the wicket stroke play, and she hits it in that direction. It's a good bit of fielding by Bethan Ellis, who was the top scorer in the Sparks innings. Makes a good stop there to keep the score at 71 for 1. It was a very, very hard worked 53 for Ellis in the Sparks innings. As this one is cut, Ellis had gone back on the offside, and this one was kept in the ring by Pavely very well.
Yeah, good bit of fielding by Pavely. There was a bit of a spin on that delivery, and it's easy to go the wrong way and look quite foolish sometimes on those deliveries, but she read it really well.
71 for 1. Bryce trying to find a scoring shot, does so there with a dab on the sweep down fine. It was a vacant fine area. 2 fielders converge on it. It's Potts who gets to the ball. Lots of 9s there, the 99 of George and the 9 of Potts, but they don't prevent another 2 being added to the total. Sarah Bryce on to 3, 73 for 1, 190 needed for victory here. Looks to be going well and truly in the Blazers' favour. A very, very quick fire 40 from 31 deliveries in 38 minutes, with 9 4s from Lizelle Lee before being caught by Eve Jones off the bowling of Katie George. As they go for another single. This could be run out. It is run out. Tammy Beaumont was slow off the mark, unusual to say for Tammy Beaumont. Sarah Bryce just dabbing into the offside. It was a good pick up and throw from Pavely at backward point, and it was straight into the gloves of Freeborn this time. And 73 for 2 now the total. A bonus wicket for the Sparks, and it's a big one in the form of Tammy Beaumont.
Yeah, it's an excellent pickup from Pavely there, and she's fielded well at their backward point area, and it came straight in, and Abby Freeborn did a fantastic piece of work. Kind of took that off balance, but still managed to turn away back to the stumps and to take the bails off and actually run out in the end by some distance, Tammy Beaumont there.
Yeah, we could see it from up here that she was short of her ground, as Nat Siver-Brunt walks out at number 4 as we'd anticipated, but a shame for Tammy Beaumont for the innings to end on 24, run out by a combination of Pavely and Freeborn. Faced 31 balls in 54 minutes
Yeah,
hitting 3 fours and that magnificent 6.
She was looking quite comfortable there, Beaumont, wasn't she? And it was going to have to take a fantastic piece of work or perhaps a risk there. And it was, as you said, uncharacteristic of Beaumont to be on the back foot a little bit there and not get through for that single. But, great bit of work. And I think that's the first sort of really good bit of fielding we've seen from the Sparks throughout the game. And it's a really key wicket to be taking.
And it's just something like that the Sparks needed as Georgia Davis comes into bowl. It takes the batter Bryce, who understandably might be feeling a bit nervous having run out an England international, but the Scottish international was never going to be out from that. It was turning down the leg side. Here is Sarah Bryce again. Down the track she goes, hit, caught and bowled chance. It's spilt by Georgia Davis, went quick. Of course, she has had the problem with her hand. I think that might have affected how keen she was to put it in harm's way there. She did her best, but couldn't cling on, and it's gone away for 4 runs. 77 for 2, the total moves on to Bryce on to 7, but a opportunity there for the Sparks.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that was similar to when she did break the hand. It was a sharp caught and bowled chance coming back at her, and I think it's got to be going through your mind.
Davis bowls it, and this one's chipped up, and Davis does take the caught and bowled this time and throws the ball up in the air in delight. Abby Freeborn comes to congratulate her, and that was a softer shot back, a leading edge, and Davis threw herself under the ball. 77 for 3, and well, that's a brave catch for Georgia Davis to have taken, having broken her hand in similar fashion to the previous delivery, but then when the caught and bowled chance was there again, she took it well. 77 for 3. The chase 190, so another 113 required. Sarah Ginn, just a little opening all of a sudden here for the Sparks.
Yeah, from being really comfortable in the Blaze innings now, those quick wickets that have fallen have changed the game considerably. I mean, the dangerous Tammy Beaumont run out, Sarah Bryce obviously feeling a little bit after that delivery, and then chipping 2 up really in 2 balls that to give 2 chances, and being taken on the second one by a great caught and bowled effort by Georgia Davis. Yeah, it's interesting how these games swing so quickly. We're sitting here 5 minutes ago thinking that the Blazers were all over this, and now things have changed.
Well, it was difficult to see where on earth they were going to get into this game, the way Beaumont and Lee had started off. But now all of a sudden, Bryce out, caught and bowled by Davis for 7. Beaumont run out by Pavley and Freeborn for 24 as that first ball is defended back down the pitch to Georgia Davis. 77 for 3 it remains. Nat Siver at the non-strikers end. It's Georgie Boyce who's come out for the Blaze at 5 and will twiddle this one up to mid-on off the front foot for no run. Lizelle Lee was out for 40, caught by the captain Eve Jones off the bowling of Katie George. Finished with 23 for 1 in her 4 overs, which wasn't bad given the onslaught that was coming. This defensive push from Boyd, get her off the mark. It's picked up at backward point. 77 for 3. The thing in the Blazers' favour, though, is if anyone can handle this situation, it will be Nat Siver-Brunt with her 6,100 international runs.
Yeah, I mean, you'd still think that the Blaze are on top here. They've got Boyce to come in, they've got Catherine Bryce also, so they've got 2 really good strong batters to come, and of course Nat Siver-Brunt, the longer she can stay at the crease here, the sort of more at ease I think the rest of the Blaze lineup will feel with their batting. Of course she is absolutely a quality batter and world class, and to see her here in this domestic competition gives it a big boost, but equally it'll be something that the Sparks will be thinking, this is the key wicket, if we can get her then we could be on top on this game.
Imagine what a wicket it'd be for Hannah Baker, but I have to say 217 internationals, you've seen most things by then, and I'm sure Nat Siver-Brunt has seen 3 quick wickets fall after a good start before, as she plays that one to Amy Campbell at straight mid-wicket, very straight mid-wicket in fact, no run on offer. Baker again to deliver a leg spin. The city of Birmingham behind her. It pitches well outside leg stump despite the enthusiastic appeals from the Sparks players and fielders.
The Blaze girls getting slightly worried, running back to the changing room. They're a little bit quicker than they thought after those 3 quick wickets. Of course, the Blaze using the changing room on the opposite side of the ground, so quite a way back to go and put your pads on if there's a collapse.
It's strange they've gone that end as Siva Brunt sweeps into the leg side. There will be 1 on offer. She didn't get much of that. In fact, the umpire taps the leg to signify she didn't get any of that. 17-9 for 3, leg by awarded. It's quite odd given there's 2 perfectly passable changing rooms at this end, one for the home team,
I
one
mean,
for the
maybe
away.
one of them's being used potentially has got, or I don't know if there's a game on here due soon, but yeah, it's they are using the one on the opposite side for some reason today.
Baker bowls. Boyce looking to pull. Appeals from the Sparks players, more in hope, I think, than any sort of expectation. The ball dribbles out past Freeborn, the wicket keeper. 78 for 3 it remains after all that.
There was talk a few years ago that they may redo the changing rooms over the opposite side of the ground and make them more into sort of women's changing rooms, so when they use the ground here and up the facilities.
Wide ball there from Baker. Freeborn collects it though, and they will continue to, or she will continue with this over down the leg side again. And Freeborn's there with the gloves, tidy as always, but another single to the total. 80 for 3 the scoreboard moves on to, way slightly to the right hand side of our view, as Georgia Davis is watching on as a younger spin twin. Hannah Baker delivers outside the off stump. Better delivery, that. 80 for 3 it remains once again. One more ball of this, the 15th over to be delivered. Can it produce a wicket? Boyce is out, chopping onto her own stumps, and Georgie Boyce is gone for naught. 80 for 4 now is the score for the Blaze. They need another 110 runs for victory, and Georgie Boyce is out for no score. Bowled by Hannah Baker, chopping onto her own stumps. 80 for 4, 110 more required for victory. I will hand the commentary on to Sarah Ginn, and she will be joined by Claire Jenkins.
Yes, Georgie Boyce looking very despondent on our way off there. Just could be seen to be unlucky. Tried to give herself some room, but just played it onto her own stumps there, and should be disappointed to be walking back, having not scored. And again, this changes the game for in the way of the Sparks a little bit more. I say 80 for 4, so the score we're well up with the run rate. But both the batters now new to the crease on no runs. So Catherine Bryce comes to join Nat Siverbrunt, who, as we said before, would have been in this situation many a time, but has got to make sure she's still got partners to support her.
It was exciting, wasn't it? I only left for a little bit, a little drink, and come back and 4 wickets down.
Yeah, we've got
a chance.
End of the over, so Georgia Davis coming back on, and Nat Siverbrunt just taking her guard. But yeah, we've gone from 70 odd looking easy and breezy to 80 for 4 in double quick time.
Amazing.
So
change of
Sparks will
fortunes.
be hoping you go off for a cup of tea again, Claire, after that.
Oh no, I've got to come off again, Mike. He's tucking into his fruit salad from lunch.
So Davis into Nat Siverbrunt. Rocks back, hits that into the onside, but only as far as Amy Campbell for no run.
80 for 4. No, if only Central Sparks can get Siverbrunt out, this could get really quite exciting.
Davis to Siverbrunt, who's just blocked that for no run. So there's plenty of time left in this game. The run rate at the moment is just over 5s and over, and yeah, I think that the Blaze girls will still fancy their chances in this game from this position. Davis to Siverbrunt. Oh, that's a great shot. Rocked through the mid wicket, and it's gone straight to the boundary for 4. Again, that was one of those effortless shots that she's just rocked back and just put her hands through the ball and sent it for 4 runs.
It is that class is permanent, isn't it? Thing, and you said that they. I don't fancy their chances. I think it's much stronger than that. They'll just expect to win from this point anyway. But when you've got somebody, as Mike said, dominating the crease like these two have.
Siverbrunt comes down the track, nips that for a single to long on.
again making it look very easy there, just leaning on top of that and knowing that there's an easy single there. Rotate the strike, as we say.
It's Catherine Bryce, who bowled well earlier on in the day, is now at the crease with Nat Sitterbrunt and just taking her guard, look around the field as Davis comes in. Catherine Brunt just plays that to Eve Jones for no run.
Lovely day here, perfect cricket weather. A little hot for me, but I'm sure these players won't worry about that.
It's Davis to Bryce for no run again. It's well, nicely pitched up by Davis. That's a good over. Apart from that, there was that slightly shorter delivery that you could see that Nat Sitterbrunt was all over, rocking back and sending that for 4. But a decent over again from Georgia.
85 for 4 then, end of 16 overs. There's a little bit more of a, balance now, I think, having the central spots getting those wickets. And as you said, it looked easy peasy with Liam Beaumont at the top, and then a couple of 2-3 quick wickets, and then suddenly you're 4 down. It's not a big total, but it depends on who's going to stay in, doesn't it? And there's a change of still Baker.
Hannah Baker,
the Baker
from the City end, tossing the ball up as she does from hand to hand. Young leg spinner took part in this under-19 World Cup, and she's coming in now to Nat Sitterbrunt, who's missed the bat. That was a close delivery then. As we said earlier, imagine you get the wicket of Nat Sitterbrunt, it's one to chalk up in the memory, isn't it? And that was as close as it could get really from Hannah Baker there, just missing the bat and also close to a stumping. As Baker into Sitterbrunt, who rocks back, sends that to the mid-wicket boundary, and I think that's just going to be just the one run there.
Yeah.
But so well-positioned fielding out there, but it's you'd think that it won't be long before Sitterbrunt finds some of these gaps in this field and starts sending them to the boundary.
Yeah. Sparks will need to keep mixing it up, won't they?
Bryce takes a guard. Baker in her leg spin. Bryce pokes that into this gap in the cover. With cover is deep on the boundary of Bethan Ellis at the moment, so that's an easy single to Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, Hannah Baker, as you say, fresh from success at under-19 World Cup and did well in the 100 too. I met her mum during the 100, and she was saying that Hannah was really enjoying her experience at the 100, just being around those top players.
It's Baker into Sitterbrunt, who's hit that through. It's a good stop there by Amy Campbell, so she's saved 4 runs there, I would think, and it's just gone for a single. Yeah, I think it's always a little bit surreal sometimes when it's for the parents and the players, that all of a sudden 1 minute you're playing sort of under 17 girls cricket somewhere, and the next minute you're on the bench or even playing in something like the 100. As Baker into Bryce and misses the bat again, and well taken by Abby Freeborn behind the stumps.
Because for some of those under 19, I mean, just looking at somebody like Lizzie Scott, who's playing for Northern Diamonds, I mean, she makes her debut down at Taunton, because I happen to be commentating that game. Then she finds herself in the final at Lords, where Northern Diamonds win the thing, and then she's at the World Cup.
There's Baker to Bryce again through that gap in the cover for 1 run.
It's great that there's those sort of opportunities to even do that, so you go from your debut at a region, you find yourself at Lords in the final where you win the cup, easy peasy, isn't it? Then you find yourself in the England under-19 squad. You're at the World Cup and you beat Australia in the semi-final. Did I mention that we beat Australia? Yes, I did. And find yourself in the final of the first ever under-19 World Cup. I mean, and then you find yourself in not only back established in your regional side, but in a 100 team as well. So thoroughly enjoying herself.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that these youngsters get opportunities to play in these, even if they're not actually playing as part of the side, but just to be in that environment is great. And Georgia Davis to Catherine Brunt, who's worked that into the leg side for no run. But the big moments, the big pressure, I mean, there's a big emphasis in there with children to just let them play games, let them go locally, let them not have big national competitions, which is fair enough, let them enjoy the game and everything else. But it does, as Davis into Bryce.
Oh, it's
caught and bowled. That's gone straight back into the hands of
There's
Georgia
gonna be a-
Davis for a second court and bowled there. Looks
think
like
they're
there's a bit of a
discussing.
discussion between the umpires. Catherine Bryce at the moment is staying still in her crease. She's not sure that has carried, and the umpires are in for discussion. The drinks have come out, but we'll have to wait and see what the signal is here.
We don't
And
have
she's going
DRS,
back.
so we don't have DRS. So it's the one-time only decision from the umpires on the pitch, and she's, as you say, heading back towards the pavilion. So
And that's a great wicket from Georgia Davis. So Catherine Bryce out for 2 of 7 balls caught and bowled by Georgia Davis.
another court and bowl for. So well, there we are. So and that's both Bryces. So she's got a brace of Bryces. She's got a brace of Bryces caught and bowled.
Yeah.
I got there eventually. Ooh.
So after that finger injury, you'd think she'd be a bit tentative,
Yeah,
but the ones
sort of
that are
thing.
looped up, and she's got such a good eye for it, she's just got to come forward and take both of those catches, which so bring Sophie Monroe to the crease now.
And I think she knows that her bowling is the sort of bowling where they're likely to possibly knock it up in the air, and then she's going to be in the box seat, obviously, for her own caught and
She
bowled.
gives us such a lovely amount of flight
Yeah.
that actually makes the batter in 2 minds, and then when something happens just like that decision there where you're not fully committing to the shot either way, and then it ends up just popping up, and so that was a nothing dismissal, you call those, don't you, where you just sort of nothing happened, and then it just suddenly all out of nowhere popped up the bat, and it's a wicket, another wicket for Georgia Davis, who's bowling excellently so far this game. So Sophie Monroe taking her guard as Davis comes in, and that will be a wide, just trickling down the leg side. She won't mind that too much, Georgia Davis. She's getting a nice bit of movement there, and it's spinning into the bat of Sophie Monroe, and just a little bit, almost too much of a spin there, went past the bat. As Davis back to her mark, and Monroe just plays that straight down the ground for no run.
Yeah, crucially for Central Sparks, 2 batters who've got to establish themselves. I mean, we've said that Nat Silverbrunt is hardly going to feel that this is a big pressure for her in terms of the moments she has faced in her career.
And Davis into Monroe, who again dots that down for no run.
5 wickets down, Sarah.
I know, what a turn up.
I know.
This is how I think this is what makes cricket so interesting, isn't it? So you think, oh, it's the end, and if you were at home, you might pop the TV off or change the channel over, and you come back 5 minutes later, and it's a totally different game.
No, stay with us. This is going to be exciting stuff here.
Yeah, it's Georgia Davis coming for this last delivery of the 18th over. The score is 95. And that's beaten everything. All ends up for end the over, and that's the end of Georgia Davis's 6th over, and it's well bowled from her.
Great bowling, isn't it?
So she's the lead wicket taker in this competition. She's added 2 more to her tally today, and you can see why she's worth her weight in gold. Sparks must be mightily relieved that finger has healed for well enough that she can come back onto the pitch, and I'm not sure she'll be entirely happy that the ball keeps coming towards her for all these catches, but yeah, she's done remarkably well to recover and get here.
Yeah, you're happy with when you've got a bowler who's taken 2 for 16 with a maiden off 6 overs and an economy rate of 2.67. Not that I've done that in my head, I'm just reading that off the scorecard, but happy days, isn't it?
Yeah, as Baker continues from the city end, Silverbrunt has swept that across just as far as Katie George on the square boundary for 1 run. That Silverbrunt just keeps taking a casual single, and then it stays at the other end and watches the rest of the over. Let's see what Sophie Monroe can do to the leg spin of Hannah Baker.
Less than 100 to get now for him, so plenty of deliveries to go.
In the 18th over, and Monroe has just watched that past her off stump, turning into the hands of Abby Freemore behind the stumps.
Flirting with the outside of the bat there. Slip in place.
It's Baker to Monroe. She's just popped that into the ground for no run. Yes, I think it's a case of can she tempt them? Can she tempt her to make a shot? Because that ball is turning, which it seems to be, off the spin of Hannah Baker. Then Eve Jones is definitely going to be in play in that slip position. As Baker chipped up for Monroe, but just dropped short of the fielder there in the mid-wicket area.
That was
Amy
so
Campbell.
close, wasn't it? Really,
Yeah.
if she'd got hold of that properly, I think she miscued it, really.
I don't know whether it was deliberate soft hands making it drop more shorter as Baker to Munro, who's just popped that down again to the offside for no run. These overs go quickly through, don't they, with these spinners?
Spin bowlers, yeah. Which Sparks, I'm afraid, have a bit of a reputation for slow over rate, so they'll be needing these quick overs done. Oh, hello.
And she's bowled, and Hannah Baker has bowled her round her leg. Sophie Munro didn't look settled at the crease there, was just poking at them outside off stump, and then left that one altogether, and it's bowled her round the legs, and Sophie Munro goes for no runs. She's not scored off 9 deliveries, and that leaves the Blaze 91 for 6.
Don't leave your screens wherever you're watching this. This is getting really exciting now. 6 wickets down of the Blaze. Not chasing a huge total, but it's starting to get a bit more of a task now that batters are running out. So who have we got next?
Just looking at who's coming in down here is Lucy Hyam, I believe, coming into the crease now. Again, Lucy Hyam can hold it back, can play. Not known for necessarily her big shots, but can work the ball around the field as well. But I think more the case is now someone has to stay at the crease and support Nat Sciver-Brunt so she can get these runs on the board.
She can do what Nat Sciver-Brunt does. She can
she can do as much as she wants, but she does need some partners at the other end, and I think that's where Sparks will be hoping that if they can keep the pressure on the sort of less experienced batter, which is basically anybody else who's coming in now, that they've definitely got this game sorted.
Chloe Brewer and Rhea Fackrell trying to race each other off the pitch with the drinks. But it also affords Eve Jones potentially to be a bit more aggressive with her field, but we'll see. So Amy Campbell's just friendly banter, I'm sure, but patting Lucy Hyam on the helmet in welcome to the crease.
Yeah, and of course
rebuilding the stumps again, helping Paul Baldwin put those stumps back in because they've had some crunching with throws at the stumps and
that one's the
clean
ball
bowled.
hitting them off Hannah Baker there, which brings Georgia Davis into her 7th over of this what has been a great spell so far.
These two, it's great spin from Central Sparks, isn't it? I mean, both ends really pinning the Blaze down in the crease, keeping them into 2 figures.
It's Davis into Sciver-Brunt. He's worked that onto the leg side behind square, and there's a chase on for Grace Potts, and a round throw back for an easy 2 in the end. The throw coming in from Bethan Ellis there, but still it was just weighted enough that they could get back for that second run before the fielders managed to get there. If it wasn't anyone other than Nat Sciver-Brunt, you'd say that was just quite lucky of judgment, but I think that was actually her deliberately weighting that ball in that way to get that run. As Georgia Davis bowls again, and Sciver-Brunt plays that away only as far as Amy Campbell in mid-wicket.
I've just seen a headline: Sunrisers just beat the Western Storm. I didn't read the detail, but I just saw the headline come up.
As Davis in to Sciver-Brunt, rocks back, pops that to the leg side for an easy single there. Yeah, so more other games being played around the country in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Western Storm only set was definitely a below average score, and but then I think they made hard work of chasing it, didn't they?
So just having a quick look. So Thunder beat Stars, and Sunrisers. It's stuck between Live and
Davis into Lucy Hyam. He gets forward.
I just know that they won. Sunrisers beat Western Storm. I shall be up at or down at Taunton on Sunday and Wednesday on their live stream comms, so please join us there.
It's Davis to Hyam. He's gone back in a crease, and rather like Sarah Bryce earlier on in the innings, just playing and missing at these deliveries on the offside. Last delivery of the 20th over here from Georgia Davis as she comes in. Hyam rocks back, sends that behind square, and they'll scamper through for a single. So that's 20 overs gone, and the score now is 95 for 6.
95 for 6. So thank you, Sarah. I think I'm going to be joined again by Mike Perkins. It's starting to get really interesting here. So 6 wickets down are the Blaze, 95 runs. You need another, well, less than 100 now. So yes, it's sort of finally poised in terms of how many people can stay with Nat Brunt, Mike.
Indeed. I mean, the tactic here has got to be see off these 2 spinners, but it's easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah. When you've got,
it was a completely different game when the seamers were bowling. So, and it may well be a different game when they come back on with a softer ball. It might be harder to hit than it was for the international class of Beaumont and Lizelle Lee, but it's almost beginning to swing in Sparks' favour.
Baker to Heyhoe. Plays that straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. 95 for 6 still. Into the 21st over here at Edgbaston. Central Sparks are West Mids in the field, and the Blaze East Mids with the bat. Heyhoe swipes at one, and it went in the air, and Potts was interested for a minute, but just couldn't get to it. Just fields it, but more importantly, there's no run. So frustration with dots and some wickets at the moment are working for Central Sparks as Baker right arm over to the right-handed Heyhoe, who squirts that to cover point, but there is no run again. Doesn't really play that convincingly, just plays a sort of hockey shot, but not full-blooded in any sense, and there is no run. 95 for 6 still.
The batters out then, Lizelle Lee 40, Tammy Beaumont 24.
Heyhoe plays that into the leg side, but it's into a gap there. They're going to get through for a single. Lucy Harms quick between the wickets.
Sarah Bryce for 7, Georgie Boyce for 0, Catherine Bryce for 2, and Sophie Monroe for 0. The spin of Davis and Baker doing the bulk of the damage.
Yeah. 96 for 6 here are the Blaze against Central Sparks. And that's a Brunt to face this time. What can Baker serve up? Swept to backward square. Katie George is there and will tidy up, and they'll just get through for the single.
Siva Brunt is obviously the problem that Sparks have. This is the 5th over for Baker. Davis has 3 more, and then you would imagine the task would get a little easier in this pursuit of 190 for victory.
Yep. Heyhoe comes forward. Ooh, doesn't play that well, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. 21 overs gone. Blaze are 97 for 6. They needed 190 to win, and their wickets are falling. So it's going to be very intriguing here at Edgbaston in the sunshine. We've had a couple of brand new players today. So in terms of the home side, Central Sparks, we've got Maddie Green, who's the New Zealand White Fern international, making her debut for Central Sparks. And meanwhile for the Blaze, we saw Lizelle Lee, former South African international, come in and get herself settled, but get to a 40 and then unfortunately give a catch away there as the umpires have a little conference.
You won't have seen this at home on the behind the bowler's arm camera, but Eve Jones off that last ball that Lucy Heyhoe appeared to misjudge turned round and put her hands to her mouth and was sort of gasping with exasperation. Yeah,
Davis to Siva Brunt, who plays that lustily, and Emily Arlock manages to get her hand on it and keep it inside the circle and probably saves 4 runs there. They get through for a single. So Nat Siva Brunt on 14 and Lucy Heyhoe on 2. 98 for 6 into the 22nd over. The field comes in to squeeze with Lucy Heyhoe. The leg side stepping backwards. And that's played down into the ground. There is no run. 98 for 6. When will the Blaze make it to 3 figures?
Wins then
2
for
more.
the Thunder
Yep.
and Sunrisers.
Yep.
And Northern Diamonds 154 more to beat the Vipers.
Ooh. As Heyhoe swipes across that one and does not get anything on it, and there is another dot, so no run. Still 98 for 6 here.
108 for 2 in that chase. The Northern Diamonds. So runs rather easy to come by at Gosforth than anywhere else, it would seem.
Yeah, big runs there. Davis to Heyhoe. Ooh, beats the bat again. Straight through to Abby Freeborn there, and another dot ball as Central Sparks continue to put the pressure on here Eve Jones standing at a commanding cover right in the batter's face. It's in the air. Oh, she just misses that catch there out in the outfield. There was a bit of luck there from Lucy Hyam as the fielder, Maddie Green, came in and almost, there was a sort of collective holding of breath there. Just another yard she needed to have taken that catch, and they got through for a single. Meanwhile, while that was going on, we moved to 99 for 6.
Terrific effort.
Yep. And that's dubbed down, and there is no run. So still 99 for 6. That's the end of the over. As Sarah mentioned, we get through these overs quickly with the short run-ups of the spin bowlers.
But it's not been Maddie Green's day. No runs with the bat, and just couldn't cling on there. Was
Just
diving forward, the ground always arriving too fast. So
It looked impossible for a while, and then for a moment there was a, ooh, is this possible? And then not possible.
Yeah, and still doing the long yards though.
Jesus,
Maddie Green off to the other side of the pitch now for this next over.
Perhaps she's been paid by the step.
Well, presumably so. Sunrisers, though, getting their 3rd win of the season. The other 2 over Southern Vipers, the only team they'd ever beaten in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, rather bizarrely. But they get a win against Western Storm today. It moves them off the bottom and will move them up certainly to 19 points, if not 20. How many overs did they chase that in? Work out the bonus point from that. So yeah,
it's a loopy delivery. Hyam places that through the point region. There's 2 fielders chasing it. They might get to it. It's going to be a tough chase. No, the rope wins. That's 4 more runs to the total, and they go through the 100 mark to 103 for 6. Sorry, Mark, what were you saying?
Apologies. Yeah, sorry. I was working out whether Sunrise got the bonus point.
You?
I'm almost certain they did because they chased it in 33.5 overs. So that would give them a bonus point and actually put them ahead of Vipers in the live table. But Vipers currently playing Northern Diamonds.
Baker to Hyam. Sweeps that one to Katie George at backward square, and they'll just get the single. Of course, there's no need to hurry for the Blaze, but Central Sparks will want to try and hurry them, as Eve Jones illustrates that point by sending the ball straight back to the bowler. Let's keep the firing the balls in from the spin bowlers. Natsiva Brunt again sweeping it, and not successfully, but it does go backward of square, just squirted really, and they got through for a single. 105 for 6 are the Blaze.
That's the gap they're leaving, isn't it, at the moment? Sparks is just behind square on the leg side. I remember, I think it was Alex Hartley saying the rule used to be in the England team.
And that's played outside of... Oh, it's a good stop, and there is no run there.
That if there's nobody on the 45, you must paddle.
That's the rule. That's just her and Kate Cross. They like to
make sure
they like to
you
ramp
get
and paddle. That's
that
what
little
it is.
one that's available and force a change in the field.
Yeah. Baker to Hyam, comes forward and defends it, and again the wicketkeeper's interested as the ball presumably goes straight through the batter to the wicketkeeper's gloves. 105 for 6.
Another gasp from Eve Jones. Presumably her gamble is just it's turning and bouncing too much to play a paddle.
Yeah. And another sweep and into that gap that Mike mentioned behind square, and Katie Joy's going to run down round and cut that off, but in the meanwhile they get 2 runs to the total and move on to 107 for 6 off 23 overs. So almost at the halfway mark, but certainly beyond the halfway mark in terms of what they've got to chase down. They need 85 ish.
83,
because
I think.
yeah, I know, I'm just waiting for it to 83. Yeah, off 27 overs. Yeah, and but only at just over 3 and over. So that task is not the one that will be troubling them. The thought that they are 6 wickets down will be what is keeping Central Sparks interested in this game, as Davis prepares to bowl to Natsiva Brunt, and we said
has 2 overs remaining, Davis.
Yeah,
These will be key to negotiate, else will the remaining Hannah Baker.
Yeah, who's going to get Natsiva Brunt as she plays that just easily down to long on. Katie George just throws that back in again, but no risk, and an easy single right there. And as I mentioned, they only need just over 3 and over, so that kind of thing will be easy pickings for Blaze if they can keep their batters at the crease. And that's dubbed down. It's squirting down towards 3rd, and they get through for a single off Hyam. So the score is 108 for 6.
Now that's where they've taken the gamble, Sparks, with nobody behind square on the offside.
Yeah.
At this end, with the off spinner, they've decided they need the 45,
So
but there's no one behind square.
Point
on the
is the
offside.
last fielder there on that offside as Davis comes in, and there's a sweep, and he goes up and over Abby Freeborn. She's got a bit of luck there, and that was because Abby Freeborn was stood right up to the stumps in her helmet, perhaps another yard back, and that may have been a catch in terms of top edging that ball. What do you reckon, Mike?
Been interesting if there'd been a slip in, because they might have been interested. The keeper was never going to get that. It was,
no,
it was
too
always
close,
too high for them.
Davis to Hyam, who takes a sweep again up in the air and up and over Abby Freeborn's head. That's almost like a replay of the last shot.
That was more deliberate though, wasn't it? Nat
Yeah,
Brunt was trying to sweep hard out towards the boundary and got a top edge, whereas Hyam had deliberately, as I say, paddled that, sort of lifted it over. So we've got the full table now. Thunder also moving up into 4th, although, as I say, Diamonds and Vipers are yet to complete their game.
And Nat Brunt plays that lustily along the carpet straight to Katie George, and there's just a single to the total. 112 for 6 are the Blaze.
But Thunder have 22 now. Southeast Stars, who they beat, 26. Sparks 27, pending the result of this game. Blaze 34.
Hyam forward, nurdles it, but straight to Amy Campbell at short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. There was no run there, and that's 112 for 6 off 24 overs. Nat Brunt on 17, Lucy Hyam on 12. 6 wickets down is a challenge for Blaze, but it's not a big total to get to. They're chasing 190, and they've got rather a long time to, a lot of deliveries to get that in.
So that's the top 4 of the table. Thunder 22, Southeast Stars 26, Sparks 27, so not much separating those sides. Then Blaze on 34. Obviously this game is ongoing, and there's also an ongoing game between Diamonds, who are in 5th on 21. Sunrisers have moved up to 6th on 20. Vipers have 19, and they're still playing against Diamonds, and Western Storm on 16, so very tightly packed.
Baker to Nat Brunt comes forward and plays that past the short cover, but there is a fielder there who's going to cut that off. They're coming back for a second. It's a bit risky. There's a chance of a run out, but not quite delivered. A bit of a loose throw from the boundary, unfortunately, and that made it harder for Baker to then affect the run out. But certainly a risky run. Maybe Nat Brunt's decided she wants to finish this early.
It's kind of Hyam's job here, isn't it, to get up and down and just get Nat Brunt back on strike.
Taps the bat. Brunt sweeps outside of point, straight to the fielder. It felt risky, but it wasn't in the end. There was plenty of time. Lucy Arms quick between the wickets, so another one to the total.
So there's one more Davis over. There's 3 more after this Baker over. And then are we looking at Paverley potentially?
Could be. Baker to Hyam this time in front of the stumps. There's a big shout, but we're not seeing the slow right arm of destiny from Rose Dovey for that delivery. But it was a dot, which will be crucial for Central Sparks because they need to really put the screws on here. Baker to Hyam, who plays that to point, and it's well cut out, although there's a diving stop on a very rough bit of ground, but they get through for a single. As Mike said, the job is to get Nat Brunt on strike, and that's what Lucy Hyam just did. 116 for 6.
Hyam might be disappointed not to beat Paverley and get the
yeah, I mean it was a good shot, but Paverley did well to stop that. And that's defended forward, and there is no run. One more ball and we're at the halfway mark. 116 on the board so far, well past the halfway of what's needed, but the wickets falling. Nat Brunt comes forward and plays that dramatically down as a defensive shot, and there is no run. And the score is 116 for 6. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mike Perkins and Sarah Ginn.
Thank you to Claire, and yeah, we are at the halfway point of the innings. The drink's coming on again. We're in familiar territory in that sense. In terms of the comparison at this stage, 102 for 4 was the score for the Sparks. So Sparks ahead in terms of wickets at the moment, Sarah Ginn. However, in terms of runs scored, it's the Blaze who are progressing quite nicely along to this total of 190. They need another 74 to get there. But are they going to run out of wickets? That seems to be the question.
Yeah, it's one of those that you can't decide who's on top, really. I mean, you'd always back a side with Nat Sciver-Brunton, no question, but whether Lucy Hyam and her counterparts after her in the batting order can keep there long enough for her to get the runs or help her score them. I mean, Lucy Hyam's not a slouch of the bat by any means, but I think the Sparks have to be thinking, you know what, we've got rid of both Bryces and we've got rid of Beaumont and Lizelle Lee, so we've got to be in the driving seat here somewhat. Yeah, it's a little bit one of those tricky ones to call. They're not going to need any more overs. They're not going to struggle for the overs, are they? Sparks are going to need the wickets, but they've only got four left to get.
Sarah again, coach of the England Women's Disability team, coaches the Warwickshire Women's team as well. One of the few women who's qualified as a level 4 coach. This seems almost the exact scenario you might get on a level 4 coaching course. You're ahead on the runs, you're behind on the wickets, the pitch is turning. What kind of messages will be coming on from the coaches at this point?
Well, from the Central Sparks point of view, I mean, Davis has only got, say, 1 over left, and they've got Baker to still bowl a few overs, but it will be kind of, where do we go next, what do we do? Looking at Nat Sciver-Brunt, they obviously know where her strengths are, which are a lot of things there really. Lucy Hyam kind of plays well to the spin at the moment, but how would she cope with the quicker bowling? They'd be looking at their plan of what they're going to do to try and get these wickets, because essentially there's no point in them holding up the score at any point now. I mean, the Blaze will know what they've got to do the other end, and so this is, as we've discussed, not necessarily the highest pressure situation someone like Nat Sciver-Brunt has ever been in, but equally she'll want to win every game that she plays in, so it's just how she manages herself and her partner, and how they can get themselves over the line from here.
Well, she can't have been in too many more pressurised situations in the sense of where the game's at, because it is very tight at the moment. You would think, given the low total, it is still going to be a win for the Blaze, but once you're 4 balls away from winning a game of cricket, it feels very, very tight indeed, doesn't it? And that's what the discussions will have been. Lucy Hyam, capable operator, won a game early in the competition between these two sides. In fact, it was the first weekend of the competition back in April with the ball. It was turning that day for her, but now she's got the opposite challenge. She must negotiate the turning ball with the bat. She replaces that helmet to try and give Nat Sciver-Brunt some support. Couldn't have a better partner really for this, but we've seen games like this go in favour of both teams, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, they only need 3 and over, which is not much of an ask at all in this situation. I mean, you wouldn't think they're going to get that by extras or bad balls necessarily, but you know, there are going to be balls to be hit in each over. Whether say they're not going to necessarily be wides or anything like that, but there are going to be shorter balls that are too full, even the occasional full toss. So it might just be a case of biding the time, keeping an eye on that score rate. But just I think Blaze particularly have got no reason to panic at the moment.
1 more over for Georgia Davis, 3 more for Hannah Baker. If it's going to happen for Sparks, do they have to break that partnership in those overs?
Well, I mean, they would like to think that they can do that in the next few overs. I mean, they've obviously got Emily Arlott to come back on, and Grace Potts, that now the dangerous Lizelle Lee's gone, that perhaps it won't be subject to quite as much as many boundaries as they were early on when they both bowled. Arlott only bowled, I think, a couple first off, and Grace Potts only 3. But they've also got Bethan Ellis, who's taken wickets for them at this sort of time in games in the last few Central Sparks games, and of course Eve Jones can often turn to herself to bowl as well. So there are other options. But yeah, I think Sparks will be thinking if we can take a wicket either in this last Davis over or within the 2 after that, then we really are definitely in with a shout.
Because it's the turn that's causing the problem here, isn't it? It's the big spinning deliveries, particularly of Davis, but also of Hannah Baker, that have opened this game up and have put the position for Sparks to perhaps pull off an unlikely victory. That first one is defended by Heyhoe. I think she's got the brief. See off Georgia Davis's delivery. The first one was on a good length, turning back in towards off stump. Second ball slightly shorter, keeps slightly low. Heyhoe did well to swish a bat onto it and divert it to Campbell at mid-wicket. Real tension for these next 4 balls now. Delivering is Davis, and how's that missed off stump? It was again a good length. Heyhoe went for the sweep. It was turning back, but just not enough from the Sparks point of view, and it ended up in the gloves of Freeborn.
Yeah, that got to have been close there, hadn't it?
Rather than hitting the stump. Heyhoe does hit the sweep this time. Out. Airily at first, but then rolling on the ground to Maddie Green. 1 to the total. 117 for 6. Siva Brunt comes on to strike on 20. Heyhoe has 14. The target 190, remember. Real sense of tension around here at Edgbaston. As we say, Heyhoe took 19 for 5 on the opening weekend of the competition against Central Sparks. But today she has the bat in hand. Appeal for LBW, must have pitched outside leg, surely. From that angle around the wicket to the right-handed Siva Brunt.
Just likes to take his hand out of his pocket, doesn't he, this umpire? Give us a bit of a sense of drama to the game.
It would have been a big call to make, because as I say, the angle seems to be against Davis here. Won't stop her asking. This one swept round the corner. Big shout of no from Siva Brunt, that you may well have even heard at home there. 117 for 6. Davis finishes the spell then. Applause for it, but will it be enough for the Central Sparks? It certainly put them in the game, but has she done enough to win Central Sparks the game? Huge tension here. Davis finishes 10 overs, 1 maiden, 28 for 2. You can hear the applause for that in the ground here at Edgbaston. Baker.
All the crowd must be in the shade this end of the ground, mustn't they? Because we can hear some claps underneath us every now and again. You don't blame them for the heat of the day sitting out in these stands.
Certainly not. I think it's the wise move at the moment to stay in this shade. Baker then has 24 for 2 from her 7 overs. Chopped down by Heyhoe, up in the air. It goes off the floor to Eve Jones, who celebrates a mock catch. Katie George has got a wicket. There's been a run out too. 2 apiece for the spinners. Can Baker find another? She's found huge turn. Again, the hands go to the mouth of Eve Jones at slip. That turned big.
Some sharp work from Freeborn behind the stumps there as well.
Certainly was. Has to be on her guard, Freeborn. Here comes Baker again. Pitches this one further across towards leg stump. It allows the sweep shot to be played by Heyhoe. Another single taken. 118 for 6. Siva Brunt on strike on 20. Heyhoe has 15. Just knocking them off one at a time at the moment. You can see why Baker went a bit more leg stump given the spin from the last one, just to see if she could produce it again and hit the stumps. Again goes same sort of area to Siva Brunt, but with nobody at 45, this is a real chase for Katie George. Completes it successfully with a tumbling stop. Keeps the scoring to 1. No, they come back for the second. Siva Brunt, 22. 120 for 6. 70 exactly needed. 4 wickets remaining. That definitely sounds possible for the Sparks here.
Yeah, it sounds possible for both still, doesn't it? It's too tricky to call, but I think a wicket in these next couple of Hannah Baker overs will change the game in favour of the Sparks.
Particularly if it was the person facing Nat Siva Brunt, but she won't go near that one. In fact, it'll be signalled a wide. It's turned so much. 121 for 6. 69 needed for victory for the Blaze. 4 wickets, 4 good balls, 4 good bits of cricket. That's what the Sparks require for victory here at Edgbaston. The city of Birmingham behind Hannah Baker. It's a poor ball though, dragged down into the pitch and pulled away by Nat Siverbrunt out to deep mid-wicket. 1 added to the total, 123 for 6. Real tension around.
Yeah, you sense that nobody's going for a big shot. No one's necessarily doing anything. Ooh,
full toss.
Full toss.
Hit away into the offside by Heyhoe, but doesn't take advantage. Maybe because of what Sarah Ginn was saying there, that she wasn't looking for the big shot, so therefore didn't really hit that cleanly. 123 for 6 though. It was a productive little over, that one, for the Blaze. It takes them within 67 of their target.
I mean, without really playing a sort of shot in anger, that over, they've still got quite a few runs on the board and taken the required run rate below 3 and over. So actually, are they going to play sensible cricket here, Blaze? I mean, obviously I can't see if it's there to hit that Nat Siverbrunt won't hit it, but do they need to? Probably not at this moment in time. And this is Bethan Ellis coming on from the pavilion end, so just some medium pace that you know, is it sort of a nagging length, so whether they Lucy Heyhoe will choose to come forward or back to this will be the sort of question here now, I think.
Interesting little spell this, isn't it? Just to see what Ellis can get. The batters to come, Gordon, Groves and Ballinger, which doesn't strike me as having a huge amount of runs amongst those three.
Groves can hit a good ball, but whether that's what's required right now. I know that Ballinger was a good batter in her youth in age group cricket, and Gordon, you know, obviously can bat at times when required, but doesn't often bat in games, it's fair to say, unless you're in the lower areas of the you know, the lower regions of the scoreboard, really.
But certainly Blaze would prefer to be relying on Lucy Heyhoe, you imagine. This one just tickled round the corner. Wasn't a full sweep, didn't get down onto one knee, but it had that sort of shape to it from Heyhoe. Often does when she's at the crease. 124 for 6, Heyhoe 17, Siverbrunt 23. 190 required for victory.
It's whether it's going to be any sort of tempter here, because it's not going to have that much pace on it. It's whether it's a little bit of movement and tempting the batters to play a shot that they may not need to play at this time in the game.
Ellis just assesses her field. She'll see short third, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover and mid-off in the offside. 2 back on the leg side boundary. 3 back in fact, because this one's hit up towards long on. There's also 1 back at mid-wicket and backward square leg with 45. Single taken, 125 for 6, rather, the score. 190 for victory.
Slowly ticking towards it, isn't it? Just slowly but surely.
Heyhoe gets a 5-4 leg side field with the gap down at third. It's hit to short mid-wicket. Mid-on has come up in the ring as well. There's still a fielder at fine leg, backward square and mid-wicket on the leg side. Mid-off, extra cover and backward point in the ring with cover out on the boundary on the offside. Heyhoe to face. Doing a good job for Siverbrunt here. Ellis bowls, it's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. There's an appeal for a stumping, but no interest from the umpire in the end. It was that far wide that Freeborn actually had to throw it to about a yard just to make sure it hit the stumps there.
And Heyhoe was obviously back in with her feet there as well. Rather, the bat I think was in the air, but she was obviously deep in her crease anyway. Yeah, it's a totally different game, isn't it? You think about those first 6 or 7 overs where there was boundary after boundary, they're going at 8 and over, and now it's very different. It's almost like it's a different day watching this game now.
Certainly is. In comes Ellis again. The ball pushed into the offside. There's no run on offer there. We saw the glint of the watch of one of our officials there as they replaced the bails in the sunshine. Here comes Ellis bowling right on the off stump, and this is a supreme effort in her first over after scoring a very, very hard fought 53. in the first innings of this game. Took 140 minutes and 97 deliveries.
It's a long time to be in the sunshine today, isn't it?
Certainly is. In comes Ellis again. Floats this one up. Took a bit of pace off to finish the over. 127 for 6. 22 overs remaining. That's not an issue. It's whether Sparks can get 4 wickets. It's whether the remaining 74 runs are 64 runs are on offer for the Blaze here. Long discussion, but as I say, the sunshine has been in fabulous form throughout, as we see Hannah Baker give the cap to umpire Dovey, whose watch we saw the sunshine flashing off in that previous over. It's now glinting off the sunglasses on top of her cap. And Baker will be trying to just find a way through here. He's got some really big turn so far for her team. The building's in the distance, as we say, that brown brick building over towards the Five Ways roundabout, the Cube, the turquoisey hotel and the white telecoms tower, all silent in the distance as this one's pushed out, and there is no run from the first ball. Siva Brunt facing Baker. Tapped her back carefully there, did Siva Brunt. Again hits extra cover. Again no run on offer. Potts there with the fielding.
It's a nice couple of deliveries early up from Hannah Baker this over. Keeping a nice length.
Bowls to Siva Brunt again, who was back when she should have been forward, and she's a tall figure, and I think she knows just how close that was to being the end of her innings, but she survives. And it feels almost a moment as if there's as much tension as there has been in any of those internationals, those 217 internationals that Siva Brunt has played, but she's a very, very calm, collected batter and sweeps that one away for another single. 127 for 6. 63 more required for victory. 190 the target. Eve Jones tells her sweeper to stay out on the cover boundary. Heyhoe is forward. It beats the outside edge. There's a big appeal. I think the clue there was that Freeborn went for the stumping and brought the ball back to the stumps.
Yeah, she was not part of that appeal, which says to me that there was possibly nothing on it. Maybe a sound from somewhere, but I don't think it was the bat of Lucy Heyhoe.
It may well have just been habit, but no run as it disappears into the gloves. Now Heyhoe sweeps into the leg side. It bounces once around the umpire and then spins back towards Katie George. Another single goes on to the total. 128 for 6. 62 more required for victory. 21 more overs. But yeah, the clue for me there was it could have just been force of habit that she brought the ball back to the stumps, but I think if there'd been a real genuine edge, Freeborn would have been holding that aloft and showing the umpire she'd caught it, rather than trying to see if the foot was moving.
So Ellis back on from this end now, and you just wonder, are they saving Arlott and Potts for what later? How long do they save them before they bring them on? You know, someone's going to have to come on to replace Baker after the next over, and you just, will that be Arlott, or will they go for something different?
Well, are they perhaps just asking Ellis to hold an end bowl? She's gone for that over that's not too bad at all, and then just allow the quick bowlers to have a burst after Baker's done. Here comes Ellis. Onto her toes as she delivers. It's worked by Heyhoe into the leg side from just outside off stump. Looked potentially fraught with risk, but gets away with it. One more over for Baker to bowl then in this game, and then you feel things are really going to progress one way or another at a pace. Can one of the Sparks quicks blast through? Ellis trying to give the opportunity as that one again is fiddled into the leg side. Davis is there with the fielding, or will it be Blaze with Siva Brunt and Heyhoe blasting their way to victory instead? The victory of Siva Brunt here, the wicket of Siva Brunt here feels as if it's going to be the crucial factor. Ellis bowls, lifted into the leg side, a swivelling sort of a stroke, and it produces a run for Heyhoe to take. 19 Heyhoe's score, a very, very useful contribution in the circumstances. None of the batters ahead of her seemed able to stop what was becoming a collapse. Here's Ellis again, driven down the onside of straight by Siva Brunt, but that's the reason for the fielder's back. It just allows the single to be taken, and Ellis will just have a discussion before the final couple of balls of this over. But after Lee and Beaumont were out for 40 and 24, it was Bryce for 7, Boyce for 0, other Bryce, Catherine Bryce for 2, and Munro for 0, leading to a partnership between Siva Brunt and Heyhoe. That one stayed relatively low, but Heyhoe was equal to it. Another dot ball. Claire Jenkins back in alongside myself, Mike Perkins.
Finely poised here, isn't it? I mean, Central Sparks will feel like if they can get another wicket, particularly if it's Nat Siva Brunt, that this is to play for here, as Bethan Ellis is getting some advice from Georgia Davis and Arlott flings the ball back.
George is warming up fairly vigorously there.
Is that bring me on? Bring me on.
That is a sign that she will be replacing Hannah Baker, who's got one more over left. This one's up in the air, bounces once, twice, out to green, who fields competently, returns the ball to Freeble. 131 for 6.
Getting through the overs now, aren't they? 30 over mark, 20 overs left. There's plenty of deliveries left. It's just whether Central Sparks can just get that next wicket.
59 for victory.
Ooh. Less than 3 and over. Meanwhile, Northern Diamonds, I think, require 103 runs off just under 17 overs at just over 6 and over. So they've got a harder task ahead to try and beat the Vipers, who set 261. So, as you said, big scoring at Gosforth today.
Yeah, but on a much better wicket they're chasing that, so you could argue they're in almost in a favourable position in some ways. But here it's a tough wicket, and they're going to save one Hannah Baker over, which is interesting. I'm not sure I totally agree with it, I have to say.
No, so we've got Katie George coming on from the Birmingham end. She's going to go left arm around the wicket to Lucy Heyhoe. I wonder whether this is, it's a sort of cliche, isn't it, match-up, but maybe they know something that Heyhoe doesn't like this, and it's, oh, in fact, that was it. I called it exactly. That's caught Maddie Green at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Katie George. Lucy Heyhoe, I may be clairvoyant perhaps, but yes, it was clearly not something that Lucy Heyhoe wanted to play, and she played that well, and almost it looked like it was over the head of Maddie Green, and she plucked it out of thin air for a lovely catch there at short mid-wicket. So Lucy Heyhoe goes caught Green off the bowling of Katie George.
With an assist from clairvoyant Jenkins.
Yes, and woo, that was exciting. So the Blaze find themselves 7 wickets down now. Nat Siva Brunt still at the crease, but kind of scratching a little bit for Nat Siva Brunt.
I think Maddie Green's heart must have been in her mouth there, because
it was a kind of
Heyhoe has chipped that, hit it fairly sweetly off a full toss, perhaps not as well as she would have liked, but relatively sweetly. And Green's ended up taking that one-handed.
She has. But we don't mind.
I wouldn't say she necessarily needed to, but there we go. And given she's already not been able to cling on to one coming in from the boundary and had a 0 to her name in the Sparks innings, I imagine she might have been a bit nervous, the overseas player, to have
So
come all the way from New Zealand and had to take
she's done
that
something
in that
useful
fashion.
now, so we should be pleased about that. So Lucy Arm goes for 20 off 42 balls with 1-4, and we have Kirsty Gordon into bat now as George comes in, and that's squirted down to third, and there is a Potts is down there, so she'll gather that up, and there is just a single. So Gordon gets off the mark with the first delivery she faces.
58 to win.
58 to win.
Now it feels a long way all of a sudden. I know Siva Brunt is there, and I know with Siva Brunt in your team you're going to expect to win, but there's sort of a route to victory, isn't there, through
there's
Gordon,
nerves
Groves and Ballinger now.
Yeah, nerves starting to set in because they are bowlers at the back end of the...
And as I say, I mean, at this level, at this regional level, I don't think they've necessarily got a lot of runs in it.
Yeah. Siva Brunt plays that into the leg side, and there will be an easy single there. They've got plenty of deliveries. It's whether they can keep their calm and patience. Kirsty Gordon will face the next delivery from Katie George.
As we say, in the county competition, which is a sort of far more amateur level T20 competition last season, Grace Ballinger made a 50 on finals day for Leicestershire in the East Midlands region, so she can bat. We all know that. However, it feels a little bit
tipping. It's tipping to George to Kirsty Gordon, who just swipes that, but the field straight to the fielder. It's Bethan Ellis on the circle there, and there is no run. So 133 for 7.
It feels chasing more of a task, doesn't
chasing,
it?
Yeah, chasing 190, but running out of wickets. It's certainly getting more. I mean, Hypercourse described it as intriguing. I think he's right. That is intriguing. You can't look away. At any minute, there could be something exciting happen here as Katie George, pumping her arms, comes in from the Birmingham end to Kirsty Gordon, who has to play back and defend that into the offside, and there is no run. Dot balls and frustration, I think, will help. Now that Katie George seems to be getting more of her line, although I hesitate to say that, but
it's
certainly getting more of her line.
Delivering on its return, this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy cricket, isn't it?
So the Blaze chasing, they need 190 to win this. Central Sparks need some wickets, some more wickets. Kirsty Gordon taps a bat. Edges that down fine to third, and Potts tidies up and they get through for a single. They can do this, Blaze. It should be easy in terms of the run rate required because it's less than 3 and over. But what can Sparks do in terms of trapping these batters? Can they get Nat Siva Brunt out, or can they just strand her without a partner at the other end? Either way, that's what Central Sparks will be trying to do. That's what will be in Eve Jones's mind in terms of what strategies should she employ here. Bethan Ellis just having a long conversation there with Katie George, getting a bit of advice, no doubt. Eve Jones passing her a few words of wisdom. Bethan Ellis this time to Kirsty Gordon.
Whatever happens, you will find out here on the Central Sparks YouTube stream.
Remember to press the like button so help other people find this. Ellis to Gordon. Gordon dobs that into the leg and shouts rather alarmingly that there's no run there, and she's right, there is no run there, as Georgia Davis picks the ball up and throws it back to the bowler. We've got the greenkeeper's little green buggy going backwards and forwards. It's keeping me amused on the outfield. I don't know what they're delivering something backwards and forwards.
They had electric mowers the other day, didn't they?
Kirsty Gordon plays that into the offside, but straight to the fielder again. There is no run.
It's for the
Go Green thing.
The Go Green T20.
So they used completely sustainable energy. The 6s and 4s had wildflower seeds in them, so they could be planted in the garden when you got them home. The hospitality only had no red meat options. That's played into the offside again to the field, and there is no run. So yeah, they were doing some good stuff because they've got this target of being net carbon. I think it was 2030 or something. So they're testing it out. doing the right thing and running on a relay bus to Edgbaston from the train station, so encouraging people to use public transport as Bethan Ellis rounds a mark into Kirsty Gordon. Slightly slingy action from Bethan Ellis, and again that's a dot ball, so Central Sparks building the pressure, using up those deliveries without Blaze scoring. Blaze on 134 for 7, chasing 190 to win, but 7 wickets down, so there's a tipping point here. Bethan Ellis, what can she do in terms of bowling towards Kirsty Gordon? Heels flying. Hits the foot, but it squirts down to fine leg, and they get through for a single. Is that going to be a leg bye? Yes, Paul Baldwin says that's a leg bye. Thanks very much. One more to the total. 135 for 7, chasing 190. 7 wickets down in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. So this is the West Midlands in the field versus the East Midlands with the bat. Who's going to come off best? Ellis running away from us. Kirsty Nat Sivabrunt manages to play that into the leg side. Emily Arlott comes in from the boundary, and there's just a single at the end of the over. And it may be a tactic, because I suspect that if I were Central Sparks, I'd want to keep Kirsty Gordon on strike. What say you, Sarah Ginn?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll be too fussed about Kirsty being on strike. I think it's obviously preferable to Nat Sivabrunt at this point. However, they haven't got that many runs to play with, so every single, I think Kirsty Gordon would be quite happy to take that single. So after we saw her at lunchtime and she saw her name on the opening batters thing and thought she was going in number 1, I think she'd be quite happy here at number 9 taking the odd single to this bowling. But
yes, at lunchtime we saw her. She was passing a TV screen that had her name as opening the batting, and she was dawdling from lunch, and I think there might have been a curse word, but it was certainly, oh, I'm batting. I'm opening up. And she ran off, but she wasn't opening, so it wasn't a rush, it was a joke. So, we find ourselves at the beginning of the 33rd. Are you going to take this, Sally? From the far end then, Katie George continuing from the Birmingham end to Nat Sivabrunt. And that's played into the leg side, into that gap, but Amy Campbell's down there, and they just get through for the single. Kirsty Gordon on strike. What do Central Sparks know about Kirsty Gordon's batting as she takes a guard from Rose Dovey at the far end? As Mike said, the sun catching the sunglasses. Whether they're actually, I don't think they're Rose's, I think they're probably Katie George's sunglasses, but they're catching the sun every now and again, flicking a flashing blue light back across the grounds. Katie George comes in from the 25-yard circle into Kirsty Gordon. Struggles to play that. Tries to get up and over it, but there is no run.
I think Gordon will be just happy to be keeping an end up here, and if she gets some runs, it's a bonus really. But I think there are sort of the odd runs to be had, and if they can pick those up, and so they only need 3 and over, and I think it's well within their reach at the moment.
It is. One more wicket for Central Sparks, and they just crank the pressure up, don't they? Katie George, elbows going. Gordon, plays that round her legs, and that's going to go straight to Amy Campbell, and another single. Nat Siver on strike will be the thing, and the field retreat noticeably. So we've got deep mid-wicket and deep cover point going out towards the boundaries.
I think, well, Gordon is working it behind square. They're well aware that Sivabrunt may go after it towards in front of square to that mid-wicket or that cover boundary where we've got the fielders. She
likes mid-wicket, and she's a sort of short-arm jab that she plays very elbowy into the leg side. Katie George in, round the wicket, and it's down the leg side and wide, signalled by umpire Dovey.
Yeah, this line has just been an issue for Katie George today. She's
had a period of doing it all right, and
it's gone back a little bit, but she's coming at a different angle. Still seems to be dragging it down the leg side just a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, there's some chirp in the field from Central Sparks as they decide how they're going to get the next wicket, as Silverbrunt waits for Katie George. Defends that, but just dobs it down into the leg side, and they'll know that they can get through for a single. No risk there.
Yeah, I think that's the case now. It's the risk against the reward. I mean, there's relatively little need for Blaze to take any risks at this point, and the reward will be that they can win this game with wickets in hand. Whereas you think that Central Sparks might be having to look at what risk they can do, what other balls they can bowl, how can they sway away from just this stock delivery, because that's not really cutting it at the moment and taking the wickets for them.
No. Need 50 runs now of these last few overs as Katie George comes in to Kirsty Gordon. Plays that into the offside, but straight to the fielder again, Bethan Ellis, and there's no run. 140 for 7. Approaching the end of the 33rd over.
Yeah, and it's 50 to win now on the board. In a lot of overs, let's just say. I don't think the overs are relevant at this point, if we're totally honest.
Wickets are key, aren't they? Can they keep the wickets, and can Sparks take them off them as the wind bellows the black sight screen at the far end and George comes in? Oh, and Kirsty Gordon has a think about having a little waft at that and decides perhaps best not to. And is that the end of the over?
Kirsty Gordon's talking to the umpire about something there. I think they may have had 3 behind square on the leg side, and perhaps it should be a no ball. And the umpire, has signalled a no ball.
Good spot.
There's
a no.
Oh, have they had too many fielders out on the boundary? I'm not sure. It seems that Gordon has noticed it rather than the umpire, but the umpire has now called the no ball. Eve Jones is going over to
get some
speak to
clarification from Paul Baldwin. Rose Dovey's holding her arm out, waiting for the scorers to acknowledge it's going to be a no ball, and Eve Jones is just going to take that, decide what she does with that information, whatever it was. It must be a fielding breach for
whether it was more than 4 out or whether it was more out on the leg side. It's tricky to see from our
we can't
commentary
quite
position.
see all of the pitch below the pavilion from here, so but,
I think it may be something
now
to do with so Potts is now coming into the ring underneath us.
Must be fielders in and out. So they're allowed 4 outside, aren't they, with the power play for the women's game, outside of the 25-yard circle in the women's game. And we're aware that the numbers are different in the men's game. Different numbers and a different size circle. There's a big debate going on the far end. So we've got Eve Jones, Katie George and Georgia Davis discussing about how they're going to handle this. So we've got a deep cover point, we've got a fine leg out on the boundary and a backwards square, and also a deep mid wicket. There's some debate about what's happening on the boundary.
I don't know whether they've also moved the field and whether they can do that for the free hit because it's the same batter. I'm not need a clarification on some of these things, but this is now a free hit, we should think, isn't it? Is that
Katie
what we're...
George into... That's slapped, but only straight to the fielder, so they don't make the most of that. I mean, they obviously get a run or 2. I can't remember what it is for the no ball now.
Yeah, so
it
one for the no ball.
It varies from competition.
But didn't take advantage of that free hit. But obviously, both Silverbrunt and Gordon were aware that should have been a free hit.
1 for 7 then. 33 overs bowled. Central Sparks in the hunt for some more wickets, because each wicket that goes makes the game more and more exciting. There's bated breath here at Edgbaston. There's a bit more on this now, because Central Sparks will, being a top of the table clash here today, Central Sparks will be having their eyes on, they'd really like some silverware.
There's a little bit of confusion going on over here, because I also think Green had come off for Davina Perrin that was on, and now Green seems to be coming back.
So so maybe we've got a substitute. Maybe there's something about substitute fielders. We don't know. We're just getting the signal from Mike that Maddie Green can bowl some off spin. Is that? I don't know. I think that was what he was signalling. He was clicking, and yes, Maddie Green can bowl some off spin. So he's been doing his homework. You
but
see,
she's also just been off
have a rest
off the pitch and trying to get this field right. Now for Nat Siverbrunt.
So, meanwhile, back at the cricket. So, Bethan Ellis is bowling from the pavilion end to Nat Siverbrunt. 1 for 1 for 7.
And once again, we're struggling a little bit because someone's now gone back
Oh, yeah.
out here. So we have got 4 out now. A little bit of confusion in the Sparks field.
Yeah. Of course, the fielders will also walk in, so that's the slightly confusing sometimes, as Nat Siverbrunt dismisses that to Katie George, but there is no run. 1 for 1 for 7. Into the 34th over. Can Sparks frustrate a wicket out of the Blaze in their orange-red kit? And that's knocked up and over. That's going to be an easy 4. That's another commanding shot from Nat Siverbrunt up and over the field for 4 runs. As they move towards that 150 milestone, 145 they're at for 7 wickets. Nat Siverbrunt on 34.
It's just a case of not letting your eyes light up too much, but picking the ball. I think that's what you'd think. And I think Nat Siverbrunt is skilled enough to be able to read this board here and know what she's got to do. And that was a shorter ball from Bethan Ellis, and it's just been hit away and punished through the leg side there.
Absolutely, Bethan Ellis, heels flying, going away from us. Siverbrunt tries to do the same again, but can only force it along the carpet straight to Katie George at long on. And there is just the single. There's a lot of debate going on. But it's 146 for 7. Eve Jones having a word with Bethan Ellis. Maddie Green even having a word with Bethan Ellis about what to do and how to set the field. Some discussion. This is the great option. You've got some expertise from overseas.
There may have also been off for a couple of overs, getting some message before she comes back on. We've got 3 out at the moment on the leg side for Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah, Bethan Ellis in to Kirsty Gordon, who just knocks that on its head straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. 146 for 7 still. There's a lot of discussion going on. We can just hear the kind of the tone of it as opposed to what's actually being said. But Maddie Green is obviously passing on some wisdom to Eve Jones, and Bethan Ellis is deciding what to do with that information. Kirsty Gordon to face now. Pushed it down and was trying to do a hit and run, just a drop and run, but didn't succeed. So there's no run there. Still 146 for 7.
So you fancy Kirsty just seeing off this last ball of the over to leave Nat Siverbrunt on strike for the next over?
Yeah, highly likely.
Field goes back to give her
a chance
to get the single, but whether she'll take it or not is another matter.
There's a lot of gesticulating. They're moving Georgia Davis from short mid-wicket into a slip position. She's going in that direction anyway. Going to the 45, so a short third. Bethan Ellis in. To presumably cut that one off. So there was no run there, as she was only able to roll that down to Georgia Davis. No run. So at the end of the 34th over, Blaze are 146 for 7.
Whilst that did go to the fielder, and that was where the fielder was moved to, I don't think Kirsty Gordon would have been that fussed that she hadn't got a run there. I think, say with the required rate now, Tony 2.8 and over, and obviously Siverbrunt nice and settled at the crease. All Gordon needed to do there was just make sure that was a dot ball and nothing risky really, which say Katie George is continuing from the city end, and with Nat Siverbrunt on strike.
She's got a couple of wickets, hasn't she, for 31 runs.
Yeah, figures
but a lot
actually
of those
looking,
were extras, weren't they?
Figures looking better now than they were after a few overs, I think.
Absolutely.
She managed to pull it back. It's still struggling a little bit with that line at times.
Katie George to Nat Siverbrunt. Can she bring the wicket for Central Sparks? Siverbrunt swivels around on that, plays it straight to Amy Campbell, who's at the 45 at fine leg, and there is only one run.
Element of frustration on Nat Siverbrunt's face there, that perhaps she didn't go for more than one, but again it's safe and she's still at the crease. But again she's off strike, so it's Kirsty Gordon now that's going to have to get the runs on the board.
And Katie George will want to be seeing either a catch or those stumps flying. I imagine she wants to see the stumps flying. Kirsty Gordon's guard is a very long way across to the offside, so maybe LB is a possible. Oh, there's a chance of a shy at the run out, but it's not fielded fast enough, and they get through for a single, which is important for the Blaze because they'll want Nat Severbrunt on strike, as indeed she is now. Readjusting of the field. Cover point goes out. Third comes in. Mid wicket goes out. There's some thumping of the stumps going on from Nat Severbrunt to help Paul Baldwin with keeping those poles in the ground. Katie George, hands on her hips. What can she serve to Nat Severbrunt? She's waiting. In from the Birmingham end, elbows flying. Ooh, bangs it into the pitch, and Nat Severbrunt just sweeps that straight to the fielder, who slightly misfields, and then gets it in. They get through for a single. Nat Severbrunt, as you rightly said, getting increasingly frustrated, and I think smiling, although it's a long way away, but she's flinging a bat in frustration at not having got hold of more of that ball then.
Yeah, I think the last couple of deliveries, I think it's just frustration at her own shot rather than frustration of the situation of the game, I would think.
149 for 7, so almost at that 150 mark. Kirsty Gordon to face.
That's a slower delivery from Katie George at the back of the hand. It's just still for no run.
On the edge of that 150 milestone, which will be 40 runs to get once they get there. Chasing that 189 that Central Sparks set, and Central Sparks will feel that was under par, no doubt, for what they should have got. So it's a tight total for Central Sparks to defend. What can Blaze do? Again, a sort of slightly slower ball potentially. No run, straight to the fielder at point. Still 149 for 7. Last ball of the 35th over.
It's tense, isn't it?
It is.
Tense.
It's tense in here. It's tense out there. It's quite warm in here as well, but not as warm as it is out there, I imagine. Katie George rounds a mark. Left arm around the wicket to Kirsty Gordon. Oh, and she just places that down. Just angled the bat, opened the bat up, down to Potts for a single. End of the over.
There, wasn't it,
that's the 150 up. 150 for 7 off 35 overs. Kirsty Gordon on 5, Nat Severbrunt on 37.
This is Gareth Paverley coming into bowl, I think. Changing it up. Central Sparks seeing how they can take a wicket here. And so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mike Perkins. Over to you then. Oh no. Yes, here we're going to do a bit of swapping seats, which is no interest to you at all. So Gareth Paverley looking to set her field here with Captain Eve Jones to come on for her first over from the pavilion end. Had a little bowl in the 100 this summer, so he's come up through the age group system at Worcester, and it's a pressure situation to be getting the ball about now in this sort of game, Mike.
Certainly is. Certainly is.
Other sort of senior spinner in Georgia Davis having a bit of a word with her to discuss where she may or may not want the fielders. She's done well today. Paverley scored a few runs with the bat and has done a good. Well, she ran out Tammy Beaumont earlier on in the game as well.
Yeah, that in many ways could have been as big a moment as any. It was part of the collapse for, I think it was 6 wickets for about 30 runs. I'll just check that now.
It's Paverley left arm sort of through the keeper, a little bit short first off there, and she's got away with that as that's gone straight to cover for no run. Maybe a little bit of a nervous delivery first up there, so dropping it a little bit short, but just needs to pitch this up a bit more.
this is the problem. I mean, Baker's not massively experienced. Of course, we were mentioning England under-19s, but this is the problem maybe of going to a less experienced spinner at this stage. I mean, I half think a little bit of Maddie Green might not be the worst idea before this game is out.
Pavley, is that going to be given a wide, or they get something on that? Kirsty Gordon, as is her wont, is doing the umpire quite a long stare at that point in the game, but he's unmoved and his hands stay down, and it's no run. It's Pavley, left arm, so round or through, and it's a little bit more width, and they're appealing for an edge, and he's not giving that one either.
There was a sound, I'll give him that. There was a sound.
They're sending back a fielder to this cover boundary. It's a better length from Pavley there. She comes in to Gordon, who just prods that into the track for no run. Again, we're going back to the quick overs of spin here. Sparks looking to change it up to try and get this vital wicket that they need. I think at this stage it'd be either Gordon or Silverbrunt would they be happy with to just get that another one in the bag. Pavley drops that a little bit short, and Gordon, frustrated with herself, only manages to get that as far as the short cover fielder for no run.
Well, once you're this close, once you're 3 wickets away, it matters less, doesn't it, who you get out, really. I think the issue is, though, given how close the runs are now, 40 away, if...
Oh, Pavley in to Gordon, who dots that down for no run again.
If Pavley, or say they were to try Maddie Green, were to go the distance, that's sort of the problem you've got at this stage, is it could knock a huge one bad over, knocks a huge chunk out the total. So they've got to be really careful with their experimentation here to get it right, essentially, and just to make sure that they are able to find what they're after and find this wicket. But it has been turning, which is why it must be tempting to
put that
look
spin
at the spinners.
option. Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? They need to take a risk, I think, to get the reward here, but equally sometimes it's too big a risk to take certain bowlers who've a lot of little experience against the experience that's at the crease at the moment.
Siren whirs in the distance. Katie George has been impressive here, because she came on at a very difficult time when Beaumont and Lizelle Lee were involved in a big partnership that took the score up to 61.
To Silverbrunt. Oh, and she's over again on the track, and that's a wide ball. She seems to be down more often than not while she's bowling at the moment. Not sure how she's not staying on her feet, whether it's given it that much effort or whether it's just a balance. It's remains
you worry,
to be seen.
You, with the injury problems George has had when she goes down like that, but she seems alright. But yeah, so she came on at a difficult time, managed to pick up a wicket in that first spell of Lizelle Lee,
George
caught by Eva Jones.
Into Silverbrunt. Oh, and has he given that a wide again, or must be something on that? Must have been something on that one. It's tricky to tell from this angle. But yes, Katie George is sort of walking gingerly back to her mark here. I do remember chatting to her a while ago when she had picked up one of her injuries, and she sort of said, well, name me a fast bowler that hasn't got some sort of injury. And you think, well, fair enough. But
yeah, I mean, she really sparked it off, didn't she? She got that wicket of Lizelle Lee, caught by Jones off her bowling, and then, as I say, it was 6 for 30 they lost to leave them 91 for 6. And then 40 was put on in 67 balls by Silverbrunt and Heyhoe, which swung it back towards the Blaze, but it's still in the balance here.
There's George to Silverbrunt, and just knocks it there for an easy single, although Gordon has run into Katie George on her time down the track, but she's managed to get to the other end. Northern Diamonds, Mike, need 59 to win, or 53 balls, is that right? Claire's just showing me 59 to win off 52 balls with 6 wickets remaining.
6 wickets, that's the crucial bit, isn't it? Because they, I suppose, with a few wickets, have got a bit of a chance to have a swing there in a way that, for instance, the Blaze couldn't here. 2 very, very different games as we tick up towards 5 o'clock. I mean, I don't think we'll be troubling that cut off at 20 to 6 here in this game, just the 38 more runs required for victory, but it could just be 3 good balls from Central Sparks.
It's George coming in now for, it's gone down the leg side again, and that's signalled another wide. Really is struggling with this angle, Katie George, and she's got a little bit of a wide action at the crease. She's stepping away a little bit and wonder whether she's getting herself a little bit mixed up with her action here and just not quite following through. So she seems to be rubbing her hip a little bit on the way back, and whether that's one of those falls that's happened at some point today, I'm not sure.
Possibly. I think this will definitely be Katie George's last over of this spell, and possibly the last over, her last over of the match. But she's got to get through it. She's going to go over the wicket in an attempt to do that.
Yeah, so coming at a different angle over the wicket at Kirsty Gordon here. Just as we see other bowlers, Emily Arlett warming up over there as George into Gordon, who's just dabbed that away for no run, into Paverley, who's fielding at that backward point position.
Arlett is generally of the Sparks team as the sort of the steady, reliable one, really, isn't she? She does extract a lot of bounce, of course. But
yeah, and she did. You would argue that she didn't bowl entirely badly earlier on today. I mean, she did obviously go for a fair few boundaries, but whether that's just because of the class of Lizelle Lee, or the sort of chance that she was taking, you don't get.
There's now a discussion about the danger area of the pitch now that George is bowling over the wicket, which seems possibly a little redundant. I mean, it's clearly quite dusty out there anyway. But and at this stage, she's not really getting much advantage, I don't think, with the spinners all but bowled out. I suppose Paverley could try and exploit what the footprints the left arm over's producing here.
George back over the wicket. Gordon, who's knocked that nicely into the offside for 1 run.
But you do feel for her slightly, because she'll want to be following through towards those stumps, but obviously she does have to make sure she gets out the way as well, and that angle potentially sort of takes her action down the leg side a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, we were on commentary at New Road when she was struggling a little bit with her line, wasn't she, there as well? And it's just such a fine line between getting the right line and length, or getting it slightly wrong, and then going for runs, and then your confidence. It's such a hard job sometimes being a bowler in this game. She's coming back round the wicket here to Nat Siverbrunt, who's just played that back to her for no run. Yeah, it's just you don't know what to do for the best, whether to keep going at the same one, but keep going over the wicket, or change what you're doing, and whether the change will make it better or whether that will only make it worse. You things go through your head as a bowler, and then before you know it, you all ends up and that the ball's going wide.
Well, in this instance, she's just got to get out of this over. 1 more ball to go in it, and then we will see what else the Blaze can find to try and force a victory.
It's George over the wicket, Siverbrunt, who's hit that away into the leg side, but it's just only as far as Amy Campbell, who's picked that up for 1 run to finish. As we've said, finish that over finally from Katie George, and the score is 155 for 7, and the Blaze require 35 runs to win off 13 overs.
So she's done her job, I think, Katie George, picking up the crucial wicket of Lizelle Lee, and then picking up another one in that second spell of Lucy Hyam to break, as I say, a partnership of 40 from 67 balls, which was taking the game a little bit away from the Sparks once again, having got back into it by taking 6 wickets for 30 runs. So it's going to be Paverley from this pavilion end. Kirsty Gordon playing a real captain's knock here to try and see her side to victory.
Yeah, and Gordon will be, say, one of those players that doesn't often get a bat, and sometimes perhaps is happy not to get a bat, but it doesn't mean she can't bat, and I think that's what is the world over in women's cricket, really. There's a lot of players that are batting low down in orders, but in age group cricket or at their club or in another form of the game, they may well be in a totally different place in the order. And it's great that when they're called upon, like Kirsty Gordon's been today, she's 6 off, I think it's 30 balls, 29 balls, but as Paverley comes in to Siverbrunt, who's just knocked that down for a single. But yeah, that's the only job she needed to do today, and she's done it nicely.
And Siva Brunt has clearly taken the approach here of, look, if I'm here at the end, we win. And she's quite happy to just knock the one and let Gordon face some of the bowling here. So this is, yeah, it's a key partnership.
Pavley into Gordon. Has that gone down the leg side for another wide? Be interesting to look at the extras count here, because I think I don't think the Blaze bowled many extras at all in their innings.
Well, they were a little ill-disciplined. They bowled 11 wides and 2 no balls. That was the 13th wide. They've also bowled 2 no balls. The Sparks, so they're just creeping ahead on that count now.
So Pavley into Gordon. Just rock that for no run to Maddie Green in the covers.
But it has been an ill-disciplined game in that respect, in terms of extras from both sides, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have been as many from Blaze, but I think it's because they've been in a concentrated area from maybe Katie George going down the leg side for a few balls in a row, as Pavley into Gordon, who defends that for no run.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of the Blazers wides were confined to that Sophie Munro.
Yes, as she had a similar over, didn't she, that went for a fair number of runs. Pavley back through the umpire to Gordon, who's just knocked that behind square for 1 run.
She's done well to get a run there, because there's a slip and a backward point there.
She's just angled her bat, hasn't she, and taken that through there. Yeah, I think Sophie Munro's another point of, if it doesn't go right for you, it's just hard to sometimes rectify it and get your angles correct just during a game. You kind of want to just go away and have a think about it, a little bowl in the nets with no one watching, and come back again. But fortunately, you can't do that in the middle of a game. As Pavley swings that to Nat Siva-Brunt, who's looking for a single, but Kirsty Gordon sends her back for no run.
I've not necessarily seen it happen like it did today, though, with Sophie Munro. It was quite strange. But this partnership now worth a very useful 27.
As Pavley back through the umpire, standing back to give her that room to come to the crease, and Siva-Brunt hit that away into the onside. There's a chase from Katie George just for 1 run.
Yep, did well there to Katie George to get round and keep it to just the 1 run, but it keeps Siva-Brunt on strike. 41 to her name now. It's been a really hard fought 41 of 51 deliveries, and I suppose this would be exactly what England have sent her into this environment to get, and it shows that the likes of Beaumont and Siva-Brunt actually, they rate this competition as preparation. Now, we were talking about how it seemed to have narrowed the gap in the Ashes, and here's another player who's been picked out of regional cricket for some international honours in Emily Arlett coming on to bowl. But it seems as if the international players, that they really rate this as a way of preparing for international cricket.
Yeah, I mean, previously, so back when I played, the only option was them to go back to club cricket that could be very one-sided, and a lot of, you wouldn't necessarily get that game that you were after, that strong game and that strong innings. But I think if Nat Siva wanted time at the crease, that's exactly what she's got today. She's had time to play some shots. We've seen a little bit of frustration from her at times when the shots haven't quite gone for the number of runs, but she's faced a variety of bowling today, and that has generally been at a high standard. So yeah, it's definitely an advert for this competition and how vital it can be for players' preparation right up to the international level.
But she's done it in a situation that's been tense, as this still is.
Arlett to Siva-Brunt, chipped that. So there's no mid-wicket's deep on the boundaries. That's an easy single for Siva-Brunt. Yeah, I mean, it is a tense situation in the wicket situation, but I think the runs on the board have made it a slightly easier job for the Blaze in that respect, that there's no urgency about it. They haven't had to take those risks. All they've got to do is just make sure they're still physically at the crease to get the runs on the board.
30 needed from 11.5 overs, that's not an issue, but the 3 wickets they have remaining is an issue, and you feel if one of these two is out now, it gets really tense. Now, this is interesting from Freeborn. I haven't seen many stand up to Arlett, but Freeborn's going to do it here.
Yeah, she put the helmet on and stood up to the stumps. whether this will put the pressure on Kirsty Gordon at all, whether she'll be batting within herself or inside the crease now. Seems to just dab that away and ran through for quite an easy single in the end. Interesting throw in from the field there. I'm not sure how that was angled, but yeah, Gordon, it seems, it wasn't perturbed at all by the fact that Abby Freeborn was up to the stumps behind her. It's a compliment, I think, if a keeper's going to stand up to it. No, they know that she's going to bowl a genuine line and length and keep it really quite tight. She may give her a signal if she's going to bowl a shorter ball to come back. You're not sure. As Arlott into Sivabrunt, who's chipped that off her legs into square leg area, and it's just going to be another single.
It's a sign as well, though, I think, that this pitch is, it's not got the life in it for the seamers as it has for the spinners, if that makes sense, because Arlott is one who produces that real bounce that would usually make it difficult to come up to the stumps. But
yeah, we saw a little bit of bounce early on, didn't we, from Grace Ballinger, but not as much as the game's progressed, really. There hasn't been as much bounce off the pitch as you perhaps would expect in Edgbaston, but so we have had a lot of rain followed by a couple of dry days. So it's Arlott into Gordon, has played that backward square for no run. I think groundsmen groundsmen work very hard regardless throughout the year, but it's been one of those particularly tricky years. Do you water your pitch, or is it going to rain? Do we keep it covered?
They've had one thing or the other, haven't
yeah.
they? It's either been roasting hot or damp wet through.
And the 100, unfortunately, here between these two local sides, so the Phoenix and the Rockets was abandoned due to rain. Arlott to Gordon, it's a full toss on her legs, and she's just flipped that away. It's going to go through for a single. Yeah, so we had a day here watching the rain fall, a little bit of a break in the rain, and you get all hopeful that the covers and the super soakers come on, and everybody thinks, oh, it might be a game, and then the rain comes back down again just as you finish clearing it. But they can't not do that clearing up job and hope they get the game on for the crowd and for everybody involved. But unfortunately, some days it's just not to be.
It's been that sort of summer, though, which is why it's so glorious to have it the way it is now with this beating hot sun. Diamonds require 40 of 30 balls with 6 wickets remaining, so needing a couple of boundaries there.
As Arlott into Sivabrunt, just flick that back off her legs again for another single. It's making a little bit easy pickings now, the Blaze. Unfortunately, they just flicked those. Each of them flicked a delivery off their legs and just took a single to bring that run rate even further down. And there's now 26 runs to win, and it's at 164 for 7.
A reminder that Thunder beat South East Stars earlier. Western Storm lost to Sunrisers. So a very, very congested table now. A win for Sparks here. It's going to be a close one if they get it. Would send them up to 31 points, 3 behind the Blaze. Blaze's win would send them clear of the rest by a good margin, up to 39 points. They'd have 12, or if they got 38, 11. Now Hannah Baker saved one over. I was a little unsure why they did that, but let's see if it works.
Yeah, it's one of those, you don't know whether it's a plan, whether it's a risk, whether it's I'm sure that Eve Jones has got a plan and has had a reason for doing that, but whether they wanted to just change it up to see if they'd get a wicket. But she says she's got that one over left, and she's bowled nicely today. She's just gone for 32 runs off her 9 overs so far, and she's coming back on from this pavilion end.
A different end to where she bowled before, of course.
Baker into Sivabrunt, who's hit that away, and that's going to go for the boundary for 4 runs. That first delivery a little bit short from Hannah Baker there, and Sivabrunt's just rocked back and pulled that through mid-wicket for 4.
We were talking about the class of Lizelle Lee's strokes being able to hit the cover boundary and then the mid-wicket boundary, being able to hit straight back past the bowler and then play down through fine leg. Well, that was class as well, because Sivabrunt waited over after over after over, and as soon as she's got the short ball with a change of bowl, and she's leapt all over it.
As Baker put that a little bit wider there to Sivabrunt, who's knocked that into the offside this time for 1 run. as the ball comes back in from Maddie Green there.
21 to win. There's got to be a wicket here.
As Gordon looks to take her guard again. This, you'd have to say that this is the more sort of sprightly end for the spinners. We've seen a lot of bounce come through from when they've bowled. So if anywhere Hannah Baker's going to take a wicket, this might be it.
Oh, well, what's happened there?
And again, that's that bounce that we have seen from Georgia Davis. We saw it in the first innings as well. But yeah, that's it's nipped through. Josie Groves was getting it to do very similar from this end as Baker back in to Kirsty Gordon, who's just nipped that down and not Siverbrunt sent her back for no run.
It was the way it popped up off the wicketkeeper for a moment there. You thought, oh, what's happened here? But it was just turn and bounce.
Yeah.
That's why I just think maybe an over. Pavely didn't seem to get much. Whether it's worth just an over of Green.
Baker to Gordon for no run.
It's a big ask, but just to see, this stage with 21 remaining, obviously you'll have another over from Arlott at the other end, but just in case she is able to get a bit of grip and bounce.
As Baker to Kirsty Gordon, who's left that for no run, and that's finished Hannah Baker's spell. 10 overs, 37 for 2, and that's well bowled by Hannah Baker.
Certainly is indeed. It was a much needed spell, and they saved her that one for the end. It hasn't quite worked. Perhaps they were just maybe thinking if one of our other bowlers can get Siverbrunt, we then bring Baker back and see if those final balls can get us to victory, but it hasn't happened that way. As Sarah Ginn, one of the few women qualified level 4, said there. 37 for 2, Hannah Baker's figures. 40 for 2, Katie George's figures off 8 overs. 28 for 2 with a maiden for Georgia Davis. And Nat Siverbrunt, 49 to her name, facing up. 21 to win for the Blaze. They look as if they've broken the back of this chase, but have they? Emily Arlott on her way in from the Birmingham end. Bowls a slower ball. It's clipped into the leg side, and Siverbrunt has her 50. It won't be her most spectacular or eye-catching knock, but it is a very, very useful one for the Blaze in their quest to win the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They made the finals of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That's Siverbrunt making a magnificent score at Grace Road in that campaign. Well, today she's made a very, very important 50, which looks like seeing her side to victory. 20 more needed. 57 balls that took Nat Siver. She hit 3 fours in that time. It's been disciplined. Gordon, who's played a captain's knock, faces up again and dabs down to third, but Grace Potts is there to pick up. More applause from the Blaze side of the equation below us.
Starting to feel more like a stroll for the Blaze now, isn't it?
There's still a tension there, though, isn't
Yeah,
there?
still
There's
some
still
tension.
Because if, as I say, if one of these two goes now, you're relying on Groves and Ballinger to come in and knock those last runs off, and there's a reason that they are down the order. So
yeah,
Blazers' batting hasn't been their strength this season. It's been the bowling, but they look as if they're going to find a way thanks to Nat Siverbrunt facing up on 50. Arlott bowls. Siverbrunt works into the leg side. She'll look for 2. It shouldn't be on offer. And Baker is able to return well to the wicketkeeper Freeborn for the loss of just 1 run. 18 to win. 172 for 7. We're talking in the first innings, the amount of times cricketers come off the pitch and say just 20 more. If only we'd had 20 more.
Well, yeah, that's going to be Central Sparks, isn't it?
Yeah,
potentially.
That'll be the feeling today. But they really ripped it open with that period of 6 wickets for 30 runs. It was a dramatic collapse as Arlott bowls. It's flicked into the leg side. Campbell comes all the way round from long leg this time, picks it up. There was a thought of a second, but it was turned down.
In the Vipers Diamonds game, just a bit of an update, Northern Diamonds need 28 of 20 balls, so that's a tight one as well. 23 of 18, just updated as I was looking at it. So that's quite a tight game up there at
Sort of
Gosforth.
got one of those boundaries they were behind, but not the other one so far. They still kind of need one, you could maybe even argue 2 boundaries to get under 1 a ball there, but it's going to be a tight finish. 173 for 7 here, also a tight finish. 17 needed for victory. It's not the runs to balls equation here, it's more the fact that the Blaze are 7 down. Another run to the total, 174 for 7. Gordon, the captain, has a very useful 11.52 to Nat Siverbrunn. Gordon just has to keep surviving for Nat Siverbrunn at the is currently at the non-striker's end. Siren whirls as the traffic, no doubt, building on Edgbaston Road outside the ground and down Pershaw Road towards the city, as this one is wiggled away really behind square on the offside. Gives Gordon another run.
Yeah, she's going to run strike again the next over.
15 more needed for victory. Surely now the Blaze are there, aren't they? Surely.
They're within touching distance, aren't they?
They're not going to get a bonus point, so it'd be 38 this win would take them to.
Which may be a useful frustration point for Central Sparks, given it's a top of the table clash, that they've not been beaten necessarily easily in the sense of wickets.
Well, at one point when they'd been bowled out for 190 and it was 61 without loss, it was looking as if there was a real gulf between first and second, but they've pulled it back magnificently.
Yeah.
They're going to go Grace Potts here.
Yeah, particularly when Katie George wasn't getting her line and she was bowling more and more overs, and it looked like, good thing I'm going to give this away here.
But she was the one who started that collapse, and that's kind of what Katie George is in your team to do, really, isn't it? It's just to magic up a wicket out of nothing when it looks like the game's getting away from you.
Yeah.
And she might be a little on the expensive side at times doing it, but she
key wickets.
She gets you in the game. She makes something happen.
Yeah.
And that's a great skill. And she did with the bat as well, getting 50 off 57 deliveries. Bethan Ellis 53 from 97 before Lizzelli's 40 and Ali's half century from Nat Siverbrunn. It's the captain Gordon facing. She has a big swing at that one. Uncharacteristic of this innings. It brings a single. 14 more for victory. 176 for 7. I think we're going to hear the Blaze clap every one of these runs.
Yes. I think they'll be kind of grateful they got to here after the wickets that they lost, like you say, in that sort of mad spell in the middle of their innings.
Well, 91 for 6. It was 99 runs away. It felt a long way away. Potts wipes the sweat from her brow. Freeborn comes to stand up with the helmet on. The sky still a cloudless blue. Little tinges in the green of the trees, but nothing more than that. 28
degrees out there. I'm glad to be in here in the air conditioning, even though I don't think it's necessarily working very well, but it's certainly cooler than 28 degrees.
Yeah, we're grateful for it. As Potts bowls, right arm over the wicket, driven on side of straight. Arlott is there with the fielding. Just pass on a word of encouragement to Potts here.
It was proper dugout then, wasn't it? Dugout from that in good length that Potts bowled there.
She got the treatment before from Lizelle Lee, but few were spared it, really. I don't imagine Siverbrunn's going to be looking to dish out the treatment here. She's just going to look to eke her way over the line. Well, she does drive powerfully down the ground. Good shot. Very, very good shot. It went from outside off stump to the onside of straight and away for 4 runs. 180 for 7. 10 more needed for victory. Well, there was me saying she won't be dishing out the punishment. She hits a boundary. Beautiful stroke. Still conversations ongoing. 3 balls away, the Sparks here. It could still happen.
Yeah, Maddie Green still giving some advice to Eve Jones. Eve Jones passing it on to Grace Potts.
I had to give Maddie Green a bowl, you know.
It was when you got excited that she could bowl off spin.
I think she'd have bowled this over for me, just to see what would happen.
The shadows are lengthening. I think that's the sign that it is September as opposed to June, July, which it certainly feels more like, with the heat and the sunshine here at Edgbaston.
One thing's for sure, I'm going to need to lie down in Cannon Hill Park under a tree after this one, I think.
With the drunks.
Well, I care who's there.
I know it's going to be it's a long old stint, isn't it? I remember this reverse fixture at Trent Bridge at the beginning of the season. Hannah Thompson Reverend and I were exhausted.
Very, very tense as this one is clipped leg side. Katie George comes and picks up one more to the total. 181 for 7. It's 9 for victory. It's the Blazers game now. It's gotta be, hasn't it?
Diamonds need 14 off 11 against the
tight.
Vipers, so that's
and I
tight
mean
as
that's
well.
a big game, because if the Vipers win it, they're up to 23. They're up to 4th. If the Diamonds win it, they go to 25, one place behind the South East Stars. They would also be 4th. So that game basically decides who goes 4th after this round of fixtures. 2nd and 3rd in the table, well and truly up for grabs. It looks as if the Blaze are going to go a long way to securing their final spot here today, as that one is just fiddled down to 3rd by Kirsty Gordon. Jogs to the non-striker's end in confident fashion. 8 needed for victory.
As you say, how many of her 14 have just been that little nurdle down, sort of dabbed down towards
Well, I'll check the scorecard, but I would be surprised to see a boundary
deep
on
3rd.
it.
No, I think she's just angled the bat and just taken a single out off the sort of gully 45
That's
angle.
her 44th delivery in her 58th minute of the innings. No 4s, no 6s.
Yeah.
But it has been absolutely vital. Before Hyam faced 43 balls for 20 in just the 1-4. Of course, Hyam, we were saying, with that 5 for 19 in the reverse of this fixture, winning it for
and staying in has
Blaze
saved the exposing the last couple of batters who one might argue are definitely bowlers batting.
Well, I think you'd even argue that with Kirsty Gordon,
Yeah,
it
you
has
would.
to be said. But
That's
she's
right. She's done
just
it.
got stuck in and played the captain's innings, and such a competitor, as we've said so many times before.
Absolutely.
This is Potts, heel to toe, up to the crease, delivers right on over the wicket, and the Blaze pick up another of the 8 they require, so it's just 7 required. As we say, they're all being applauded. 3 wickets remaining, 7 needed for victory. 183 for 7, 42 overs gone. Credit to the Sparks, they could have been blown away in this game, and they've hung in there, they've got back into it, but it's just been a little bit too little, a little bit too late. They needed more with the bat, in truth.
Yeah, it's
That's where
that
this game's
20
been lost.
20 that you were talking about. Meanwhile, back up at Gosforth, Diamonds need 9 off the last over, so that's gonna go right down to the wire.
You'd back them there, wouldn't you, with 6 wickets?
Off 6.
Got
so
Armitage on
batting.
103.
Armitage and Dobson at the crease. Yeah, Armitage very much.
You would expect them to have a swing early in that over and get over the line, but
It's not over till it's over.
it is not, and that's why this is such a fascinating game. The defending champions there having to score 9 off the last over to beat
digging
Southern Vipers, the most successful side in women's regional cricket. These two looking to challenge those sides. Sparks v Blaze, right arm over the wicket. Arlett bowls. Siva Brunt carefully placing him. There's an appeal for LBW, but it was a hopeful one, and Arlett realised halfway through how hopeful it was, and it got strangled, just disappeared into that warm sky above. A little bit more applause, a little bit more encouragement.
Yeah, a bit more encouragement for Arlott. He's starting to look a little bit tired with her body language as she rounds the top.
The sun glinting off the blue seats to the right of the scoreboard. Arlett bowls. Siva Brunt clips wide of mid-on. Katie George is there with the fielding. 7 needed. Arlett looks just determined they won't come off her. She's just going to bowl as many dot balls as she can until the finish of this game. It's not far away, but still, as we tick up towards 25 past 5 on this Tuesday evening, Blaze
Great
aren't there
still
yet.
up.
Brilliant fielding by the captain, Eve Jones, helping her bowler. Pursuit of dot balls and pursuit of not allowing the winning runs to be off her by making that stop.
Can she find that magic ball to go underneath Nat Siver's bat, or make a play in the air, perhaps to Maddie Green or Eve Jones?
It would make things interesting.
Certainly would.
27 is expensive for Arlott off her
Ooh.
overs so far.
To Maddie Green, but not in the air.
At the 29th ball of her spell, and it was stopped by Maddie Green. Pull shot by Siver. Hit hard, you heard the clap of the bat. But still, no winning runs for the Blaze. Siverbrunn prods at the pitch as a motorbike roars away off towards the Pershaw Road. Here comes Arlott. Bowls. Hit hard into the pitch by Siverbrunn. It will be a maiden for Emily Arlott. 183 for 7. 7 required for victory. 43 overs gone. Pots it's going to be to continue the bowling here.
Yeah, we've got diamonds. Georgia Elwes has taken the wicket of Leah Dobson. So Holly Armitage is about to have another partner up there at Gosforth.
So 6 off 2 balls with 5 wickets remaining. Tense in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint
Phoebe
Trophy
Turner coming in there.
cricket. It's really, really delivered. They've only been able to score 1 so far in that final over, and it's a 1 off the 5th ball. So 5 off 1 now required for the Northern Diamonds.
Ooh.
Against the Southern Vipers, looking to take 4th spot in the table. They'd still be behind the Sparks, who are currently 2nd. South East Stars have lost today, they're in 3rd. The Blaze trying to go clear at the top again on 38, having lost for the first time in their last game before or last game where there was play anyway, before the break for the 100. Here comes Grace Potts. 7 needed to win. Kirsty Gordon on strike, had to be watchful because that didn't get up as much as she thought. Just jumped as she defended it into the offside. Waiting for this Diamonds game to refresh and see what happens on this last ball. Just Turner and Armitage trying to see the Diamonds home. They've only managed 1 so far. They need a 6 off the last ball to win the World Cup winning class of Elwes bowling there. It's Grace Potts here for Sparks. Bowls, and this one's defended. 183 for 7. It's 1 run off the final ball from Armitage. And the Southern Vipers, who just always seem to find a way, they've beat the defending champions by 3 runs in a thriller at Gosforth.
High scoring thriller as well.
Very high scoring thriller. 261 scored by the Vipers. Adams, the top scorer, with 82, 39 for Windsor, 47 for McGacken, as this one's driven by Gordon into the offside. But Pavley's there with the fielding, as she so often has been at backward point in this innings. 183 for 7. So this the final game going on, which when Lizelle Lee was smashing it about, it didn't look as if it was going to be. In fact, it looked as if it might even beat the wins for Thunder and Sunrisers earlier in the day. Here comes Potts again. 44th over, she's halfway through it. Delivers, slower ball, flirting with the wide line. The arms
Gordon
just came out, but it was only to change the ball counter over.
Gives the body language. Well, now, Kirsty Gordon needs to know that her guard.
Turn the effects, Michael. What's she saying?
Her guard is well out, I know, on the off stump, and she's gone across. So
yeah, the toes are definitely on off stump, if not beyond it.
Yeah.
As in comes Potts, bowls, driven, straight. They're going to get a single. It'll keep Gordon on strike, interestingly enough. So she's clearly happy to do it 1 run at a time here. 184 for 7. 1 ball remaining of the over for Siverbrunn to try and regain that strike, as a particularly flappy pigeon heads over the pavilion here at Edgbaston and away into the distance.
Changing the field.
Cranes above Birmingham by and large, pointing to the west. Left as our view looks. Telecoms tower, a splendid white against the sky blue backdrop. Here comes Grace Potts, 184 for 7. Driven hard down the ground.
Ooh.
That'll go all the way for 4. There was an effort to keep it within the ring from Green.
Yeah.
An excellent effort, it has to be said, but it doesn't prevent the Blaze moving within 2 runs. They were beaten in a tense game against South East Stars before the break. Their game at Sedbergh was washed out without a ball being bowled. Well, they look like they're back to winning ways here. Just the 2 runs required, 3 wickets in hand to get them, and 6 overs should they be required.
Can Central Sparks eke this out for as long as possible?
I'd have definitely given Marty Green a bowl here, surely. Surely. Just see what happens. Just see what happens.
Perhaps she's asked not to bowl.
Maybe. She doesn't,
I don't know.
as I say, she
She
bowled a
doesn't
little bit
generally-
earlier in her international career and then
don't think she's
hasn't for a
known as
long
a bowler.
time. So it's just the fact she bowls off spin, really. And
You
Georgia
fancy,
Davis's
you fancy a
off-spin
bit of
was-
off spin, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
Georgia
well, it's
Davis's
worked, is
off-spin
what you're
was
saying.
very
Yeah, yeah.
effective, so give it a go. But anyway, it's going to be Emily
Arlott.
Arlott.
Yeah.
She's an excellent operator in her own right. Elbows jut out as she runs in the 28-degree sunshine here in Birmingham. It's cracked away by Gordon. Must have thought when that left the bat it might have been the winning runs, but she's picked out a fielder in the form of Bethan Ellis. 53, remember, with the bat earlier on. Only Siva Brunt has gone past that total in the Blaze innings. Shows how valuable those runs were. 50 for Katie George as well. Here comes Arlott again. White ball in hand. Bowls now. And Gordon chops it down into the pitch. Arlott is determined that this winning run is, or these winning 2 runs are not going to come off her.
She's trying to make more dots, isn't she?
She managed it last over.
Yeah.
Their first maiden of the day. Been expensive today. Gone for 27 from her 32 deliveries so
She's
far.
got better as they've needed her to get better.
Yeah, her last 8 have not conceded a run. This
Oh.
is edged away, and
Oh,
Gordon's
there's
gone
a
for
chance
the
of
run.
run
She's
out.
going to be run out. No, she's
Ooh.
back. Siva Brunt sending Gordon back. Gordon, I think, was perhaps just a little... I think there was a run there, but I think she was maybe a little impetuous trying to get it because she knew what that would mean. She knew it would mean Siva Brunt on strike with the scores level. And Siva Brunt
It was a
just
risk that
happy
they didn't need to
wait.
take, but they've got plenty of deliveries to work with, haven't they? So,
They have, but
as Paul Baldwin does a bit more checking it, I think it must be quite dry out there because they've really struggled to keep
well,
the
you
stumps
can almost see it's
in.
kind of almost like a sandy kind of wave on a beach towards the sort of the left of the pitch as we look at the non-strikers end. I think that's an indication that it is quite dry up there. This one is bowled by Emily Arlott and it's a wide, scores a level. The Blaze
You can read the
on
bubble.
course for victory.
You can read the bubble above Kirsty Gordon's head saying, "Why is that a wide and the other one wasn't?"
Well, I think that
But
one definitely was.
it's not going to be it. It's not. They're not short of deliveries to get this.
It was a tired delivery from Arlott, really. She was trying to push the wide line and pushed it too far in the end.
Yeah.
1 to win. Kirsty Gordon, the Blaze captain on strike, touches it out into the offside. Will not get the winning run there. Still 2 more balls of this over to go. 2
Clear,
more
yeah.
opportunities for the captain to see her side home.
Clear no shouted there by Kirsty Gordon. She saw the ball go straight to the fielder.
Well, she got surprised when she saw an order on the screen saying she was batting during the
That
tea
opening.
break.
Yeah.
But she's come out and made 15 off 53 deliveries that have been very, very important so far. Blocks another.
How can the concentration, are Central Sparks going to be able to keep the concentration? Just to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and make them really work for this last run.
Well, it seems as if we could need another over here because Arlott is determined not to allow Kirsty Gordon to score that winning run off her. Gordon would love to do it here. The Blaze captain faces again. Pushes into the offside of the back foot. Only finds Bethan Ellis. No run. 189 for 7. The scores are level, but the Blaze have 3 wickets in hand. They have 5 overs remaining. I will hand you over to Claire Jenkins, and we'll I tell you what, we'll bring all 3 of us in. Let's get Sarah Ginn back in as well for the winning moment of this game. It'd be nice to have a thought from everyone, I think.
1 run then, Sarah.
Yeah, it's been almost over for a few overs, hasn't it? And then not quite, and then there's been a few. There was the risk of the run out there that gave us a little bit of excitement. But yeah, just 1 to win. It was a shame that wide went down, because it'd be nice to make sure the winning runs are actually off the bat, because it's quite an apt end to what's been quite an exciting game.
Yeah, I don't think we'd have predicted it going this far, even when we saw the total that Central Sparks had set them. So the scores are level as we speak. Potts to bowl to Siverbrunt. And that is going to be the winning runs. It's through the gap in mid-wicket. It's 4 runs. And the batters embrace in the middle of the wicket, and that has been a heroic, really, batting partnership from Nat Siverbrunt and Kirsty Gordon, who was not keen to bat, as we said at the halfway. Kirsty Gordon finishes on 15 off of 55 balls she's faced. And Nat Siverbrunt, who Central Sparks were really delighted was playing for the Blaze, ends up on 66 not out of the 71 balls she's faced, and 6 fours. So yes, the 2 of them have really brought it home. Only a few overs left, Mike.
Yeah, it was at the halfway stage you always felt the Blaze were favourites, but the Central Sparks, that 30 for 6, and that will be the worry for the Blaze going towards the final, that they do have a batting collapse in them, don't they, Sarah, again, and that will be a concern, despite the fact they go up to 38 points and well clear at the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that they probably will be without Nat Siverbrunt and possibly Tammy Beaumont for some of the other games in this competition, and then it does open it up potentially of who's going to be that striker batter for them up there at the top of the order. But I mean, I think a number of these sides have this issue in this game, that they do rely, especially on batting, on heavily on a few numbers in their ranks, and sometimes that just doesn't work out for the sides.
But we're seeing more and more, aren't we, the likes of innings by Hyam, 20 off 43 balls, the likes of innings by Kirsty Gordon, 15 off 55 balls, all the way down at number 9. You know, people chipping in and making important contributions, Claire Jenkins.
Yeah, because it isn't about the amount, it's about the time that you make them, and what's needed, and are you playing what's needed for the game. As we saw, Kirsty Gordon getting Nat Siverbrunt on strike, that was the important. So it really didn't matter what she ends on and how many balls she faced, as long as they get the team over the line. So they finish on that 193 for 7. But yeah, closer than we thought it was going to be at the halfway stage, or even partway through the Central Sparks innings. It didn't look like they were going to get to very high at all. But yeah, credit to Sparks for sticking with it, and it's been a close game.
Well, the applause and the cheers will tell you that we've come to the end of this game. Just a final chance to run you through the card to finish up, but thank you for joining us. Do make sure you're back for the game on the 16th, where Claire Jenkins and Raf Nicholson and Sid Egan will be your commentary team here at Edgbaston. There is plenty more cricket in the meantime. As I say, let's just give you a final run through that card, and then we will say goodbye from Edgbaston. But thank you to Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn for their company today. As we say, the game won by the Blaze by 3 wickets in the end. The Sparks innings was built on Bethan Ellis's 53 and Katie George's 50. It gave them a total of 189. Josie Groves 39 for 3 from her 10 overs in the first innings of this game, Lizelle Lee came out and absolutely smashed it, 40 off 31. In fact, smashing it's probably the wrong way to put it. She just looked pure class at the crease, but does have a habit of getting out at unusual moments, and hit the ball in the air to Eve Jones, was caught of the bowling of Katie George, and that opened up a collapse of 6 wickets for 30 runs. Tammy Beaumont run out for 24 was crucial in that, a combination of Pavley and Freeborn, before Sarah Bryce was caught and bowled by Georgia Davis, an excellent caught and bowl, given she broke her finger trying to effect a catch and bowled before the 100, and that cost her participation in that. Georgie Boyce was out chopping on of Hannah Baker for naught. That left it 80 for 4. That became 89 for 5 when Catherine Bryce offered another caught and bowled chance to Georgia Davis, which she dutifully took. And Sophie Munro was out bowled by Barker for naught of her 9th delivery, to leave the Blaze in a little bit of trouble at 91 for 6, chasing 190. So they needed 99 from that point. They got there with 40 off 67 deliveries between Nat Siver-Brunt and Lucy Hyam. Hyam getting 20 in the end before being caught by Green off the bowling of George for she was caught off a 43rd ball in the 41st minute, hitting 1 boundary. A really gutsy innings from Hyam there. The crucial factor was always that Siver-Brunt was there and continued to progress along. She was accompanied by a captain's innings from Kirsty Gordon, 15 of 55 balls in 73 minutes. Well over an hour's batting there for the captain, Kirsty Gordon. It saw her team through, with Nat Siver-Brunt taking 60 runs in that partnership, and Siver-Brunt finishing on 66 off 71 balls in 136 minutes and with a 6-4. An excellent practice for her going into a one-day international series. 2 wickets for Katie George, 2 for Georgia Davis, 2 for Hannah Baker, and a run-out were the Sparks wickets, but that was not good enough for them at Edgbaston today, and it is the Blaze who go top of the table on 38 points. The Sparks say second in that table with 27 points. Do join us again for the next round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixtures, which take place at the weekend. More cricket the following week, including the final game here at Edgbaston of the season on Saturday the 16th. But for now, bye from myself, Mike Perkins, Claire Jenkins and Sarah Ginn. The Blaze win this game by 3 wickets.